Chapter 12 of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Grim and angry, all that night I chewed the bitter cud of my rejection, and before the new day was an hour old, determined life was no longer worth the living in that place. I determined to leave those walls at once, to leave all my songs unsung, my trysts unkept, to leave all my jolly comrades, the tilt-yards and banquets. But I could not do this so secret as I would. The very paying off of my score down in the buttery, the dismissing of my attendants, each with largesse, the seriousness I could not but give to my morning salutation of some of those I should never see again, betrayed me. And thus a whisper, first down the vaulted guard-room, and then a rumour, and anon a widening murmur, the news was spread, until surely the very jackdaws on the battlements were saying to themselves, "Phra is going! Phra! Phra is going!" Yes, and the tidings spread to that fair floor of 100 corridors, where the Norman arched windows looked down 80 feet upon the river winding amid its shining morning meadows, bringing a sigh to more than one silken pillow. It reached the unhappy red-eyed Isabel, and presently she tripped down the twining stone staircase, the loose folds of her skirt thrown over her arm to free her pretty feet, and in her hand a scrap of writing, a cartel she called it, seemingly newly opened. She came to the sunny empty corridor where I stood alone, and touched me on the arm as I watched from a lattice my charger being armed and saddled in the courtyard underneath, and when I turned, held out her hand to me in frank and simple fashion. How could I refuse the proffer of so fair a friendship? And pulling my velvet cap from my head, I put her white fingers to my lips. And was it true, she asked with a sigh, I was really going that morning, and so suddenly? Only too true, I answered, and, saving her presence, not so sudden as my inclination prompted. Much as I saw she wished to question the why and wherefore, but of this, as of nothing touching her stern sister, would I tell her. So presently she came to her point, and fingering that scroll she had, very downcast and blushful, said, "You're a good knight, Sir Stranger, and strong and experienced in arms." "Your ladyship's description wakes my ambition to deserve your words." "And generous, I have noticed, and as indulgent to page and squire of tender years as you are the contrary to stronger folk." "And if this were so, madam," I asked, "what then?" "Oh, only," she said, wondrous shy and frightened, "that I have here a cartel from a friend of mine, a youth of noble family, who has heard of thee and would go to the wars in your company, as your comrade, I mean. That is, if you would take him." "Why, damsel, the wars are free to everyone, but I am in no mood just now to tutor a young gallant in slitting Frenchmen's throats." "But this one, sir, very particularly wishes to travel with you, of whose prowess he is so convinced. He has, alas, quarrelled with those at whose side he should most naturally ride. He will be no trouble. For my sake you must take him. And," said the cunning girl, standing on tiptoe to be the nearer my ear, "he is rich, though friendless, by a rash love. He will gladly see to both your horses, and disperse your passage over to France, even for the honour of remembering that he did it." Now this touched me very nearly. One by one my rings had gone, and that morning, after paying scores and largesse, in truth I had found my wallet completely empty once again. If this youth had money, even though it were but sufficient to buy corn for our chargers on the way and pay the ferry over to yonder fair field of adventure, why, there was no denying he would be a very convenient travelling companion, and it would go hard but that I could teach him something in return. Thinking this, I lifted my eyes and found those of Isabel watching the workings of my face with pretty cunning. "In truth, maid, if thy friend has so much gold as would safely land us with King Edward in Flanders, why, I must confess that just at present that does greatly commend him to me. What sort of a man is he?" The question seemed to overwhelm the lady, who blushed and hung her head like a poppy that has stood a week's drought. In truth, sir," she murmured, "I do not know." "Not know? But you said he was your friend." "Oh, so I did, and now I come to think of it, he is a tall youth about my size and make." "Gads, but he will be a shapely, if somewhat sapling gallant," I laughed, letting my eye roam over the supple maiden figure before me. "But though he be so slim," the girl hastened to add, as if she feared that she had been indiscreet, "you will find the youth a rare good horseman, and clever in many things. He can cook, if thou art ever belated, like a Frenchman, and can read missals to thee, and write like a monk. Thy comrade, Sir Knight, will be one in 1,000. He can sing like a mavis on a fir top." "I like not these singing knights, fair maid. Their verses are both too smooth for soldier ears and too licentious for maidens." "Ah, but my friend," quoth Isobel with a blush, "never sang an ungentle song in his life. You will find him a most civil, most simple spoken companion." "Very well, I will have him. No doubt we shall grow as close together as boon companions should." "Would that you might grow so close together as I could wish," said the English girl, with a sigh I did not understand. "And now, how am I to know this friend?" I asked, "this slim and gentle youth. What is his name and what his face?" "I had near forgotten that, and it was like a woman, for they say they ever keep the most important matter to the last. This boy, for good reasons that I know but may not mention, has sworn a vow, after the fashion of the chivalry he delights in, not to show his face, not to wear his honourable name, until some happier time shall come for him. He is in love, like many another, and does conceive his heart to be most desperately consumed thereby. Wherefore he has taken the name of Flamaucoeur, and bears upon his shield a device to that effect. This alone will point him out to you, over and above the dropped visor, which no earthly power will make him lift until this war and quest of his be over. But you will know him, I feel in my heart, without consideration. Sir Knight, you will know this youth when you meet him. Something in my innermost heart does tell me, even as I should know one that I loved, or loved me behind 20 thicknesses of steel. And now, goodbye until we meet again." The fair maid gave me her hand as though to part, and then hesitated a moment. Presently she mustered up courage and said, "Thou bearest me no ill will for yonder wild meeting of ours?" "Maiden, it is forgotten." "Well, let it be so. I do not know what possessed me. I was hurried down the stream and feeling like a leaf on a tide. 'Twas I that met thee there by the cedars, and yet it was not me. Something so wild and fierce, such a hot intruder spirit burnt within this poor circumference, that I think I was damnate and bewitched. Thou dost most clearly understand that this hot fit is over now." "I clearly understand." "And that I love thee no longer," quoth the lady with a sigh. "Or at least, not near so much." "Madam, so I conceive it. Be at ease. It is sacred between us two, and I will forget." "Thanks, 1,000 thanks, even for the relief that cold forgetfulness does give me. And now again goodbye. Be gentle to Flamaucoeur, and," burst out the poor girl as her control forsook her, "if there is an eye in the whole of wide heaven, oh, may it watch thee. If ever prayers of mine can pierce to the seat of the Eternal, oh, may they profit thee. Gods, that my wishes were iron bars for thy dear body, and my salt tears could but rivet them. Goodbye, goodbye," and kissing my hands in a fierce outburst of weeping, that fair white girl turned and fled, and disappeared through the tapestries that screened the Norman archways. Before nightfall I was down by the English coast, and many a long league from the castle. Thoughtful and alone, my partings made, I had paced out from its gloomy archway, the gay feathers on my helmet top near brushing the iron teeth of the portcullis lowering above, and my charger's hoofs falling as hollow on the echoing drawbridge as my heart beat empty to the sounds of happy life behind me. Away south went the pathway, trodden day after day by contingents of gallant troops from that nightly stronghold. Jove! One might have followed it at midnight. Those jolly bands had made a trail through copse and green wood, through hamlet and through heather, like the track of a storm wind. They had beaten down grass and herbage, they had robbed orchards and spinneys, and here their wayside fires were still a-smouldering, and there waved rags upon the bushes and broken shreds and baggage. Now and then as I paced along I saw in the hamlets the folk still looking southwards, and standing gossiping on the week's wonders, the boys meanwhile careering in mock onset with broken spear shafts or discarded trappings. Oh, 'twas easy enough to know which way my friends had gone. So plain was the track, and so well did my good horse acknowledge it, that there was little for me to do but sit and chew the bitter cud of fancy. All through the hot afternoon, all through the bright sunshine and shining green bracken, did we saunter, back towards the grey sea I knew so well, back towards that void beginning of my wanderings. And as my sad thoughts turned to when I last had sat a charger in such woods as these, to my fair Saxon homestead, Editha, the Abbey and its abbot, my donning English mail and breaking spears for a smile from yon cold peeress, with much more of like nature, went idly flitting through my head. But hardly a thought among all that motley crowd was there for Isobel or her tears, and my promised meeting with her playmate. Thus it happened that as evening fell and found me still some 2 miles from where our troops lay camped along the shore, waiting tomorrow's ferrying across to France, I rode down the steep bank of a small river to a ford, and slowly waded through. There be episodes of action that live in our minds, and incidents of repose that recur with no less force. So, then, that placid evening stream has come before me again and again, in the hot tumult of onset and melee, in court and camp, in the cold of winter and in summer's warmth. I have ridden that ford once more. I have gone down sad and thoughtful as I did, my loose reins on my charger's arching neck, watching the purple shine of the water where it fretted and broke in the evening light against his fetlocks. Again and again I have listened to the soft lisp of the stream as he drank of that limpid trough, and I have seen in its cool fresh mirror my own tall image, my waving crimson plumes, and the one white star of the evening above reflected upon it. And yet, if these things of a remote yesterday are fresh in my mind, even more so is my meeting with the slim gallant whose figure rose before me as I emerged from the ford. As my good English charger bore me up from the hollow, on the brow of the opposite rise was a mounted figure, standing out clear and motionless against the yellow glow of the sunset. At first I thought it would be some wandering spearman bound on a like errand with myself, for more than 1 or 2 such had passed that day, but something in the steadfast interest of that silent horseman roused my curiosity, even before I was near enough to see the colour of his armour or the device upon his shield. Up we scrambled, up that sandy heathery scar, the strong sinews of my war-horse playing like steel cordage under my thighs as he lifted me and my armour up the gravelly path, and then, as we topped the rise and came into the evening breeze, that strange warrior advanced and held out a hand. Never in all my experience had I known a knight extend the palm of friendship to another so demure and downcast. Truth, I thought to myself, this friend of Isobel's is, in fact, as she said, the most modest-mannered soldier who ever took a place in the rough game of war. But I was pledged to like him, and therefore, in the most hearty manner possible, as we came up knee to knee, I slapped my heavy hand into his extended fingers, and welcomed him loudly as a long-looked-for comrade. And in truth he was a very pretty fellow, whose gentle presence grew upon me after that first meeting each hour we lived together. He seemed, as far as I could judge, no more than 25 years of age, yet even that was but a guess, for his armour was complete from top to toe, his visor was down, and there was, indeed, naught to judge by but a certain slightness of limb and suppleness that spoke of no more mature years. In height this gallant was very passable enough, and his helmet, with its nodding plumes, added some grace and inches to his stature, while his pale grey mail was beautifully fashioned and moulded, and spoke through every close joint and cunning finished link of a young but well-proportioned soldier. The arms this warrior carried were better suited to his strength than to that of the man who rode beside him. His lance was long and of polished inlay, while mine beside it was like the spear of Goliath to a fisher's hazel wand. His dagger was better for cutting the love knot on a budget of sonnets than for disburdening foemen's spirits of their mortal shackles. His cross-hilted sword was so light it made me sigh to look at it. On his shield was a heart wrapped in flames, most cunningly painted and expressive enough in those days when every man took a pride in being as vulnerable to women as he was unapproachable among men. But who am I that I should judge that gentle knight by myself? By me, whose sinews countless fights have but matured, who have been blessed by the gods with bulk and strength above other mortals? Why should I measure his brand new lance, gleaming in the pride of virgin polish, against the stern long spear I carried, or that dainty brand of his, that mayhap his tender maid had belted on him for the first time some hours before, with such a broad blade as long use had made lighter to my hand than a lady's distaff? Before we had paced a mile, Flamaucoeur had proved himself the sprightliest companion who ever enlivened a dull road with wit and laughter. At first 'twas I that spoke, for he had not one word in all the world to say. He was so shy. But when I twitted him for this, and laughed, and asked him of his lady love, and how she had stood the parting, how many tears there had been, and whether they all were hers, and whose heart was that upon his shield, his own or the damsel's, and so on, in bantering playfulness, I got down to the mettle of that silent boy. He winced beneath my laughter for a little time, and fidgeted upon his saddle, and then the gentle blood in his veins answered, as I hoped it would, and he turned and gave me better than I offered. Such a pretty fellow in wordy fence I never saw. His tongue was like a woman's, it was so hard to silence. When I thought I had him at disadvantage on a jest, he burked the point of my telling argument and struck me below my guard. When I would have pinned him to some keen inquiry regarding that which he did not wish to tell, he turned questioner with swift adroitness, and made, quicker than it takes to write, his inquisitor the humble answerer to his playful malice. He was better at that fence than I, there could be no doubt, and very speedily his nimble tongue, which sounded so strange and pleasant in the hollow of his helmet, had completely mastered mine. So with a laugh I did acknowledge to the conquest, whereon that generous youth was pleased I saw, and laid aside his coyness and chattered like a millstream among the gravels on an idle Sunday. He turned out both shrewd and witty, with a head stuffed full of romance and legend, just as one might have who had spent a young life listening to troubadours and minstrels. And I liked him none the less because he trimmed the gross fables of that time to such a decent shape. He told me one or two that I had heard before, although he knew it not, and as I had heard them from the licentious lips of courtly minstrels, they are not fit to write or tell. But my worthy wayfarer clipped and purged them so adroitly, and turned them out so fair and seemly, all with such a nice unconsciousness, I scarce could recognise them. He was a most gentle-natured youth, and there was something in his presence, something in the half-frankness he put forth, and something in that there was strange about him which greatly drew me. Now you would think, to listen to him, he was all a babbling stream as shallow as could be, and then anon a turn of sad wisdom or a sigh set you wondering, as when that same stream runs deep into the shadows, and you hear it fret and fume with gathering strength far away in unknown depths of Mother Earth, a most enticing, a most perplexing comrade. Beguiling the way in this fashion, and liking my new ally better and better as we went, we came a little after nightfall, on a wet and windy evening, to the hamlet near the sea where the rearguard of the English troops were collected for ferrying over to France. Here we halted and sought food and shelter, but neither were to be had for the asking. That little street of English dwellings was crowded with hungry troopers, They were camping by their gleaming watchfires all along the grassy ways, so full was every lodgment, while every yellow window of the dim gabled alehouse in the midst shone into the wet dark night, and every room within was replete with stamping, clanking, noisy gallants. Their chargers filled the yard and were picketed a furlong down the muddy road that sloped to the murmuring unseen sea, and there was not space, it seemed, for one single other horse or rider in the whole friendly village. But the insidious Flamaucoeur found a way and place. He sought out the master of the inn himself, and, unheeding of his curt refusals, made requests so cunning, and used his money pouch so liberal, that the strong and surly yeoman, with much to do, found us a loft to sleep in, which was a bedroom better than the wayside, though still but a rough one. Then Flamaucoeur waylaid the buxom, hurrying housewife, and on an evening when many a good gentleman was going supperless to bed, got us a loaf of white bread and a wooden bowl of milk, the which we presently shared most comrade-like, my friend lifting his visor so much as might suffice to eat, but yet not enough to show his face. He waylaid a lad, and for a coin or two and a little of his sweet-voiced cajoling, got our steeds watered and sheltered, though many another lordly, sleek-limbed beast stood all night, unwashed, unminded. A most persuasive youth was Flamaucoeur. And then, our frugal supper made, and our horses seen to, we went to bed. Diffident, ingenious young knight! He made my couch, while I was not by, long and narrow, no bigger than for one, of all the soft things he could lay his hand on, as though forsooth I were some tender flower, and for himself hardly spread a horsecloth on the bare floor. Now when I came up and found this done, without a word, I sent the boy to go and see what the night was like, and if the moon yet showed, or if it rained, and when he went, forthwith, pulled that couch to bits, respreading it so it was broad enough for two good comrades side by side. Ah, and when Flamaucoeur came back, I rated him soundly, telling him that, though it was set in the laws of arms that a young knight should show due deference to an older, yet all that comrades had of hard or soft was equally dividable, both board and bed, and good luck and misfortune. And he was amenable, though still a little strange, and unbuckled his armour by our dim rushlight, and then, poor tired youth, with that iron mask upon his head, in his quilted underwear, threw himself upon the couch, and slept almost before he could straighten out those shapely limbs of his. And I presently lay down by his side and slept, while all through my dreams went surging the wildest fancies of tilt and tourney and ladies' love. And now I heard in the uproar of the restless village street, and the neighing of the chargers at their pickets, the noise of battle and of onset. And then I thought I had on some unknown field 5,000 spearmen overset against 100 times as many, and while my heart bounded proudly in answer to that disadvantage, and I rode up and down our glittering ranks, speaking words of strength and courage to those scanty heroes, waving my shining sword in the sun that shone for victory on us, and curbing my fretting charger's restless valour, methought somehow the words dried up upon my lips, and the proud murmur of my firm-set veterans turned to a low moaning wail, and a grey mist of tears put out the sun, and black grief drank up the warriors. And while I wrestled with that melancholy, Blodwen, my princess, was sitting by my side, cooling my hot forehead with her calm immortal hand, and calling me with smiling accent, dull, unwitful, easily beguiled. And all the time that young gallant by me lay limp, supine, asleep, and soulless. So passed the checkered fancies of the night, and the earliest dawn found us up, in arms, and ready for sterner things. Again I had to owe to Flamaucoeur's ready wit and liberal purse precedence for our needs above all the requirements of the many good knights who would have crossed with the haste they could, but had perforce to wait. It was he who got us a vessel sufficient for our needs when the fisher folk were swearing there was not a ship to be hired for 20 miles up or down the coast. In this we embarked with our horses and 1 or 2 other gentlemen we knew, and in a few hours' sailing the English shore went down and the sunny cliffs of Normandy rose ahead of us. Will you doubt but that I stood thoughtful and silent as the green and silver waves were shivered by our dancing prow, and that strange familiar land rose up before us? I, that British I, who had seen Caesar's galleys, heavy with Umbrian and Etrurian, put out from that very shore. I, who had stood on the green cliffs of Harold's kingdom and shaken a Saxon javelin towards that home of Norman tyranny. I, this knightly, steel-bound I, stood and watched that country grow upon us, with thoughts locked in my heart there were none to listen to and none to share. Oh, it was passing strange, and I did not rouse me until our iron keel went gently riding up the Norman gravel, and our vessel was beached upon the hostile shore. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strange, eventful and bloody were the incidents that followed. King Edward, burning for glory, had landed in Normandy a little time before, had knighted on these yellow beaches that gallant boy his son, and with the young prince and some 14,000 English troops, 10,000 wild Welshmen and 6,000 Irish, pillaging and destroying as he went, he had marched straight into the heart of unready France. With that handful of men he had burnt all the ships in Hogue, Barfleur and Cherbourg. He had stormed Montebourg, Carentan, Saint-Lô and Valognes, sending 1,000 sails laden with booty back to England, and now, day by day, he was pressing southward through his fair rebellious territories, deriding the French king in his own country, and taking tithe and taxes in rough fashion with fire and sword. Nor had we who came late far to seek for the sovereign. His whereabouts was well enough to be told by the rolling smoke that drifted heavily to leeward of his marching columns, and the broad trail of desolation through the smiling country that marked his stern progress. To travel that sad road was to see naked war stripped of all her excusing pageantry, to see grey desolation and lean sorrow following in the gay train of victory. Gods, it was a sad path. Here, as we rode along, would lie the still smouldering ashes of a burnt village, black and grey in the smiling August sunshine. In such a hamlet, perhaps, across a threshold, his mouth agape and staring eyes fixed on the unmoved heavens, would lie a peasant herdsman, his right hand still grasping the humble weapon wherewith he had sought to protect his home, and the black wound in his breast showing whence his spirits had fled indignant to the dim place of explanations. Neither women nor babes were exempt from that fierce ruin. Once we passed a white and silent mother lying dead in mid-path, and the babe, still clasped in her stiff arms, was ruddy and hungry, and beat with tiny hands to wake her, and crowed angry at its failure, and whimpered so pitiful and small, and was so unwotting of the merry game of war and all it meant, that the laughter and talk died away upon the lips of those with me, as, one by one, we paced slowly past that melancholy thing. At another time, I remember, we came to where a little maid of some 3 tender years was sitting weaving flowers on the black pile of a ruined cottage, that, though her small mind did not grasp it, hid the charred bodies of all her people. She twined those white and yellow daisies with fair smooth hands, and was so sunny in the face and trustful-eyed, I could not leave her to marauding Irish spears or the cruel wolf-dogs who would come for her at sunset. I turned my impatient charger into the black ruin, and maugre that little maid's consent, plucked her from the ashes, and rode with her upon my saddle-bow until we met an honest-seeming peasant woman. To her I gave the waif, with a silver crown for patrimony. Out in the open the broad stream of war had spread itself. The yellow harvests were trodden under foot, and hedge and fence were broken. The plough stood half-way through the furrow, and the reaper was dead with the sickle in his hand. Here, as we rode, went up to heaven the smoke of coppice and homestead, and there, from the rocks hanging over our path, luckless maids and widowed matrons would hail and spit upon us in their wild grief, cursing us in going, in coming, in peace and in war, while they loaded the frightened echoes with their shrieks and wailings. Now and then on grass and roadside were dark patches of new dried blood, and by them, maybe, lay country cloaks and caps and weapons. There we knew men had fallen singly, and had long lain wounded or dead, until their friends had taken them to grave or shelter. Out in the open again, where skirmishes had happened and bill and bow or spear had met their like, the dead lay thicker. Gods, how drear those fair French fields did lie in the autumn moonlight, with their scattered dead in twos and threes, and knots and clusters. There were some who sprawled upon the ground, still clutching in their dread white fingers the grass and earth torn up in the moment of their agony, and here was he who scowled with dead white eyes on the pale starlight, one hand on his broken hilt, and the other fast gripped upon the spear that pinned him to the earth. Near him was a fair boy, dead, with the shriek still seeming upon his livid lips, and the horrid rent in his bosom that had let out his soul looming black in the gloom. Yonder a tall trooper still stared out grimly after the English, and smiled in death with a cloth-yard shaft buried to the feather in his heart. Some there were of these horrid dead who still lay in grapple as they had fallen, the stalwart Saxon and the bronzed Gaul with iron fingers on each other's throats, smiling their black hatred into each other's bloodless white faces. Others, again, lay about whose arms were fixed in air, seeming still to implore with bloody fingers compassion from the placid sky. One man I saw had died stroking the thin, pain-streaked muzzle of his wounded charger, his friend, mayhap, for years in camp and march. Indeed, among many sorrowful things of that midnight field, the dead and dying horses were not least. It moved me to compassion to hear their pain-fraught whinnies on every hand, and to see them lying so stiff and stark in the bloody hollows, their hoofs had scooped through hours of untempered anguish. What could I do for all those many? But before one I stopped, and regarded him with stern compassion many a minute. He was a splendid black horse, of magnificent size and strength, and not even the coat of blood and mud with which his sweating sides were covered could hide here and there the care that had but lately groomed and tended him. He lay dying on a great sheet of his own red blood, and as I looked I saw his tasselled mane had been plaited not long before by some soft skilful fingers, and at every point was a bow of ribbon such as might well have been taken from a lady's hair to honour the war horse of a favourite knight. That great beast was moaning there in the stillness, thinking himself forgotten, but when I came and stood over him he made a shift to lift his shapely head, and looked at me entreatingly with black hanging tongue and thirst-fiery eyes, the while his doomed sides heaved, and his hot dry breath came hissing forth upon the quiet air. Well I knew what he asked for, and, turning aside, I found a trooper's empty helmet, and, filling it from the willowed brook that ran at the bottom of the slope, came back and knelt by that good horse, and took his head upon my knee and let him drink. Jove, how glad he was! Forgot for the moment was the battle and his wounds, forgotten was neglect and the long hours of pain and sorrow. The limpid water went gurgling down his thirsty throat, and every happy gasp he gave spoke of that transient pleasure. And then, as the last bright drops flashed in the moonlight about his velvet nozzle, I laid one hand across his eyes, and with the other drew my keen dagger, and, with gentle remorselessness, plunged it to the hilt into his broad neck, and with a single shiver the great war-horse died. In truth, 'twas a melancholy place. On the midnight wind came the wail of women seeking for their kindred, and the howl and fighting of hungry dogs at ghastly meals, the smell of blood and war, of smouldering huts and black ruins. A stern pastime this, and it is as well the soldier goes back upon his tracks so seldom. We passed 2 days through such sights as I have noted, meeting many a heavy convoy of spoil on its way back to the coast, and not a few of our own wounded wending back, luckless and sad, to England. And then, on the following evening, we came upon the English rear, and were shortly afterwards part and parcel of as desperate and glorious an enterprise as any that was ever entered in the red chronicles of war. From the coast right up to the white walls of the fair capital itself, King Edward's stern orders were to pillage and kill and spoil the country, so that there should be left no sustenance for an enemy behind. I have told you how the cruel Irish mercenaries and the loose soldiers of a baser sort accomplished the command. Our English archers and the light-armed Welsh, who scoured the front, were mild in their methods compared to them. They mayhap disturbed the quiet of some rustic villages, and in thirsty frolics broached the kegs of red vintage in captured inns, robbed hen roosts and kissed matrons, and set maids screaming. But they, unlike the others, had some touch of ruth within their rugged bosoms. But as for keeps and castles, we stormed and sacked them as we went, and he alone was rogue and rascal who was last into the breach. Our wild kerns and escaladers rioting in those lordly halls, many a sight of cruel pillage did I see, and many a time watched the red flame bursting from the embrasures and windows of these fair baronial homes, and could not stay it. The Frenchmen in these cases, such of them as were not away with the army we hoped to find, fought brave and stubborn, and we piled their dead bodies up in their own courtyards. Many a comely dame and damsel did I watch wringing white hands above these ghastly heaps, and tearing loose locks of raven hair in piteous appeal to unmoved skies, the while the yellow flames of their comely halls went roaring from floor to floor, and in mockery of their sobs, crashing towers and staircases mingled with the yells of the defenders and the shouting of the pillage. I fear long ages began to sap my fibre. There was a time when I would have sat my war-horse in the courtyard and could have watched the red blood streaming down the gutters and listened to the shrieking as cold amid the ruin as any Viking on a hostile conquered strand. But, somehow, with this steel panoply of mine I had put on softer moods. I am degenerate by the pretty theories of what they called their chivalry. Far be it from me to say the English army was all one pack of bloodhounds. War is ever a rough game. The country was foreign, and the adventure we were on was bold and desperate. Therefore these things were done, and chiefly by the unruly regiments and the scullion Irish who followed in our rear, led by knights of ill repute or none. These hung like carrion crows about our flanks and rear, and after each fight stole armour from dead warriors bolder hands had slain, and burnt and thieved from high and low, and butchered like the beasts of prey they were. On one occasion, I remember, a skirmish befell shortly after we joined the main army, and a French noble in their charge was unhorsed upon our front by an English archer. Now, I happened to be the only mounted man just there, and as this silver-shining prize staggered to his feet and went scampering back towards his friends with all his rich sheathing safe upon his back, his gold chains rattling on his iron bosom, and his jewelled belt sparkling as he fled, a savage old English swashbuckler, whose horse was hamstrung, Sir John Elkington they called him, fairly wrung his hands. "After him, Sir Knight!" screamed that unchivalrous ruffian to me. "After him, in the name of hell, if thou ridest hard he cannot get away, and run thy spear in under his gorget so as not to spoil his armour. 'Tis worth at least 100 shillings. I never moved a muscle, did not even deign to look down at that cruel churl, whereon the grisly old boarhound clapped his hand upon his dagger and turned on me. Ah, by the light of heaven he did! "What, Not going, you lazy braggart," he shouted, beside himself with rage. "Not going for such a prize? Beast, scullion, coward!" Coward! Had I lived more than 1,000 years in a soldier saddle to be cowarded by such a hoary whelp of butchery, such a damnable old taint on the honourable trade of arms? I spun my charger round, and with my gloved left hand seized that bully by his ragged beard and perked him here and there, lifted him fairly off his feet, stretched his corded knotted throttle till his breath came thick and hard, jerked and pulled and twisted him, then cast the ruffian loose, and, drawing my square iron foot from my burnished stirrup, spurned him here and there, and kicked and pommelled him, and so at last drove him howling down the hill, all forgetful for the moment of prize and pillage. These lawless soldiers were the disgrace of our camp. They did so rant and roar if all went well, and when the battle was fairly won whereto they had not entered, they were so coward and cruel among the prisoners or helpless that we would gladly have been rid of them if we could. But, after the manner of the time, the war was open to all. Behind the flower of English chivalry who rode round the sovereign standard, and the gallant bill and bowmen who wore his livery and took his pay, observing the decencies of war, came hustling and crowding after us a host of rude mercenaries, a horde of ragged adventurers who knew nothing of honour or chivalry, and had no cannons but to plunder, ravish, and destroy. They made a trade of every villainy just outside the camp, where, with scoundrel hawkers who followed behind us like lean vultures, they dealt in dead men's goods, bought maids and matrons, and sold armour or plunder under our marshal's very eyes. One day, I remember, I and my shadow, Flamaucoeur, were riding home after scouting some miles along the French lines without adventure, when, entering our camp by the pickets farthest removed from the royal quarter, we saw a crowd of Irish kerns behind the wood where the King had stocked his baggage, all laughing round some common object. Now these Irish were the most turbulent and dissolute fighters in the army. Such shock-headed, fiery ruffians never before called themselves Christian soldiers. They and the Welsh were for ever at feud, but whereas the Welshmen were brave and submissive to their chiefs, keen in war, tender of honour, fond of wine-cups and minstrels, gallant free soldiers indeed, just as I had known their kin 1,000 years before, these savage kerns, on the other hand, were remorseless villains, rude and wild in camp, and cut-throat rascals without compunction when a fight was over. In ordinary circumstances we should have ridden by these noisy rogues, for they cared not a jot for anyone less than the camp marshal with a string of billmen behind him, and feuds between knights of King Edward's table and these shock-haired kerns were unseemly. But on this occasion, over the hustling ring of rough soldiers, as we sat high-perched upon our Flemish chargers, we saw a woman's form, and craned our necks and turned a little from our course to watch what new devilry they were up to. There, in the midst of that lawless gang of ruffian soldiers, their bronzed and grinning faces hedging a space in with a leering, compassionless wall, was a fair French girl, all wild and torn with misadventure, her smooth cheeks unwashed and scarred with tears, her black hair wild and tangled on her back, her skirt and bodice rent and muddy, fear and shame and anger flying alternate over the white field of her comely face, while her wistful eyes kept wandering here and there amid that grinning crowd for a look of compunction or a chance of rescue. The poor maid was standing upon an overturned box, such as was used to carry crossbow bolts in, her hands tied hard together in front, her captor by her side, and as we came near unnoticed, he put her up for sale. "By Congal of the Bloody Fingers," said that cruel kern in answer to the laughing questions of his comrades, interlarding his speech with many fiery and horrid oaths, the which I spare you, "I found this accursed little witch this morning, hiding among the rubbish of yonder cottage our boys pulled to pieces in the valley, and as I could not light on better where, I dragged her here. but may I roast for ever if I will have anything more to do with her. She's a tigress, a little she-devil. I have thrashed and beat and kicked her, but I cannot get the spirit out. Let some other fellow try, and may Heaven wither him if he turns her loose near me again. Now then, what will the best of you give? She's a little travel-stained, perhaps, that comes of our march hither, and our subsequent disagreements, but all right otherwise, and someone could cure her of her spitfire nature and make her amenable to reason, she would be an ornament to any tent. Now you, Borghill, for instance. It was you, I think, who split the mother's skull this morning. Give me a bid for the daughter. You are not often bashful in such a case as this. A penny, then, sang out Borghill of the red beard, and with maids as cheap as they be hereabouts, she's dear at that. And while the laughter and jest went round, those rude islanders bid point by point for the unhappy girl who writhed and crouched before them. What could I do? Well I knew the vows my golden spurs put upon me, and the policy my borrowed knighthood warranted, and yet she was not of gentle birth. 'Twas but the fortune of war. If men risked lives in that stern game, why should not maids risk something too? King Edward hated turmoil in the camp, and here on desperate venture, far in a hostile country, my soldier instinct rose against kindling such a blaze as would have burst out among these lawless hot-tempered kerns had I but drawn my sword a foot from its scabbard. And thinking thus, I sat there with bent head, scowling behind my visor bars, and turning my eyes now to my ready hilt that shone so convenient at my thigh, and anon to the tall Normandy maid, so fair, so pitiful, and in such sorry straits. While I sat thus uncertain, the girl's price had gone up to 5d, and, there being no one to give more, she was about to be handed over to an evil-looking fellow with a scar destroying one eye, and dividing his nose with a hideous yellow seam that went across his face from temple to chin. This gross mercenary had almost told the 5 coins into the blood-smudged hand of the other Irishman, and the bargain was near complete, when, to my surprise, Flamaucoeur, who had been watching behind me, pushed his charger boldly to the front, and cried out in that smooth voice of his, "Wait a spell, my friends, I think the maid is worth another coin or two," and he plunged his hand into the wallet that hung beside his dagger. This interruption surprised everyone, and for a moment there was a hush in the circle. Then he of the one eye, with a very wicked scowl, produced and bid another penny, the which Flamaucoeur immediately capped by yet another. Each put down 2 more, and then the Celt came to the bottom of his store, and with a monstrous oath swept back his money, and, commending the maid and Flamaucoeur to the bottommost pit of hell, backed off amid his laughing friends. Not a whit disconcerted, my peaceful gallant rode up to the grim purveyor of that melancholy chattel, and having paid the silver, with a calm indifference which it shocked me much to see, unwound a few feet of the halter rope depending from his Fleming's crupper. The loose end of this the man wound round, and tied upon the twisted withes wherewith the maid's white wrists were fastened. Such an escape from the difficulty had never occurred to my slower mind, and now, when my lad turned towards the quarter where his tent lay, and apparently mighty content with himself, stepped his charger out with the unhappy girl trailing along at his side, his lightness greatly pained me. Nor was I pleasured by the laughter and gibes of English squires and knights who met us. "Hullo, you valorous two!" called out a mounted captain. "Whose hen-roosts have you been robbing?" And then another said, "Faith, they've been recruiting." And again, "'Tis a new page they've got to buckle them up and smooth their soldier pillows." All this was hard to bear, and I saw that even Flamaucoeur hung his head a little, and presently rode along by byways less frequented. At one time he turned to me, most innocent-like, and said, "Such a friend as this is just what I have been needing ever since I left the English shore." "Indeed," I answered sardonically, "I do confess I am more surprised than perhaps I should be. It is as charming a handmaid as any knight could wish. Shall you send one of those long raven tresses home to thy absent lady with thy next budget of sighs and true love tokens?" But Flamaucoeur shook his head, and said I misunderstood him bitterly. He was going on to say he meant to free the maid to-morrow or the next day, when we turned a corner in our martial village street and pulled up at our own tent doors. Now that Breton girl had submitted so far to be dragged along in a manner of lethargy, born of her sick heart and misery, but when we stayed our chargers, the very pause aroused her. She drew her poor frightened wits together, and glared first at us, and then at our nightly pennons fluttering over the white lintels of our lodgment. Then, jumping to some dreadful sad conclusion, she fired up as fierce and sudden as a trapped tigress when the last outlet is closed upon her. She stamped and raged and twisted her fair white arms until the rough withes on her wrists cut deep into the tender flesh, and the red blood went twining down to her torn and open bodice. She screamed and writhed and struggled against the glossy side of that gentle and mighty war-horse, who looked back, wondering on her, and sniffed her flagrant sorrow with wide velvet nostrils, no more moved than a grey crag by the beating of a summer sea. And then she turned on us. Gad, she swore at us in such mellow beasts as might have made a hardened trooper envious, cursed us and our chivalry, called us forsworn knights, stains upon manhood, dogs and vampires, then dropped upon her knee, and there, suppliant, locked her swollen and bloody hands, and with the hot white tears sparkling in her red and weary eyes, knelt to us, and in the wild tearful grief of her people, for the honour of our mothers and for the sake of the bright distant maid we loved, begged mercy and freedom. And all through that storm of wild sweet grief that callous libertine Flamaucoeur made no show of freeing her. He sat his prick-eared, wondering charger, stared at the maid, and fingered his dagger chain as though perplexed and doubtful. The hot torrent of that poor girl's misery seemed to daze and tie his tongue. He made no sign of commiseration and no movement, until at last I could stand it no longer. Wheeling round my war-horse so that I could shake my mailed fist in the face of that sapling villain, "By the light of day," I burst out, half in wrath and half in amused bewilderment, "this goes too far. Why, Flamaucoeur, can you not see this is a maid in 100, and one who well deserves to keep that which she asks for? Jove, man, if you must have a handmaiden, why, the country swarms with forlorn ones who will gladly compound with fate by accepting the protection of thy tent. But this one, come, let my friendship go in pawn against her, and free the maid. If you must have something more solid, still set her free unharmed, and I will give thee a helmet full of pennies. That is to say, on the first time that I own so many." But Flamaucoeur laughed more scornfully than he often did, and muttering that we were all fools together, turned from me to the wild thing at his side. "Look here," he said, "you mad girl, come into my tent and I will explain everything. You shall be all unharmed, I vow it, and free to leave me if you will not stop. This is all mad folly, though out here I cannot tell you why." "I will not trust you," she screamed in arms again, straining at those horrid red wrists of hers and glaring on us. "Mother of Christ!" she shouted, turning to a knot of squires and captains who had gathered around us. "For the dear light of heaven, some of you free my wretched spirit with your maces. Here, some friendly spear for this friendless bosom, one dagger thrust to rid me from these cursed tyrants, and I will take the memory of my slayer straight to the seat of mercy and mix it for ever with my grateful prayers. Oh, in Christian charity, unsheath a weapon." I saw that slim soldier Flamaucoeur groan within his helmet at this, then down he bent. "Mad, mad girl," I heard him say, and then followed a whisper which was lost between his hollow helmet and his prisoner's ear. Whatever it was, the effect was instantaneous and wonderful. "Impossible!" burst out the French girl, starting away as far as the cords would let her, and eyeing her captor with surprise and amazement. "'Tis truth, I swear it." "Oh, impossible! Thou art—" "Hush, hush!" cried Flamaucoeur, putting his hand upon the girl's mouth and speaking again to her in his soft low voice, and as he did so Her eyes ran over him. The fear and wonder slowly melted away, and then, presently, with a delighted smile at length shining behind her undried tears, she clasped and kissed his hand with a vast show of delight, as ungoverned as her grief had been. And when he had freed her and descended from his charger, to our amazement, led rather than followed that night, most willing to his tent, and there let fall the flap behind them. "Now that," said the King's gesture, who had come up while this matter was passing, "that is what I call a truly persuasive tongue. I will give half my silver bells to know what magic that gentleman has that will get reason so quickly into an angry woman's head." "If you knew that," quoth a stern old knight through the steel bars of his morion, "you might live a happy life, although you knew nothing else." "Poor de Burgh," whispered a soldier near me. "He speaks with knowledge, for men say he owns a vixen, and is more honoured and feared here by the proud Frenchman than at his own fireside." "Perhaps," suggested another to the laughing group, "he of the burning heart whispered that he had a double indulgence in his tent. Women will go anywhere and do anything when it is the church which leads them by the nose." "Or perhaps," put in another, looking at the last speaker, "perhaps he hinted that if the maid escaped from his hated clutches she would fall into thine, St. Cain, and she chose the lesser evil. It were an argument that would well warrant so sudden a conversion." "Well, well," quoth the fool, "we will not quarrel over the remembrance of the meat which another dog has carried off. Goodbye, fair sirs, and may God give you all as efficient tongues as Sir Flamaucoeur's when next you are bowered with your distant ladies." And laughing and jesting among themselves, the soldiers strolled away, leaving me to seek my solitary tent in no good frame of mind. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Such sights and scenes as these will show the chivalrous army with whom I served in but an indifferent light, and ill it would beseem me, who remember this time with pride and the gloomy pleasure of my latter life, to stain the fair fame of English chivalry, or to discredit with the foul life of its outer remnant our gallant army, or that royal person who shone in the white light of his day, the bravest knight and the gentlest king of any then living. The sovereign was, above everything, a soldier. He observed all that passed in his camp with extraordinary acumen. It was my chance, soon after we joined the army, to catch his eye by some small deed of prowess in a melee near his standard, and that shrewd sovereign called me to him and asked my name and fame, the which I answered plausibly enough, for my tongue was never tied by the cold sterility of truth, and then, pointing to where there lay on his shield a famous dead English captain of mercenaries, asked me if I would do duty for that soldier. I knew the troops he had led. They were grizzled veterans, rough old dogs every one of them, who had rode their close-packed chargers shoulder to shoulder through the thick tangles of 100 fights. I had seen them alone, those stern old fellows, put down their lances, and all together, like the band of close united brothers that they were, go thundering over the dusty French campagnas, and to the music that they loved so well, of ringing bits and hollow-sounding scabbards, of steel martingale and harness, delighting in the dreadful odds, charge 10 times their number, and burst through the reeling enemy, and override and trample him down, and mow great swathes from his seething ranks, and revel in that thunderous carnage as if the red dust of the mêlée were the sweetest air that had ever fanned their aged beards. "Ah, Prince," I said, speaking out boldly as that remembrance came before me, "by Thor, if those good fellows will take so young a one as I for leader in place of a better, I will gladly let it be a compact." "They will have you readily enough," replied the King, "even if it were not mine by right to name their captain according to the rules." And mounting the grey palfrey he rode in camp, the better to spare his roan war horse, he took me to where the troops were ranged up after the charge that had cost them their leader, and gave them over to me. Thus was I provided with a lordly following, and the King's gratitude for my poor service expressed, but still I appeared strangely to haunt the Sovereign's memory. He looked back at me once or twice as though I was something most uncommon, and not long afterwards he would have me sup with him. It happened as we fell back from the farthest limit of our raid, burning and plundering as we went along the Somme. One evening a fair French chateau on a hill, bending down by grassy slopes to the slow stream below, had fallen to our assault. In truth, that fair pile had found us rude visitors. Twice in the storm the red flames had burst out of its broad upper corridors, and twice had been subdued. Its doors and gateways were beaten in, its casements burst and empty. The moat about it was full of dead men. The ivy hung in unsightly tatters from its turrets, and on the smooth grass glacis, coping stone and battlement, hurled on us by the besieged as we swarmed to the ladders, lay in crumbling ruins. Yet it was, as I say, a stately place, even in its new-made desolation, and I was standing at the close of a long dusty autumn day by my tent door, watching the yellow harvest moon come over the low French hills, and shedding as it rose a pale light over the English camp and that lordly place a little set back from it, when down through the twilight came a page who wore on sleeve and tunic breast the royal cognizance. Was I, he questioned, the stranger knight new come from England? And that being answered, he gave his message. King Edward would be glad if that knight would take his evening meal with him. I went. How could I else? And there in the great torn and disordered hall of the castle we had taken was a broad table, spread and already laid with rough magnificence. Page and squire were hurrying here and there in that stately pillared chamber, spreading on the tables white linens that contrasted most strangely with the black new-made smoke-stains on the ceiling, piling on them gold and silver basins and ewers and plates bent and broken, just as our men-at-arms had saved them from pillaged crypts or rifled treasure cells. Others were fixing 100 gleaming torches to the notch-scarred columns of that banquet-place, and while one would be wiping half-dried blood of French peer and peasant from floor and doorway, or sprinkling rushes or sawdust on those gory patches, another was decanting redder burgundy, the which babbled most pleasantly to thirsty soldier ears as it passed in gushing streams from the cellar skins to supper flagon. It was an episode full of quaint contradictions, but it was not at the feast I looked, not at the gallant table already flashing back the gleaming crimson lights from its stored magnificence. There, round that hall, in groups and twos and threes, chatting while they waited, laughing and talking over the incidents of the day, were some 100 warlike English nobles, and amid them the most renowned warrior where all were famous, the tallest and most resolute-looking in a circle of heroes, stood the King. His quick restless eye saw me enter, and he came towards me, slighting my reverence and taking my hand like one good soldier welcoming another. He led me round that glittering throng, making me known to prince and captain and knight and noble, and ever as we went a hush fell upon those gallant troops. Maybe 'twas all the King's presence, but I doubt it. It was not on him all eyes were fixed so hard. It was not for him those stern soldiers were silent a spell, and then fell to whisper and wondering among themselves as we passed down the pillared corridor. Ah, nor was it all on account of that familiar kingly host that the page boys, in gaping wonder, upset the red wine, and the glamoured sewers forgot to set down their loaded dishes as they stood staring after us. No matter, I was getting accustomed to this silent awe, and little regarded it. It was but the homage, I thought, their late-born essences paid unwitting to my older soul. Well, we talked and laughed a spell, seeming to wait for something, the while the meat grew cold, and then the arras over the great arch at the bottom of the hall lifted, and with hasty strides, like those late to a banquet, came in 2 knights. The first was black from top to toe. Black was his dancing plume, black was his gleaming armour, black were his gloves and gyves, and never one touch of colour on him but the new golden spurs upon his heels and the broad jewel belt that held his cross-handled sword. As this dusky champion entered, A smile of pleasure shone over the King's grave face. He ran to him and took his hand, the while he put his other affectionately on his shoulder. ' My dear boy,' he said, forgetting monarch in father, ' I have been thinking of thee for an hour. You are working too hard. You must be weary. Are there no tough captains in my host that you must be in the saddle early and late, and do 100 of the duties of those beneath you, trying with that young hand of yours each new set stake of our evening palisades, sampling the rude soldiers' supper rations, seeing the troop go down to water, and counting and conning the lay of the Frenchman's twinkling watch-fire? My dear hungry lad, you are over-zealous. You will make me grieve for that new knighthood I have put upon you.' The Black Prince, then 16 years old, was knighted on the Normandy beach where the expedition landed. ' Oh, 'tis all right, father. I am but trying to infuse a little shame of their idle ways into this silken company of thine. But I do confess I'm as hungry as well can be. Hast saved a drink of wine and a loaf for me?' ' Saved a loaf for thee, my handsome boy? Why, thou shouldst have a loaf, though it were the last in France, and though the broad stream of England's treasure were run dry to buy it. We have waited. We have not e'en uncovered.' ' Why then, father, I will set the example. Here, some of you squires, discover me. I have been plated much too long.' And the ready pages ran forward, and with willing fingers rid the young Prince of his raven harness. They unbuckled and unriveted him, until he stood before us in the close-fitting quilted black silk that he wore beneath, and I thought, as I stood back a little way and watched, that never had I seen a body at once so strong and supple. Then he ran his hands through his curly black hair and took his place midway down the table. The King sat at the head, and when the chaplain had muttered a Latin grace, we fell to work. It was a merry meal in that ample hall, still littered under the arches with the broken rubbish of the morning's fight. The courteous English King sat smiling under the stranger canopy, and overhead, rocking in the breeze that came from broken casements, were the tattered flags our dead foemen's hands had won in many wars. Our table shone with heaped splendour shot out from the spoil carts at the door. The King's seneschal blazed behind his chair in cloth of gold, while honest rough troopers in weather-stained leather and rusty trappings, pressed on the moment to do squire's duty, waited upon us and ministered, after the fashion of their stalwart inexperience, to our needs. Amid all those strange surroundings we talked of wine and love and chivalry. We laughed and drank, tossing off our beakers of red Burgundy to the health of that soldier sovereign under the dais, and drank deep bumpers to the grey tomorrow that was crimsoning the eastern windows ere we had done. Indeed, we did that night as soldiers do who live in pawn to chance, and snatch hasty pleasures from the brink of the unknown while the close foeman's watch-fires shine upon their faces, and each forethinks, as the full cups circle, how well he may take his next meal in paradise. Of all the courtly badinage and warrior mirth that ran round the loaded table while plates were emptied and tankards turned, but one thing lives in my mind. Truth was a strange chance, a most quaint conjunction, that brought that tale about and put me there to hear it. I have said that when the Black Prince entered the banquet hall there came another knight behind him, a strong, tall young soldier in glittering mail, something in whose presence set me wondering how or where we two had met before. Ere I could remember who this knight might be, the King and Prince were speaking, as I have set down, and then the trumpets blew, and we fell to meat and wine with soldier appetites, and the unknown warrior was forgotten, until, when the feast was well begun, looking over the rim of a circling silver goblet of Malmsey I was lifting, at a youth who had just taken the empty place upon my right. There, Jove, how it made me start! Unhelmeted, unharnessed, lightly nodding to his comrades, and all unwotting of his wondrous neighbourhood, was that same Lord Codrington, that curly-headed gallant who had leant against me in the white moonlight of St. Olaf's cloisters when I was a blessed relic, a silent, mitred, listening, long-dead miracle. Gods, you may guess how I did glare at him over the sculptured rim of that great beaker, the while the red wine stood stagnant at my lips, and then, how my breath did halt and flag as presently he turned slow and calm upon me, and there, a foot apart, the living and the dead were face to face and front to front. I scarce durst breathe as he took the heavy pledge cup from my hand. Would he know me? Would he leap from his seat with a yell of fear and wonder, and there, from some distant vantage point among the shadowy pillows, with trembling finger impeach me to that startled table? Hoth! I saw in my mind's eye those superstitious warriors tumbling from their places, the while I alone sat gloomy and remorseful at the littered trestles, and huddling and crowding to the shadows, as they would not for 1,000 Frenchmen, while that brave boy with chattering teeth and white fingers clutched upon the kingly arm did, incoherent, tell my tale, and with husky whisper say how 'twas no soldier of flesh and blood who sat there alone at the long white table under the taper lights, self-damned by his solitude. I waited to see all this, and then that soldier, nothing wotting, glanced heedlessly over me. He wiped his lips with his napkin, and took a long draught of the wine within the cup, then smiling as he handed it on, and turning lightly round as he laughed. "A very good tankard indeed, Sir Stranger, such a one as is some solace for 8 hours in a Flemish saddle. But there was just a little too much nutmeg in the brew this time. Didst thou not think so?" I murmured some faint agreement, and sat back into my place, watching the great beaker circle round the table, while my thoughts idly hovered upon what might have chanced had I been known, and how I might have vantaged or lost by recognition. Well, the chance had passed, and I would not take it back, and yet surely fate was sporting with me. The cup had scarcely made the circle, and had been drained to the last few drops among the novices at the farther end, when I was again in that very same peril. "You are new from England, Lord Worringham," the young Earl said across to me, to a knight upon my other hand. "Is there late news of interest to tell us?" "Hardly one sentence. All the news we had was stale reports of what you here have done. Men's minds and eyes have been all upon you, and each homeward courier has been rifled of his budget at every port and village on his way by 100 hungry speculators, as sharply as though he were a rich wanderer beset by footpads on a lonely heath. The common people are wild to hear of a great victory, and will think of nothing else. There is not one other voice in England, saving, perhaps, that some sleek city merchants do complain of new assessments, and certain reverend abbots, 'tis said, of the havoc you have played with this year's vintage." "Yes," answered the Earl with a laugh, "one can well believe that last. Sanctity, I have had late cause to know, is thirsty work. Why, the very Abbot of St. Olaf's himself, usually esteemed a right reverend prelate, did charge me at my last confessional to send him hence some vats of Malmsey. No doubt he shrewdly foresaw this dearth that we are making." "What!" exclaimed the other knight, staring across me. "Hast thou actually confessed to that bulky saint? Mon Dieu, but you are in luck. Why, Lord Earl, thou hast disburdened thyself to the wonder of the age, to the most favoured son of the Mother Church, the associate of beatified beings, and the particularly selected of the apostles. Dost not know the wonder that has happened to St. Olaf's?" "Not a whit. It was ordinary and peaceful when I was there a few weeks back." "Then, by my spurs, there is some news for you. You remember that wondrous thing they had, that sleeping image that men swore was an actual living man, and the holy brothers, who no doubt were right, declared was a blessed saint that died 300 years ago? You too must know him, sir," he said, turning to me and looking me full in the face. "You must know him if you ever were at St. Olaf's." "Yes," I answered, calmly returning his gaze. "I have been at St. Olaf's at one time or another, and I doubt if any man living knows that form you speak of better than I do myself." "And I," put in the devout young Earl, "know him too. A holy and very wondrous body. Surely God's beneficence still shields him in his sleep." "Shields him? Why, Codrington, he has been translated, removed just as he was to celestial places. 'Tis on the very word of the Abbot himself we have it, and where good men meet and talk in England no other tale can compete for a moment with this one." "Out with it, bold Worringham. Surely such a thing has not happened since the time of Elijah." "'Tis simple enough, and I had it from one who had it from the Abbot's lips. That saintly recluse had spent a long day in fast and vigils amid the cloisters of his ancient abbey, so he said, and when the evening came had knelt after his wont an hour at the shrine, lost in holy thought and pious exercise. Nothing new or strange appeared about the wonder. It lay as it had ever lain, silent in the cathedral twilight, and the good man, full of gentle thoughts and celestial speculations, if we may take his word for it, and God forfend I should do otherwise. The Holy Father even bent over him in fraternal love and reverence, the while, he says, the beads ran through his fingers, as Ave and Pater Noster were told to the sleeping martyr's credit by scores and hundreds. Not a sign of life was on the dead man's face. He slept and smiled up at the vaulted roof, just as he had done year in and out beyond all memory, and therefore, as was natural, the abbot thought he would sleep on while 2 stones of the cathedral stood one upon another. He left him, and pacing down the aisles, wended to the refectory, where the brothers had near done their evening meal, and there, still in holy meditation, sat him down to break that crust of dry bread and drink that cup of limpid water which, he told my friend, was his invariable supper. "Hast thou ever seen the Reverend Father, good Warringham?" queried a young knight across the table, as the storyteller stopped for a moment to drink from the flagon by his elbow. "Yes, I have seen him once or twice." "Why, so have I," laughed the young soldier, "and by all the saints in paradise, I do not believe he sups on husks and water." "Believe or not as you will, it is a matter between thyself and conscience. The abbot spoke, and I have repeated just what he said." "On with the story, Lord Earl," laughed another. "We are all open-mouthed to hear what came next, and even if his reverence, in holy abstraction of course, doth sometime dip fingers into a venison pasty by mistake for a bread trencher, or gets hold of the wine vessel instead of the water beaker, 'tis nothing to us. Suppose the reverent meal was ended, as Jerome says it should be, in humble gladness. What came then?" "What came then?" cried Warringham. "Why, the monks were all away, the tapers burnt low, the abbot sat there by himself, his praying hands crossed before him, when wide the chancery door was flung, and there in his grave clothes, white and tall, was the saint himself." Every head was turned as the English knight thus told his story, and, while the younger soldiers smiled disdainfully, good Codrington at my side crossed himself again and again, and I saw his soldier lips trembling as prayer and verse came quick across them. Ah, the saint was on foot without a doubt, and it might have chilled all the breath in a common man to see him stand there alive and witful, who had so long been dead and mindless, to meet the light of those sockets where the eyes had so long been dull. But 'tis a blessed thing to be an abbot, to have a heart whiter than one's mother's milk and a soul of limpid clearness. That holy friar, without one touch of mortal fear, it is his very own asseveration, rose and welcomed his noble guest, and sat him at the dais, and knelt before him, and adored, and bold in goodness, waited to be cursed or canonised, withered by a glance of those eyes no man could safely look on, or hoist straight to St. Peter's chair, just as chance should have it. "Wonderful and marvellous!" gasped Codrington. "I would have given all my lands to have knelt at the bottom of that hall, whose top was sanctified by such a presence." "And I," cried another knight, "would have given this dinted suit of Milan that I sit in, and a tattered tent somewhere on yonder dark hillside, the which is all I own of this world, to have been 10 miles away when that same thing happened. Surely it was most dread and grim, and may Heaven protect all ordinary men if the fashion spreads with saints." "They will not trouble you, no doubt, good comrade. This one rose in no stern spirit to rebuke, but as the pale commissioner of Heaven to reward virtue and bless merit. Ill would it beseem me to tell, or you, common gross soldiers of the world, to listen to what passed between those two. 'Twere rank sacrilege to mock the new risen's words by retailing them over a camp table, even though the table be that of the King himself. And who are we, rough, unruly sons of Mother Church, that we should submit to repetition the converse of a prelate with one we scarce dare name?" Whereon Warringham drank silently from his goblet, and half a dozen knights crossed themselves devoutly. "And there is another reason why I should be silent," he continued. "The Abbot will not tell what passed between them. Only so much as this. He gives out with modest hesitance that his holy living and great attainment had gone straighter to heaven than the smoke of Abel's altar fire, and thus, on these counts and others, he had been specially selected for divine favours and his ancient church for miracle. The priest, so the wonder vowed, must be made a cardinal, and have next reversion of the papal chair. Meanwhile, pilgrims were to hold the wonder shrine of St. Olaf's, no less holy, tenantless than tenanted, to be devout, and above all things liberal, and pray for the constant intercession of that messenger who could no longer stay. Whereon, quoth the Abbot, a wondrous light did daze the watcher's sight. Unheard, unseen of other men, the walls and roof fell wide apart, and then and there, amid a wondrous hum of voices and countless shooting stars, that presence mounted to the sky, and the Abbot fell fainting on the floor." "Truly a strange story, and like to make St. Olaf's coffers fuller than King Edward's are. And to do sterling service to the reverend prior. What think you, sir?" said one, turning to me who had kept silent all through this strange medley of fact and cunning fiction. "Is it not a tale that greatly redounds to the Holy Father's credit, and like to do him material service?" "No doubt," I answered, "it will serve the purpose for which 'twas told, but whether the adventure be truly narrated or not, only the Abbot and he who sups with him can know." "Ah!" they laughed, "and by Our Lady, you may depend upon it the priest will stick to his version through thick and thin." "And by all oaths rolled into one," I fiercely cried, striking my fist upon the table till the foeman's silver leapt, for the lying Abbot's story had moved my wrath. "By Thor and Odin, by cruel Osiris, by the bones of Hengist and his brother, that saint will never contradict him." Shortly after we rose, and each on his rough pallet sought the rest a long day's work had made so grateful. Yes, we sought it, but to one at least it would not come for long. Hour after hour I paced in meditation about my tent with folded arms and bent head, thinking of all that had been or might have been. And, after that supper of suggestions, the last few weeks rose up strongly before me. Again and again all that I had seen and done in that crowded interval swept by my eyes, but the one thing that stayed while all others faded, the one ever-present shadow among so many, was the remembrance of the fair, unhappy girl Isobel. Full of rougher thoughts, I have not once spoken of her, yet, since we landed on this shore, her winning presence had grown on me every day I lived, and now to-night, here, close on the eve as we knew it of a desperate battle, wherefrom no man could see the outcome, the very darkness all about me, after the flickering banquet lights, was full of Isobel. I laughed and frowned by turn to myself in my lonely walk that evening, to find how the slighted girl was growing upon me. Was I a silly squire at a trysting place, decked out with love knots and tokens, a green gallant in a summer wood, full of sighs and sonnets, to be so witched by the bare memory of a foolish white wench who had fallen enamoured of my swart countenance? It was idle nonsense. I would not yield. I put it behind me and thought of to-morrow, the good King and my jolly comrades, and then there again was the outline of Isobel's fair face in the yellow rift of the evening sky. There were Isobel's clear eyes fixed, gentle and reproachful on me, and the glimmer of her white draperies amid the shifting shadow of the tent, and even the evening wind outside was whispering as it came sighing over the wild grasslands. Isobel! Ah! And there was something more behind all that thought of Isobel. There were eyes that looked from Isobel's shadowy face, wherever in my fancy I saw it, that filled me with a strange unrest, and a whisper behind the whispers of that maiden voice that was hers and yet was not, a fine thin music that played upon the fibres of my heart, a presence behind a haunting presence, a meaning behind a meaning that stirred me with the strangest fancies, and before another night was over I understood them. Well, in fact and deed, I was in love like many another good soldier, and long did I strive to find a specific for the gentle malady, but when this might not be, why, I laughed. The thing itself must needs be borne. 'Twas a common complaint, and no great harm. When the war was over I would get back to England, and if the maid were still of the same way of thinking, had I not stood a good many knocks and buffets in the world, a little ease would do me good. Ah, a very fair maid, a fair maid indeed, and her dower some of the fattest land you could find in a dozen shires. Thus schooling myself to think a due entertainment of the malady were better than a churlish cure, I presently decided to write to the lady, for, I argued, if to-morrow ends as we may hope it may, why, the letter will be a good word for a homeward travelling hero crowned with new-plucked bays. And if to-morrow sees me stiff and stark down in yon black valley among to-morrow's silent ones, still 'twill be a meet parting, and I owe the maid a word or two of gentleness. I determined, therefore, to write to her at once a scroll, not of love, for I was not ripe for that, but of compassion, of just those feelings that one has to another when the spark of love trembles to the kindling but is not yet ablaze. And because I did not know my own mind to any certainty, and because that youth Flamaucoeur was both shrewd and witty, as ready-witted and as nimble indeed with tongue and pen as though he were a woman, I determined it should be he who should indite that epistle and ease my conscience of this duty which had grown to be so near a pleasure. I sent forthwith for Flamaucoeur, and he came at once, as was his wont, sheathed in comely steel from neck to heel, his close-shut helm upon his head, but all weaponless as usual, save for a toy dagger at his side. ' Good friend,' I said, ' you carry neither sword nor mace. That is not wise in such a camp as this, and while the Frenchman's watchfires smoke upon the eastern sky. But never mind, I will arm thee myself for the moment. Here,' passing him the things a writer needs, ' here is a little weapon wherewith they say much mischief has been done at one time or another in the world, and some sore wounds taken and given. Wield it now for me in kinder sort, and write me the prettiest epistle thou canst, not too full of hare-brained love or the nonsense that minstrels deal in, but friendly, suave, and gentle, courteous to my lady-love.' ' To whom ?' gasped Flamaucoeur, stepping back a pace. ' Pardieu, boy !' I laughed. ' I spoke plain enough. Why, thou consumed dog in the manger, while thy own heart is confessedly in condition of eternal combustion, may not another knight even warm himself by a spark of love without your glowering at him so between the bars of thine iron muzzle? Come, why should not I love a maid as well as you? Ah, and write to her a farewell on the eve of battle.' ' Oh, write to whom you will, but I cannot, will not help you.' And the youth, who knew nothing of my affections, and to whom I had never spoken of a woman before, walked away to the tent door and lifted the flap, looked out over the dim French hills, seeming marvellous perturbed. Poor lad, I thought to myself, how soft he is. My love reminds him of his own, and hence he fears to touch a lover pen. And yet he must. He can write twice as ingenious, shrewd as I, and no one else could do this letter half so well. Come, Flamaucoeur, indeed you must help me. If you are so sorry over your own reflections, why, the more reason for lending me thy help. We are companions in this pretty grief, and should render to each the help due between two brothers in misfortune. I do assure you, I have near broken a maiden heart back in England.' ' Perhaps she was unworthy of thy love. Why should you write ?'' Unworthy ? Gods ! She was unhappy, she was unfortunate, but unworthy never. Why, Flamaucoeur, here, as I have been chewing the cud of reflection all these days, I have begun to think she was the whitest, sweetest maid that ever breathed.' ' Some pampered, sickly jade, surely, Sir Knight,' murmured the young man, in strange, jealous-sounding tones, whereof I could not fail to heed the bitterness. ' Let her by. She has forgotten thee, mayhap, and taken a new love. Those pink and white ones were ever shallow.' ' Shallow, you wayward boy ! By Hoth, had you seen our parting you would not have said so. Why, she wept and clung to me, although no words of love had ever been between us.' ' A jade, a wanton !' sobbed that strange figure there by the shadowy tent flap, whereon, flaming up, ' God's death !' I shouted. ' Younker, that goes too far. Curb thy infernal tongue, or neither thy greenness nor unweaponed state shall save thee from my sword.' ' And I,' quoth Flamaucoeur, stepping out before me, ' I deride thy weapon. I will not turn one hair's breadth from it. Here, point it here to this heart, damned and choked with a cruel affection. Oh, I am wretched and miserable, and eager against all my instincts for to morrow's horrors.' Whereat that soft and oily youth turned his gorget back upon me, and leant against the tent pole most dejectedly, and I was grieved for him, and spun my angry brand into the farthest corner, and clapped him on the shoulder, and cheered him as I might, and then, half mindful to renounce my letter, yet asked him once again, ' Come, thou art steadier now. Wilt thou finally write for me to my leman ?'' By every saint in paradise,' groaned the unhappy Flamaucoeur, ' I will not.' ' What, not do me a favour and please thy old friend, Isobel of Oswaldston, at one and the same time ?'' Please whom ?' shrieked Flamaucoeur, starting like a frightened roe. ' Why, you incomprehensible boy, Isobel of Oswaldston, thy old playmate Isobel. Surely I had told thee before it was of her I was thus newly enamoured.' What passed then within that steel casque I did not know, though now I well can guess, but that slim gallant turned from me, and never a word he spoke. A gentle tremor shook him from head to heel, and I saw the steel plates of his harness quiver with the throes of his pent emotion, while the blue plumes upon his helmet top shook like aspen leaves in the first breath of a storm, and over the bars of his cruel visor there rippled a sigh such as surely could only have come from deep down in a human heart. All this perplexed me very much, and made me thoughtful, but before I could fashion my suspicions, Flamaucoeur mastered his feelings, and came slowly to the little table, and, saying in a shy, humble voice, wondrously altered, ' I will write to thy maid,' drew off his steel gauntlet and took up the pen. That smooth, fine hand of his trembled a little as he spread the paper on the table, and then we began. Our camp by the Somme, August 24th, 1376. To the excellent Lady Isobel of Oswaldston this brings greeting and salutation. Madam, may it please you to accept the homage of the humblest soldier who serves with King Edward. ' That,' said Flamaucoeur, stopping for a moment to sharpen his pen, ' is not a very amorous beginning.' ' No,' I answered, ' and I have a mind first only to tell her how we fare. You see, good youth, our parting was such, she weeps in solitude, I expect, hoping nothing from me, and therefore I would wish to break my amendment to her gently. Faith, she may be dying of love for aught I know, and the shock of a frank avowal of my new awakened passion might turn her head.' ' Why, yes, Sir Knight,' quoth my comrade, taking a fresh dip of ink, ' or, on the other hand, she may now be footing it to some gay measure on those polished floors we wot of, or playing hide and seek among the tapestries with certain merry gallants.' ' Jove, if I thought so !'' Well, never mind. Get on with thy missive, and I will not interrupt again. After leaving your father's castle, madam, I fell in about nightfall with that excellent youth Flamaucoeur, according to your ladyship's supposition. We crossed the narrow sea, and since have scarcely had time to dine or sleep or wipe down our weary chargers, or once to scour our red and rusty armour. We joined King Edward, madam, just as his Highness unfurled the lions and fleur-de-lis upon the green slopes of the Seine, and thence right up to the walls of Paris we scoured the country. We turned then, Queen of Tournaments, northward towards Flanders.' At this Flamaucoeur laid down his pen for a moment, and heaving a sigh exclaimed, ' That Queen of Tournaments does not come well from thee, Sir Knight. Thou slighted this very girl once in the lists, when the prize was on thy spear point.' ' Pardieu, and so I did. I'd clean forgotten it. But how in Heaven's name came you to know of that, who were not there ?'' Someone told me of it,' replied the boy, looking away from me as though he were lying. ' Well, cross it out.' ' Not I. The maid already knows, no doubt, the fickleness of men, and this will surprise her no more than to see a weathercock go round when the wind doth change. Proceed.' heavy laden with booty, we turned towards Flanders. We gained 2 days ago the swelling banks of the Somme, and down this sluggish stream, taking what we listed as we went with the red licence of our revengeful errand, we have struggled until here, fair lady, but each hour of this adventurous march has seen us closer and more closely beset. The broad stream runs to north of us, the burgher levies of Amiens are mustering thick upon our right and behind. Gods, so close that now as this is penned the black canopy of the night is all ruddy where his countless watchfires glimmer on the southern sky. Behind us comes the pale respondent in this bloody suit that we are trying, Philip, who says that France is his by Salic law, and no rod of it, no foot or inch on this side of the salt sea, ever can or shall be Edward's. And for jurors, madam, to the assize that will be held so shortly, he has gathered from every corner of his vassal realm 100,000 footmen and 20,000 horse. A score of perjured princes make his false quarrel doubly false by bearing witness to it. And here to-morrow, at the farthest, we do think they will arraign us and put this matter to the sharp adjustment of the sword. Against that great host that threatens us we are but a handful, 4,000 men at arms, all native to the English shires, 10,000 archers, as many light-armed Welshmen, and 4,000 wild Irish. There, I said with pride, as Flamaucoeur's busy pen came to a stop, there, she will know now how it goes with King Edward's gallant English. Why, yes, no doubt she may, responded my friend, but maids are more apt to be interested in the particular than in the general. You have addressed her so far like the presiding captain of a warlike council. Is there nothing more to come? Gads, that's true enough. I've left out all the love. Yet that is what her hungry eyes will look for when her fingers untie this silk. Why then, take up your pen again and write thus. And, madam, to-morrow's battle, if it comes, will be no light affair. He who sends this to thee may, ere it reaches thy hand, be numbered among the things that are past. Therefore he would also that all negligence of his were purged by such atonement as he can make, and all crudeness likewise amended. And in particular he offers to thee, whose virtues and condescension late reflection have brought lively to his mind, his most dutiful and appreciative homage. You, who have so good a knowledge of his poor taste, will pardon his ineloquence, but he would say to thee, in fact, that thy gentleness and worth were never so conscious to him as here to-night, when the red gleam of coming battle plays along the evening sky, and, if he wears no token in his helmet in to-morrow's fray, 'tis because he has none of thine. There, boy, 'tis not what I meant to say, and very halting, yet she will guess its meaning. Dost thou not think so? Guess its meaning? Oh, dear comrade, she will live again and feed upon it, wake and sleep upon it, and wear it next to her heart, just as I should were I she and you were you. But it is so beggarly and poorly expressed, I said with pleased humility. She will not think so, cried Flamaucoeur. If I know aught of maids, she will think it the most blessed vellum that ever was engrossed. She will like its style better than the wretched culprit likes the style of the reprieve the steaming horseman flaunts before him. She'll con each line and letter, and puncture them with tears and kisses. Thou hast had small ken of maids, I think, sweet soldier. Well, well, it may be so. Do up the letter, since it will read so well, to be taken by the first messenger who sails for England. Then we will ride round the posts and see how near the Frenchman's watchfires be. And so to sleep, good friend, and may the many-named powers which sit on high wake us to a happy to-morrow. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A volume might well be written on what I must compress into this chapter. On the narrow canvas of these few pages must be outlined the crowded incidents of that noble fight above Crécy, whereof your historians know but half the truth, and these same lines, charged with the note of victory, full of the joyful exultation of the mêlée and dear delight of hard-fought combat. These lines must, too, record my own illimitable grief. If while I write you should hear through my poor words aught of the loud sound of conflict, if you catch aught of the meeting of two great hosts led on by kingly captains, if the proud neighing of the war steeds meet you through these heavy lines, and you discern aught of the thunder of charging squadrons, aught of the singing wind that plays above a sea of waving plumes, as the chivalry of two great nations rush like meeting waves upon each other, so shall you hear amid all that joyful tumult one other sound, one piercing shriek, wherefrom not endless scores of seasons have cleared my ears. Listen, then, to the humming bowstrings on the Crécy slopes, to the stinging hiss of the black rain of English arrows that kept those heights inviolable, to the rattle of unnumbered spears breaking like dry November reeds under the wild hog's charging feet, as rank behind rank of English gentlemen rush on the foe. Listen, I say, with me to the thunderous roar of France's baffled host, wrecked by its own mightiness on the sharp edge of English valour. Listen to the wild scream of hireling fear as Doria's crossbowmen see the English pikes sweep down upon them. Listen to the thunder of proud Alençon sweeping round our lines with every glittering peer of France behind him, himself in gemmy armour, a delusive star of victory, riding revengeful on the foremost crest of that wide sparkling tide. Hear, if you can, all this, and, where my powers fail, lend me the help of your bold English fancy. It was a hard-fought day indeed, hotly pursued by the French king, numbering ourselves scarce 30,000 men, while those behind us were 4 times as many. We had fallen back down the green banks of the Somme, seeking in vain for a ford by which we might pass to the farther shore. On this morning of which I write, so near was Philip and his vast array, that our rearguard, as we retreated towards the north, saw the sheen of the spear-tops and the colour on whole fields of banners scarce a mile behind us, and every soldier knew that unless we would fight at disadvantage, with the river at our backs, we must cross it before the sun was above our heads. Swiftly our prickers scoured up and down the banks, and many a strong yeoman waded out only to find the hostile water broad and deep. And thus, all that morning, with the blare of Philip's trumpets in our ears, we hunted about for a passage and could not find it, the while the great glittering host came closing up upon us like a mighty crescent storm cloud, a vast sombre shadow, limbed and edged with golden gleams. At noon we halted in a hollow, and the King's dark face was as stern could be, and first he turned and scowled like a lion at bay upon the oncoming Frenchmen, and then upon the broad tidal flood that shut us in that trap. Even the young Prince at his right side scarce knew what to say, while the clustering nobles stroked their beards and frowned, and looked now upon the King, and now upon the water. The archers sat in idle groups down by the willows, and the scouts stood idle on the hills. Truth, 'twas a pause such as no soldier likes, but when it was at the worst, in came 2 men-at-arms, dragging along a reluctant peasant between them. They hauled him to the sovereign, and then it was, "Please your mightiness, but this fellow knows a ford, and for a handful of silver says he'll tell it." "A handful of silver?" laughed the joyful King. "God, let him show us a place where we can cross, and we will smother him with silver. Oh, on, good fellow, the ford, and come to us tomorrow morning, and you shall find him who has been friend to England may laugh henceforth at sulky fortune." Away we went down the sunburnt grassy slopes, and ere the sun had gone a handbreadth to the west of his meridian, a little hamlet came in sight upon the farther shore, and behind it, a mile, pleasant ridges trending up to woods and trees. Down by the hamlet the river ran loose and wide, and the ebbing stream, for it was near the sea, had just then laid bare the new wet shingly flats, and as we looked upon them, with a shout that went from line to line, we recognised deliverance. So swift had been our coming that when the first dancing English plumes shone on the August hilltops, the women were still out washing clothes upon the stones, and when the English bowmen, all in King Edward's livery, came brushing through the copses. The kine were standing knee-deep about the shallows, and the little urchins, with noise and frolic, were bathing in the stream that presently ran deep and red with blood. And small maids were weaving chaplets among those meadows where kings and princes soon lay dying, and tumbling in their play about the sunny meads, little wotting of the crop their fields would bear by evening, or the stern harvest to be reaped from them before the moon got up. We crossed, but an army does not cross like one, and before our rearward troops were over, the French vanguard was on the hilltops we had just quitted, while the tide was flowing in strong again from the outer sea. "Now God be praised for this," said King Edward as he sat his charger and saw the strong salt water come gushing in as the last man toiled through. "The kind heavens smile upon our arms. See, they have given us a breathing space. You, good Sir Andrew Kirkaby, who live by pleasant Sherwood, with 1,000 archers stand here among the willow bushes and keep the ford for those few minutes that it will remain. Then, while Philip watches the gentle sea fill up this famous channel and waits, as he must wait, upon his opportunity, we will inland, and on yonder hill, by the grace of God and sweet St. George, we will lay a supper place for him and his." So spoke the bold king, and turned his war-horse, and with all his troops, seeming wondrous few by comparison of the dusky swarms gathering behind us, rode north 400 yards from Crecy. He pitched upon a gentle ridge sloping down to a little brook, while at top was woody cover for the baggage train, and near by, on the right, a corn mill on a swell. 'Twas from that granary floor, sitting stern and watchful, his sword upon his knees, his impatient charger armed and ready at the door below, that the king sat and watched the long battle. Meanwhile we strengthened the slopes. We dug a trench along the front and sides, and, with the glitter of the close foeman's steel in our eyes, lopped the Crecy thickets, and, working in silence, while the Frenchmen's song and laughter came to us on the breeze, set the palisades and bound them close as a strong fence against charging squadrons, and piled our spears where they were handy, and put out the archers' arrows in goodly heaps. Jove, we worked as though each man's life depended on it, the prince among us sweating at spade and axe. And then, 'twas near 4 o'clock on that August afternoon, a hush fell upon both hosts, and we lay about and only spoke in whispers, and you could hear the kine lowing in the valley a mile beyond, and the lapwing calling from the new-shorn stubble, and the wimbrels on the hill-tops, and the river fast emptying once again, now prattling to the distant sea. 'Twas a strange pause, a sullen heavy silence, no longer than a score of minutes, and then, all in a second, a little page in the yellow fern in front of me leapt to his feet, and, screaming in shrill treble that scared the feeding linnets from the brambles, tossed his velvet cap upon the wind and cried, "They come! They come! St. George! St. George for merry England!" And up we all sprang to our feet, and, while the proud shout of defiance ran thundering from end to end of our triple lines, a wondrous sight unfolded before us. The vast array of France, stretching far to right and left and far behind, was loosed from its roots, and coming on down the slope, a mighty frowning avalanche upon us, a flowing angry sea, wave behind wave, of chief and mercenary, countless lines of spear and bowmen, and endless ranks of men-at-arms behind, an overwhelming flood that hid the country as it marched, shot with the lurid gleam of light upon its billows, and crested with the fluttering of endless flags that crowned each of those long lines of cheering foemen. That tawny ridge there, in front a furlong deep, and driven on by the host behind like the yellow running spume upon the lip of a flowing tide, was Genoese crossbowmen, selling their mean carcasses to manure the good Picardy soil for hireling pay. Far on the left rode the grim Doria, laughing to see the little band set out to meet his serried vassals, and on the right Grimaldi's olive face scowled hatred and malice at the hill where the English lay. There, behind these tawny mercenaries, in endless waves of steel, d'Alençon rode, waving his princely baton, and marshalled as he came rank upon rank of glittering chivalry, a fuming foamy sea of spears and helmets that flashed and glittered in the sun and tossed and chafed, impatient of ignoble hesitance, and flowed in stately pride towards us, the white foam streaks of 20,000 plumed horsemen showing like breakers on a shallow sea, as that great force, to the blare of trumpet, swept down. And, as though all these were not enough to smother our desperate valour, even with the shadow of their numbers, behind the French chivalry again advanced a winding forest of spearmen stooping to the lie of the ground, and now rising and now falling like water reeds when the west wind plays among them. Under that innumerable host that stretched in dust and turmoil 2 long miles back to where the grey spires of Abbeville were misty on the sky, the rasp of countless feet sounded in the still air like the rain falling on a leafy forest. Never did such a horde set out before to crush a desperate band of raiders, and, that all the warlike show might not lack its head and consummation, between their rearguard ranks came Philip, the vassal monarch who held the mighty fiefs that Edward coveted. Lord, how he and his did shine and glint in the sunshine! How their flags did flutter and their heralds blow as the resplendent group, a deep strong ring of peers and princes curveting in the flickering shade of a score of mighty blazons, came over the hill crest and rode out to the foremost line of battle, and took places there to see the English lion flayed. With a mighty shout, a portentous roar from rear to front which thundered along their van and died away among the host behind, the French heralded the entry of their king upon the field, and with one fatal accord the whole vast baying pack broke loose from order and restraint and came at us. We stood aghast to see them. Fools, madmen! They swept down to the river, 100,000 horse and footmen bent on one narrow passage, and rushed in, every chief and captain scrambling with his neighbour to be first, troops, squadrons, ranks, all lost in one seething crowd, disordered, unwarlike, and thus, quivering and chaotic, heaving with the stress of its own vast bulk, under 100 jealous leaders, the great army rushed upon us. While they struggled thus, out galloped King Edward to our front, bareheaded, his jewelled warden staff held in his mailed fist, and riding down our ranks, and checking the wanton fire of that grey charger which curveted and proudly bent his glossy neck in answer to our cheering, proud, calm-eyed, and happy, King Edward spoke. "My dear comrades and lieges, linked with me in this adventure, you, my gallant English peers, whose shiny bucklers are the bright bullocks of our throne, whose bold spirits and matchless constancy have made this just quarrel possible. Oh, well I know I need not urge you to that valour which is your native breath. Right well I know how true your hearts do beat under their steely panoply, and there is false Philip watching you, and here am I. Yonder behind us the grey sea lies, and if we fall or fail it will be no broader for them than 'tis for us. Stand firm to-day then, dear friends and cousins. Remember, every blow that's struck is struck for England. Every foot you give of this fair hillside presages the giving of an ell of England. Remember, Philip's hungry hordes, like ragged lurchers in the slip, are lean with waiting for your patrimonies. Remember all this, and stand as strong to-day for me as I and mine shall stand for you. And you, my trusty English yeoman," said the soldier king, "you whose strong limbs were grown in pleasant England, oh show me here the mettle of those same pastures. God, when I do turn from yonder hireling sea of shiny steel and mark how square your sturdy valour stands unto it, how your clear English eyes do look unfaltering into that yeasty flood of treachery, why, I would not one single braggart yonder the less for you to lop and drive. I would not have that broad butt that Philip sets for us to shoot at the narrower by one single coward tunic. Yonder, I say, ride the lank lusty Frenchmen who thirst to reave your acres and father to-morrow, if so they may, your waiting wives and children. To it then, dear comrades, Upon them for King Edwin and for fair England's honour! Strike home upon these braggart bullies who would air the lion's den, even while the lion lives! Strike for St. George and England, and may the sweet God who gives the fortunes of each day judge now 'tween them and us!" As the King finished, 5,000 English archers went forward in a long grey line, and, getting into shot of the first ranks of the enemy, drew out their long bows from their cowhide cases, and set the bow feet to the ground, and bent and strung them. And then it would have done you good to see the glint of the sunshine on the hail of arrows that swept the hillside and plunged into those seething ranks below. The close-massed foemen writhed and winced under that remorseless storm. The Genoese in front halted and slung their crossbows, and fired whole sheaves of bolts upon us that fell as stingless as reed javelins on a village green. For a passing rainstorm had wet their bowstrings, and the slack sinews scarce sent a bolt inside our fences, while every shaft we sped plunged deep and fatal. Loud laughed the English archers at this, and plied their biting flights of arrows with fierce energy, and all in wild confusion the mercenaries yelled and screamed and pulled their ineffectual weapons, and, stern shut off from advance by the flying rain of good grey shafts, and crushed from behind by the crowding throng, tossed in wild confusion, and broke and fled. Then did I see a sight to spoil a soldier's dreams. As the coward bowmen fell back, the men-at-arms behind them, wroth to be so long, shut off the foe, and, pressed in turn by the troops in rear, fell upon them, and there, under our eyes, we saw the first rank of Philip's splendid host at war with the second. We saw the billmen of fair Baskerade and Bruneval lop down the olive mercenaries from Roquemaure and the cities of the Midland Sea. We saw the savage Genoese falcons rip open the gay livery of Lyons and Bayonne, and all the while our shafts rained thick and fast among them, and men fell dead by scores in that hideous turmoil, and none could tell whether 'twas friends or foes that slew them. A wonderful day indeed, but hard was the fighting ere it was done. My poor pen fails before all the crowded incident that comes before me, all the splendid episodes of a stirring combat, all the glitter and joy and misery, the proud exultation of that August morning, and the black chagrin of its evening. Truth, but you must take as said 100 times as much as I can tell you, and line continually my bare suggestions with your generous understanding. Well, though our archers stood the first brunt, the day was not left all to them. Soon the French footmen, thirsting for vengeance, had overridden and trampled down their Genoese allies, and came at us up the slope, driving back our skirmishers as the white squall drives the wheeling sea-mews before it, and surged against our palisades, and came tossing and glinting down upon our halberdiers. The loud English cheer echoed the wild yelling of the Southerners. Bill and pike, and sword and mace and dagger sent up a thunderous roar all down our front, while overhead the pennons gleamed in the dusty sunlight, and the carrion crows wheeled and laughed with hungry pleasure above that surging line. Gods, 'twas a good shock, and the crimson blood went smoking down to the rivulets, and the savage scream of battle went up into the sky, as that long front of ours, locked fast in the burnished arms of France, heaved and strove and bent now this way and now that, like some strong, well-matched wrestlers. A good shock indeed, a wild, tremendous scene of confusion there, on the long grass of that autumn hill, with the dark woods behind on the ridge, and down in front the babbling river and the smoking houses of the ruined village. So vast was the extent of Philip's array that at times we saw it extend far to right and left of us, and so deep was it that we who battled amid the thunder of its front could hear a mile back to their rear the angry hum of rage and disappointment as the chaotic troops, in the bitterness of the spreading confusion, struggled blindly to come at us. Their very number was our salvation. That half of the great army which had safely crossed the stream lay along outside our palisades like some splendid writhing helpless monster, and the long swell of their deadlocked masses, the long writhe of their fatal confusion, you could see heaving that glittering tide like the golden pulse of a summer sea pent in a crescent shore. And we were that shore. Along our front the stout unblenching English yeomen stood to it, the white English tunic was breast to breast with the leathern kirtles of Genoa and Turin. Before the frightful bows of those stalwart pikemen, the yellow mail of the gay troopers of Châteauroux and Besançon crackled like the dry December leaves. The rugged boarskins on the wild shoulders of Vosges peasants were less protection against their fiery thrust than a thickness of ladies' lawn. Down they lopped them, one and all, those strong good English hedgemen, till our bloody fosse was full of olive mercenaries from Tarascon and Arles, full of writhing Bisque and hideous screaming Genoese. And still we slew them, shoulder to shoulder, foot to foot, and still they swarmed against us, while we piled knight and vassal, serf and master, princeling and slave, all into that ditch in front. The fair young boy and grey-bearded sire, the freeman and the serf, the living and the dead, all went down together, till a broad rampart stretched along our swinging, shouting front, and the glittering might of France surged up to that human dam and broke upon it like the futile waves, and went to pieces, and fell back under the curling yellow storm cloud of mid-battle. Meanwhile, on right and left, the day was fiercely fought. Far upon the one hand, the wild Irish kerns were repelling all the efforts of Beaupreau's light footmen, and pulling down the gay horsemen of fair Bourges by the distant Loire. 3 times those squadrons were all among them, and 3 times the wild red suns of Shannon and the dim Atlantic hills fell on them like the wolves of their own rugged glens, and hamstrung the sleek southern chargers, and lopped the fallen riders, and repelled each desperate foray, making war doubly hideous with their clamour, and the bloody scenes of butchery that befell among their prisoners after each onset. And, on the other crescent of our battle, my dear tuneful licentious Welshmen were out upon the slope, driving off with their native ardour one and all that came against them, and worked up to a fine fury by their chanting minstrels, whose shrill piping came ever and anon upon the wind. They pressed the Southerners hard, and again drove them down the hill. A good, a gallant crew that I have ever liked, with half a dozen vices and a score of virtues. I had charged by them one time in the day, and, cantering back with my troop behind their ranks, I saw a young Welsh chieftain on a rock beside himself with valour and battle. He was leaping and shouting as none but a Welshman could or would, and beating his sword upon his round Cymric shield, the while he yelled to his fighting vassals below a fierce old British battle song. Oh, it was very strange for me, pent in that shining Plantagenet mail, to listen to those wild hot words of scorn and hatred, I who had heard those words so often when the ancestors of that chanting boy were not begotten, I who had heard those fiery verses sung in the red confusion of forgotten wars. I could not help pulling rein a moment as that song of exultation, full of words and phrases none but I could fully understand, swelled up through the eddying war dust over the Welshman's reeling line. I, so strong and young, I, who yet was more ancient than the singer's vaguest traditions. I stopped a moment and listened to him, full of remembrance and sad wonder, while the paean dirge of victory and death swelled to the sky over the clamour of the combat. And then, as a mavis drops into the covert when his morning song is done, the Welshman finished, and mad with the wine of battle, leapt straight into the tossing sea below, and was engulfed and swallowed up like a white spume-flake on the bosom of a wave. For 3 long hours the battle raged from east to west, and men fought foot to foot and hand to hand, and 'twas stab and hack and thrust, and the pounding of ownerless horses, and the wail of dying men, and the husky cries of captains, and the interminable clash of steel on steel, so that no man could see all the fight at once, save the good King alone, who sat back there at his vantage point. It was all this, I say, And then, about 7 in the afternoon, when the sun was near his setting, it seemed, all in a second, as though the whole west were in a glow, and there was Lord Alençon sweeping down upon our right with the splendid array of Philip's chivalry, their pennons a dance above, and their endless ranks of spears in serried ranks below. There was no time to think, it seemed. A wild shout of fear and wonder went up from all the English host. Our reserves were turned to meet the new danger. Their archers poured their grey goose shafts upon the thundering squadrons. Princes and peers and knights were littered on the road that brilliant host was treading, and then they were among the English yeomen with a frightful crash of flesh and blood and horse and steel that drowned all other sound of battle with its cruel import. Jove, what strong stuff the English valour is! Those good Saxon countrymen, sure in the confidence of our great brotherhood, kept their line under that hideous shock as though each fought for a crown, and shoulder to shoulder and hand to hand, an impenetrable living wall derided the terrors of the golden torrent that burst upon them. Happy king to yield such stuff! Thrice happy country that can rear it! In vain wave upon wave burst upon those hardly islanders. In vain the stern voice of Alençon sent rank after rank of proud lords and courtly gallants upon those rugged English husbandmen. They would not move, and when they would not, the Frenchmen hesitated. 'Twas our moment. I had my leave just then new from the King, and did not need it twice. I saw the great front of French cavalry heaving slow upon our hither face, galled by the arrow rain that never ceased, and irresolute whether to come on once again or go back, and I turned to the cohort of my dear veterans. I do not know what I said. The voice came thick and husky in my throat. I could but wave my iron mace above my head and point to the Frenchmen, and then all those good grey spears went down as though 'twere one hand that lowered them, and all the chargers moved at once. I led them round the English front, and there, clapping spurs to our ready coursers' flanks, 500 of us, knit close together, with one heart beating, one measure, shot out into array, and sweeping across the slope, charged boldly 10,000 Frenchmen. We raced across the Crécy slope, drinking the fierce wine of expectant conflict with every breath, our straining chargers thundering in tumultuous rhythm over the short space between, and in another minute we broke upon the foemen. Bravely they met us. They turned when we were 200 paces distant, and advancing their silken fleur-de-lis, and pricking up their chargers, weary with pursuit and battle, they came at us, as you will see a rock-thwarted wave run angry back to meet another strong incoming surge, and as those two waves meet and toss and leap together, and dash their strength into each other, the while the white spume flies away behind them, and, with thunderous arrogance, the stronger bursts through the other, and goes streaming on triumphant through all the white boil and litter of the fight, so fell we on those princelings. 'Twas just a blinding crash, the coming together of two great walls of steel. I felt I was being lifted like a dry leaf on the summit of that tremendous conjunction, and I could but ply my mace blindly on those glittering casques that shone all around me, and I now remember, cracked under its meteor sweep like ripe nuts under an urchin's hammer. So dense were the first moments of that shock of chivalry that e'en our horses fought. I saw mine own charger rip open the glossy neck of another that bore a Frenchman, and near by, though I thought naught of it then, a great black Flemish stallion, mad with battle, had a wounded soldier in his teeth, and was worrying and shaking him as a lurcher worries a screaming leveret. So dense was the throng, we scarce could ply our weapons, and one dead knight fell right athwart my saddle-bow, and a flying hand, lopped by some mighty blow, still grasping the hilt of a broken blade, struck me on the helm. The warm red blood spurting from a headless trunk half blinded me, and, all the time, overhead, the French lilies kept stooping at the English lion, and now one went down and then the other, and the roar of the host went up into the sky, and the dust and the turmoil, the savage uproar, the unheard, unpitied shriek of misery, and the cruel exultation of the victor. And then, how soon I know not, we were travelling. Ah, by the great God of battles, we were moving, and forward. The mottled ground was slipping by us, and the French were giving. I rose in my stirrups and, hoarse as any raven that ever dipped a black wing in the crimson pools of battle, shouted to my veterans. It did not need. I had fought least well of any in that grim company, and now with one accord we pushed the foemen hard. We saw the great roan Flanders jennets slide back upon their haunches and slip and plunge in the purple quagmire we had made, and then, each like a good ship well freighted, lurch and go down, and we stamped beribboned horse and jewelled rider alike into the red frothy marsh under our hoofs, and the fleur-de-lis sank, and the silver row of Mayenne, proud Montereau's azure falcon, and the white crescent of Donzenac went down, and Bernay's yellow corn-sheaf, and Saarburg's golden blazon, with many another gaudy pennon, and then, somehow, the foemen broke and dissolved before our heavy foam-streaked chargers, and, as we gasped the hot breath through our close helmet bars, there came a clear space before us, with flying horsemen scouring off on every hand. The day was well nigh won, and I could see that far to left the English yeomen were driving the scattered clouds of Philip's footmen pell-mell down the hill, and then we went again after his horsemen, who were gathering sullenly upon the lower slopes. Over the grass we scoured like a brown whirlwind, and in a minute were all among the French lordlings, and down they went, horse and foot, riders and banners, crowding and crushing each other in a confusion terrible to behold, now suffering even more from their own chaos than from our lances. Jove! Brother trod brother down that day, and comrade lay heaped on living comrade under that red confusion. The pennons, such as had outlived the storm so far, were all entangled sheaves, and sank, whole stocks at once, into the floundering sea below, and kings and princes, hinds and yeomen, gasped and choked and glowered at us, so fast locked in the deadly wedge that went slowly roaring back before our fiery onsets, they could not move an arm or foot. The tale is nearly told. Everywhere the English were victorious, and the Frenchmen fell in wild dismay before them. Many a bold attempt they made to turn the tide, and many a desperate sally and gallant stand the fading daylight witnessed. The old King of Bohemia, to whom daylight and night were all as one, with 50 knights, their reins knotted fast together, charged us and died, one and all, like the good soldiers that they were. And Philip, over yonder, wrung his white hands and pawned his revenue in vows to the unmoved saints. And the soft braggart peers that crowded round him gnawed their lips and frowned, and looked first at the ruined smouldering fight, then back, far back, to where in the south friendly evening was already holding out to them the dusky cover of the coming night. It was a good day indeed, and may England at her need ever fight so well. Would that I might in this truthful chronicle have turned to other things, while the long roar of exultation goes up from famous Crécy, and the strong wine of well-deserved victory filled my heart. Alas! there is that to tell which mars the tale and dims the shine of conquest. Already 30,000 Frenchmen were slain, and the long swathes lay all across the swelling ground like the black rims of weed when the sea goes back. Only here and there the battle still went on, where groups and knots of men were fighting, and I, with my good comrade Flamaucoeur, now at sunset, was in such a mêlée on the right. All through the day he had been like a shadow to me, and shame that I have said so little of it. Where I went, there he was, flitting in his close grey armour close behind me, quick, watchful, faithful, all through the turmoil and dusty war mist, escaping, heaven knows how, 1,000 dangers, riding his light war-horse down the bloody lanes of war as he ever rode it, as if they two were one, gentle, retiring, more expert in parrying thrust and blow than in giving, that dear friend of mine, with a heart made stout by consuming love against all its native fears, had followed me. And now the spent battle went smouldering out, and we there thought was all extinguished, when, all on a sudden, I tell it less briefly than it happened, a desperate band of foemen bore down on us, and as we joined, my charger took a hurt and went crashing over and threw me full into the rank tangle of the under-fight. Thereon the yeomen, seeing me fall, set up a cry, and, with a rush, bore the Frenchman 4 spear-lengths back, and lifted me unhurt from the littered ground. They gave me a sword, and, as I turned from the foemen's ranks, waving a beamy sword, plumed by a towering crest of nodding feathers, and covered by a mighty shield, a gigantic warrior stepped out. Hoth! I can see him now, mad with defeat and shame, striding on foot towards us, a giant in glittering pearly armour that shone and glittered in the last rays of the level sun against the black backing of the evening sky, as though its wearer had been the Archangel Gabriel himself. It did not need to look upon him twice. 'Twas the Lord High Constable of France himself, the best swordsman, the sternest soldier, and the brightest star of chivalry in the whole French firmament. And if that noble peer was hot for fight, no less was I. Stung by my fall and glorying in such a foeman, I ran to meet him, and there, in a little open space, while our soldiers leant idly on their weapons and watched, we fought. The first swoop of the great constable's humming falchion lit slanting on my shield and shore my crest. Then I let out, and the blow fell on his shield and sent the giant staggering back, and chipped the pretty quarterings of 100 ancestors from that gilded target. At it again we went, and round, raining our thunderous blows upon each other with noise like boulders crashing down a mountain valley. I did not think there was a man within the 4 seas who could have stood against me so long as that fierce and bulky Frenchman did. For a long time we fought so hard and stubborn that the blood-miry soil was stamped into a circle where we went round and round, raining our blows so strong, so quick and heavy that the air was full of tumult, and glaring at each other over our morion bars, while our burnished scales and links flew from us at every deadly contact, and the hot breath steamed into the air, and the warm smarting blood crept from between our jointed harness. Yet neither would bate a jot, but, with fiery hearts and heaving breasts and pain-bursting muscles, kept to it, and stamped round and round those grimy steaming lists, redoubtable, indomitable, and mad with the lust of killing. And then, Jove, how near spent I was! The great constable, on a sudden, threw away his many-quartered shield, and, whirling up his sword with both hands high above his head, aimed a frightful blow at me. No mortal blade or shield or helmet could have withstood that mighty stroke. I did not try, but, as it fell, stepped nimbly back. 'Twas a good Saxon trick, learnt in the distant time, and then, as the falchion point buried itself a foot deep in the ground, and the giant staggered forward, I flew at him like a wildcat, and through the close helmet bars, through teeth and skull and the threefold solid brass behind, thrust my sword so straight and fiercely the smoking point came 2 feet out beyond his nape, and, with a lurch and cry, the great peer tottered and fell dead before me. Now comes that thing to which all other things are little, the fellest gleam of angry steel of all the steel that had shone since noon, the cruellest stab of 10,000 stabs, the bitterest cry of any that had marred the full yellow circle of that August day. I had dropped on one knee by the champion, and, taking his hand, had loosed his visor, and shouted to 2 monks who were pattering with bare feet about the field. For indeed I was sorry if perchance any spark of life remained, so brave a knight should die unshriven to his contentment. and thus was forgotten for the moment the fight, the confronting rows of foemen, and how near I was to those who had seen their great captain fall by my hands. Miserable, accursed oversight! I had not knelt by my fallen enemy a moment when suddenly my men set up a cry behind me. There was a rush of hoofs, and ere I could regain my feet or snatch my sword or shield, a great black French rider, like a shadowy fury, dropped from the sullen evening sky, his plumes all streaming behind him, his head low down between his horse's ears, and his long blue spear in rest, was thundering in mid-career against me, not a dozen paces distant. As I am a soldier, and have lived many ages by my sword, that charge must have been fatal, and would that it had been. How can I write it? Even as I started to my feet, before I could lift a brand or offer one light parry to that swift keen point, the horseman was upon me, and as he closed, as that great vengeance-driven tower of steel and flesh loomed above me, there was a scream, a wild scream of fear and love, and I clapped my hands to my ears now, centuries afterwards, to deaden the undying vibrations of that sound. And Flamaucoeur had thrown himself between me and the spear point, had taken it, fenceless, unwarded, full in his side, and I saw the cruel shaft break short off by his mail, as those four, both horses and both riders, went headlong to the ground. Up rose the English with an angry shout, and swept past us, killing the black champion as they went, and driving the French before them far down into the valley. Then ran I to my dear comrade, and knelt and lifted him against my knee. He had swooned, and I groaned in bitterness and fear when I saw the strong red tide that was pulsing from his wound and quilting his bright English armour. With quick, nervous fingers, bursting such rivets as would not yield, all forgetful of his secret, and that I had never seen him unhelmed before, I unloosed his casque, and then gently drew it from his head. With a cry I dropped the great helm, and well nigh let e'en my fair burden fall, for there, against my knee, her white sweet face against my iron bosom, her fair yellow hair that had been coiled in the emptiness of her helmet, all adrift about us, those dear curled lips that had smiled so tender and indulgent on me, her gentle life ebbing from her at every throw, was not Flamaucoeur, the unknown knight, the foolish and lovesick boy, but that wayward, luckless girl, Isobel of Oswaldston herself. And if I had been sorry for my companion in arms, think how the pent grief and surprise filled my heart, as there, dying gently in my arms, was the fair girl whom, by a tardy late-born love, new sprung in my empty heart, I had come to look upon as the point of my lonely world, my fair heritage in an empty epoch, for the asking. Soon she moved a little and sighed and looked up straight into my eyes. As she did so, the colour burnt for a moment with a pale glow in her cheeks, and I felt the tremor of her body as she knew her secret was a secret no longer. She lay there bleeding and gasping painfully upon my breast, and then she smiled and pulled my plumed head down to her and whispered, "You are not angry?" Angry? Gods! My heart was heavier than it had been all that day of dint and carnage, and my eyes were dim and my lips were dry with the knowledge of the coming grief as I bent and kissed her. She took the kiss unresisting, as though it were her right, and gasped again, "And you understand now all, everything? Why I ransomed the French maiden? Why I would not write for thee to thy unknown mistress?" "I know, sweet girl." "And you bear no ill thought of me?" "The great heaven you believe in be my witness, sweet Isobel. I love you and know of nothing else." She lay back upon me, seeming to sleep for a moment or two, then started up and clapped her hands to her ears as if to shut out the sound of bygone battle that no doubt was still thundering through them, then swooned again, while I bent in sorrow over her and tried in vain to soothe and staunch the great wound that was draining out her gentle life. She lay so still and white that I thought she were already dead, but presently with a gasp her eyes opened, and she looked wistfully to where the western sky was hanging pale over the narrow English sea. ' How far to England, dear friend ?'' A few leagues of land and water, sweet maid.' ' Could I reach it, dost thou think ?' But then, on an instant, shaking her head, she went on, ' Nay, do not answer, I was foolish to ask. Oh, dearest, dearest sister Alianora, my father, my gentlest father ! Oh, tell them, Sir, from me, and beg them to forgive.' And she lay back white upon my shoulder. She lay breathing slow upon me for a spell, and then, on a sudden, her fair fingers tightened in my mailed hand, and she signed that she would speak again. ' Remember that I loved thee,' whispered Isobel, and with those last words the yellow head fell back upon my shoulder, the blue eyes wavered and sank, and her spirit fled. Back by the lines of gleeful shouting troops, back by where the laughing English knights, with visors up, were talking of the day's achievements, back by where the proud King, hand in hand with his brave boy, was thanking the stout English yeoman for Crecy and another kingdom, back by where the champing foamy chargers were picketed in rows, back by the knots of archers, all, like honest workmen, wiping down their unstrung bows, back by groups of sullen prisoners and gaudy heaps of captured pennons, we passed. In front, 4 good yeomen bore Isobel upon their trestled spears. Then came I, bareheaded, I, kinsmanless to her in all that camp, the only kin. And then our drooping chargers, empty saddled, led by young squires behind, and seeming, good beasts, to sniff and scent the sorrow of that fair burden on ahead. So we went through the victorious camp to our lodgment, and there they placed Isobel on her bare soldier couch, her feet to the door of her soldier tent, and left us. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Unwashed, unfed, my dinted armour on me still, battle-stained and rent, unhelmeted, ungloved, my sword and scabbard cast by my hollow shield in a dark corner of the tent, I watched, tearless and stern, all that night by the bier of the pale white girl who had given so much for me and taken so poor a reward. I who, so fanciful and wayward, had thought I might safely toy with the sweet tender of her affection, sprung how or why I knew not, and take or leave it as seemed best to my convenience, brooded all the long black watch over that gentle broken vessel that lay there, white and still before me, alike indifferent to gifts or giving. And now and then I would start up from the stool I had drawn near to her, and pace with bent head and folded arms the narrow space, remembering how warm the rising tide of love had been flowing in my heart for that fair dead thing so short a time before. So short a time before! Why, it was but yesterday that she wrote for me that missive to herself, and I, fool and blind, could not read the light that shone behind those grey visor bars as she penned the lines, or translate the tremor that shook that sweet scribe's fingers, or recognise the heave of the maiden bosom under its steel and silk. I groaned in shame and grief, and bent over her, thinking how dear things might have been had they been otherwise, and loving her no whit the less because she was so cold, immovable, saying I knew not what into her listless ear, and nourishing in loneliness and solitude all those long hours the black flower of the love that was alight too late in my heart. I would not eat or rest, though my dinted armour was heavy as lead upon my spent and weary limbs, though the leather jerkin under that was stiff with blood and sweat, and opened my bleeding wounds each time I moved. I would not be eased of one single smart, I thought. Let the cursed seams and gashes sting and bite, and my hot flesh burn beneath them. Mayhap 'twould ease the bitter anger of my mind. And I repulsed all those who came with kind or curious eyes to the tent door, and would not hear of ease or consolation. Even the King came down, and, in respect to that which was within, dismounted and stood like a simple knight without asking if he might see me. But I would not share my sorrow with anyone, and sent the page who brought me word that the King was standing in the porch to tell him so, and, accomplished in courtesy as in war, the victorious monarch bent his head and mounted, and rode silently back to his own lodging. The gay gallants who had known me came on the whisper of the camp one by one, though all were hungry and weary, and lifted the flap a little, and said something such as they could think of, and peered at me, grimly repellent in the shadows, and peeped curiously at that fair white soldier lain on the trestles in her knightly gear so straight and trim, and went away without daring to approach more nearly. My veterans clipped their jolly soldier songs, though they had well deserved them, and took their suppers silently by the flickering campfire. Once they sent him among them that I was known to like the best, with food and wine and clean linen, but I would not have it, and the good soldier put them down on one side of the door, and went back as gladly as he who retreats skin whole from the cave where a bear keeps watch and ward. Last of all there came the fall of quieter feet upon the ground, and in place of the clank of soldier harness, the rattle of the beads and rosaries and cross, and, looking out, there was the King's own chaplain, bareheaded, and the 3 grey friars behind him. I needed ghostly comfort just then as little as I needed temporal, and at first I thought to repulse them surlily, but reflecting that the maid had ever been devout, and held such men as these in high esteem, I suffered them to enter, and stood back while they did by her the ceremonial of their office. They made all smooth and fair about, and lit candles at her feet, and gave her a crucifix, and sprinkled water, and knelt, throwing their great black shadows athwart the white shrine of my dear companion, the while they told their beads, and the chaplain prayed. When they had done, the priest rose and touched me on the arm. "Son," he said, "the King has given an earl's ransom to be expended in masses for thy leman's soul." "Father," I replied, "tender the King my thanks for what was well meant, and as princely generous as becomes him, but tell him all the prayers thy convent could count from now till the great ending would not bleach this white maid's soul an atom whiter. Earn your ransom if you will, but not here. Leave me to my sorrow." "I will give your answer, soldier, but these holy brothers, the King wished it, must stay and share your vigil until the morning. It is their profession. Their prayerful presence can ward off the spirits of darkness. Weariness never sits on their eyes as it sits now on thine. Let them stay with thee. It is only fit." "Not for another ransom, priest. I will not brook their confederate tears. I will not wing this fair girl's soul with their hireling prayers. Out, good fellows. My mood is wondrous short, and I would not willing do that which tomorrow I might repent of." "But, brother," said one monk gently. "Hence, hence, I have no brothers, go. Can you look on me here in this extremity? Can you see my hacked and bleeding harness, and the shine of bitter grief in my eyes, and stand pattering there of prayers and sympathy? Out, out! Or by every lying relic in thy cloisters I add some other saints to thy chapter rolls." They went, and as the tent flap dropped behind them, and the sound of their sandalled feet died softly away into the gathering night, I turned sorrowful and sad to my watch. I drew a stool to the maiden bier, and sat and took her hand, so white and smooth and cold, and looked at the fair young face that death had made so passionless, that sweet mirror upon which, the last time we had been together in happiness, the rosy light of love was shining, and sweet presumption and maiden shame were striving. And as I looked and held her hand, the dim tent walls fell away, and the painted lists rose up before me, and the littered flowers my quick curveting charger stamped into the earth, and the blare of the heralds' trumpets, the flutter of the ribbons, and the gay tires of brave lords and fair ladies, all centred around the dais where those 2 fair sisters sat. Gods, was that long sigh the night wind circling about my tent flap, or in truth the sigh of slighted Isabel as I rode past her chair with the victor's circlet on my spear point and laid it at the footstool of her sister. I bent over that fair white corpse, so sick in mind and body that all the real was unreal and all the unreal true. I saw the painted pageantry of her father's hall again, and the coloured reflections of the blazoned windows on the polished corridors shine upon our dim and sandy floor, and down the long vistas of my aching memory the groups of men and women moved in a motley harmony of colour, a fair shifting mosaic of pattern and hue and light that radiated and came back ever to those two fair English girls. I heard the rippling laughter on courtly lips, the whispered jest of gallants, and the thoughtless glee of damsels. I heard the hum and smooth praise that circled round the black elder sister's chair, and at my elbow the father saying, my daughter, Isabel," and started up to find myself alone, and that sweet horrid thing there in the low flickering taper light, unmoved, unmovable. I sat again, and presently the wavering shadows spread out into the likeness of great cedar branches casting their dusky shelter over the soft sweet-scented ground, and, as the hushed air swayed to and fro those great velvet screens, Isabel stepped from them, all in white, and ran to me and stopped, and clapped her hands before her eyes and on her throbbing bosom, then stretched those trembling fingers beseechingly to me, fresh from that sweet companionship, then down upon her knees, and clipped me round with her fair white arms, and turned back her head, and looked upon me with wild, wet, yearning eyes, and cheeks that burnt for love and shame. I would not have it. I laughed with the bitter mockingness of one possessed by another love, and unwound those ivory bonds, and pushed the fair maid back, and there against the dusk of leaf and branch she stood and wrung her fingers, and beat her breast, and spoke so sweet and passionate that even my icy mood half thawed under the white light of her reckless love, and I let her take my hand and hold and rain hot kisses on it, and warm pattering tears, till all the strength was running from me, and I half turned, and my fingers closed on hers. But gods, how cold they were, and with a stifled cry I woke again in the little tent to find my hand fast locked in the icy fingers of the dead. It was a long weary night, and, sad as was my watch, and hectic as the visions which swept through my heavy head, I would not quicken by one willing hour of sleep the sad duties of that grey to-morrow which I knew must come. At times I sat and stared into the yellow tapers, living the brief spell of my last life again, all the episode and change, all the hurry and glitter and unrest that was for ever my portion, and then, in spite of resolution, I would doze to other visions, outlined more brightly on the black background of oblivion, and then I started up, my will all at war with tired nature's sweet insistence, and paced in weary round our canvas cell, solitary but for those teeming thoughts, and my own black shadow, which stalked sullen and slow ever beside me. But who can deride the great Mother for long? 'Twas sleep I needed, and she would have it, and so it came presently upon my heavy eyelids, strong deep sleep, as black and silent as the abyss of the nether world. My head sank upon my arm upon the foot of the velvet bier, and there, in my mail, under the thin taper light, worn out with battle and grief, I slept. I know not how long it was, some hours most likely, but after a time the strangest feeling took possession of me in that slumber, and a fine ethereal terror, purged of gross material fear, possessed my spirit. I awoke, not with the pleasant drowsiness which marks refreshment, but wide and staring, and my black Phrygian hair, without the cause of sight or sound, stood stiff upon my head, for something was moving in the silent tent. I glared around, yet nothing could be seen. The lights were low in their sockets, but all else was in order. My piled shield and helmet lay there in the shadows, our warlike implements and gear were all as I had seen them last. No noise or vision broke the blank, and yet a coward chill sat on me, for here and there was moving something unseen, unheard, unfelt by outer senses. I rose, and, fearful and yet angry to be cowed by a dreadful nothing, stared into every corner and shadow, but naught was there. Then I lifted a dim taper and held it over the face of the dead girl, and stared, amazed. Were it given to mortals to die twice, that girl had. But a short time before, and her sweet face had worn the reflection of that dreadful day, there was a pallid fright and pain upon it we could not smooth away. And now some wonderful, strange thing had surely happened, and all the unrest was gone, all the pain, dissatisfaction, and frightened wonder. The maid was still and smooth and happy looking. Hoth! As I bent over her, she looked just as one might look who reads aright some long enigma, and finds relief with a sigh from some hard problem. She slept so wondrous still and quiet, and looked so marvellous fair now and contented, that it purged my fear. And strong in that fair presence — how could I be else? — I sat, and after a time, though you may wonder at it, I slept again. I dozed and dozed and dozed, in happy forgetfulness of the present, while the black night wore on to morning, and the last faint flushes of the priestly tapers played softly in their sockets. And then again I started up with every nerve within me thrilling, my clenched fists on my knees and my wide eyes glaring into the mid-gloom. For that strange nothing was moving gently once more about us, fanning me, it seemed, with the rhythmed swing of unseen draperies, circling in soft cadenced circles here and there, mute, voiceless, presenceless, and yet so real and tangible to some unknown inner sense that hailed it from within me, that I could almost say that now 'twas here and now 'twas there, and locate it with trembling finger, although, in truth, nothing moved or stirred. I looked at the maid. She was as she had been. Then into every dusky place and corner, but nothing showed. Then rose and walked to the tent flap and lifted it and looked out. Down in the long valley below the sombre shadows were seamed by the winding of the pale river, and all away on the low meadows, piled thick and deep with the black mounds of dead foemen, the pale marsh lights were playing amid the corpses, leaping in ghostly fantasy from rank to rank and heap to heap, coalescing, separating, shining, vanishing, all in the unbroken twilight silence. And those sombre fields below were tapestried with the thin wisps of white mist that lay in the hollows, and were shredded out into weird shapes and forms over the black bosom of the near-spent night. Up above, far away in the east, where the low hills lay flat in the distance, the lappet fringe of the purple sky was dipped in the pale saffron of the coming sun, and overhead a few white stars were shining, and now and then the swart, almost unseen wings of a raven went gently beating through the starlit void, and as I watched I saw him and his brothers check over the cressy ridges, and with hungry croak, like black spirits, circle round and drop one after another through the thin white veils of vapour that shrouded prince, chiefs, and vassals, peer and peasant, in those deep long swathes of the black harvest we cut, but left ungarnered, yesterday. Near around me the English camp was all asleep, tired and heavy with the bygone battle. The listless pickets on the misty distant mounds hung drooping over their piled spears. The metal chargers' heads were all a-sag. They were so weary as they stood among the shadows by their untouched fodder, and the damp pennons and bannerets over the nightly porches scarce lifted on the morning air. That air came cool and sad yonder from the English sea, and wandered melancholy down our lifeless, empty canvas streets, lifting the loose tent flaps and sighing as it strayed among the sleeping groups, stirring with its unseen feet the white ashes of the dead campfires, the only moving presence in all the place, sad, silent, and listless. I dropped the hangings over the chill morning glimmer, the camp of sleeping warriors and dusky valley of the dead, and turned again to my post. I was not sleepy now, nor afraid, even though, as I entered, a draught of misty outer air entered with me, and the last atom of the priestly taper shone fitful and yellow for a moment upon the dead Isabel, and then went out. I sat down by the maid in the chill dark, and looked sadly on the ground, the while my spirits were as low as you may well guess, and the wind went moaning round and round the tent. But I had not sat a moment, scarcely 20 breathing spaces, when a faint, fine scent of herb-cured wolf-skins came upon the air, and strange shadows began to stand out clear upon the floor. I saw my weapons shining with a pale refulgence, and, by all the gods, the walls of the tent were a shimmer with pale lustre. With a half-stifled cry I leapt to my feet, and there across the bier, though you tell me I lie 1,000 times, there, calm, refulgent, looking gently in the dead girl's face, splendid in her ruddy savage beauty, bending over that white marbled body, so ghostly thin, and yet so real, so true in every line and limb, was Blodwen, the British chieftainess, my 1,000 years dead wife. Standing there serene and lovely, with that strange lavender glow about her, was that wonderful and dreadful shade, holding the dead girl's hand, and looking at her closely with a face that spoke of neither resentment nor sorrow. I stood and stared at them, every whit within me numb and cold by the suddenness of it, and then the apparition slowly lifted her eyes to mine, and the wildest sensations of the strong old love and brand new fear possessed me. What, do you tell me that affection dies? Why, there in that shadowed tent, so long after, so untimely, so strange and useless, all the old stream of the love I had borne for that beautiful slave girl, though it had been cold and overlaid by other loves for 1,000 years, welled up in my heart on a sudden. I made half a pace towards her. I stretched a trembling, entreating hand, yet drew it back, for I was mortal, and I feared, and an ecstasy of pleasure filled my throbbing veins, and my love said, "On! She was thine once and must be now. Down to thy knees and claim her. What matters anything if thou hast a lien upon such a splendid loveliness?" And my coward flesh hung back, cold, and would not, and now back and now forward I swayed with these contending feelings, while that fair shadow eyed me with the most impenetrable calm. At last she spoke, with never a tone in her voice to show she remembered it was near 300 years since she had spoken before. "My Phoenician," she said in a soft monotone, looking at the dead Isabel, who lay pale in the soft blue shine about her, "this was a pity. You are more dull-witted than I thought." I bent my head, but could not speak, and so she asked, "Didst really never guess who it was yonder steel armour hid?" "Not once," I said. "Oh, sweetly dreadful!" "Nor who it was that stirred the white maid to love over there in her home?" "What!" I gasped. "Was that you? Was that your face then in truth I saw, reflecting in this dead girl's when first I met her?" "Why, yes, good merchant, and how you could not know it passes all comprehension." "And then it was you, dear and dreadful, who moved her? Jove! 'Twas you who filled her beating pulses there, down by the cedars? It was you who prompted her hot tongue to that passionate wooing? But why? Why?" That shadow looked away for a moment, and then turned upon me one fierce fleeting glance of such strange, concentrated, unquenchable, impatient love that it numbed my tongue and stupefied my senses, and I staggered back, scarce knowing whether I were answered or were not. Presently she went on, "Then again you are a little forgetful at times, my master, so full of your petty loves and wars it vexes me." "Vexes you? That were wonderful indeed. Yet 'tis more wonderful that you submit. One word to me, to come but one moment and stand shining there as now you do, and I should be at your feet, strange, incomparable. It might be so, but that were supposing such moments as these were always possible. Dost not notice, Phoenician, how seldom I have been to thee like this? And yet, remembering that I forget thee not, that mayhap I love thee still, canst thou doubt but that wayward circumstance fits to my constant wish but seldom? Yet you are immortal. Time and space seem nothing. Barriers and distance, all those things that shackle men, have no meaning for you. All thy being formed on the structure of a wish, and every earthly law subservient to your fancy. How is it that you can do so much, and yet so little, and be at once so dominant and yet so feeble.
I told you, dear friend, before, that with new capacities new laws arise. I near forget how far I once could see what was the edge of that shallow world you live in, where exactly the confines of your powers and liberty are set. But this I know for certain, that while with us the possible widens out into splendid vagueness, the impossible still exists. And do you really mean, then, that fate is still the stronger among you? This fair girl here, sweet shadow, oh, with one of those terrible and shining arms crossed there on thy bosom, couldst thou not have guided into happy void that fatal spear that killed? Surely, surely, it were so easy.
The priestess dropped her fair head, and over her dim white shoulders, and her pleasant-scented, hazy wolf-skins, her ruddy hair, all agleam in that strange refulgence, shone like a cascade of sleeping fire. Then she looked up and replied in low tones, "The swimmer swims and the river runs. The wished-for point may be reached, or it may not. The river is the stronger." Somehow I felt that my shadowy guest was less pleased than before, so I thought a moment and then said, "Where is she now?" and glanced at Isobel.
"The novice," smiled Blodwen, "is asleep."
"Oh, wake her!" I cried. "For one moment, for half a breath, for one moiety of a pulse, and I will never ask the other questions."
"Insatiable, incredulous, how far will thy reckless love and wonder go? Must I lay out before thy common eyes all the things of the unknown for you to sample as you did your bags of fig and olive?"
"I loved her before, and I love her still, even as I loved and still love thee. Does she know this?"
"She knows as much as you know little. Look!"
And the shadow spread out one violet hand over that silent face. I looked, and then leapt back with a cry of fear and surprise. The dead girl was truly dead. Not a muscle or a finger moved. Yet, at that bidding, I turned my eyes upon her. There, under the tender glowing shadow of that wondrous palm, a faint sweet flush of colourless light rose up within her face, and on it I read, for one fleeting moment, such inexplicable knowledge, such extraordinary felicity, such impenetrable contentment, that I stood spellbound, all of a tremble, while that wondrous radiance died away even quicker than it had risen. Gods! 'Twas like the shine of the herald dawn on a summer morning. It was like the flush on the water of a coming sunrise. I drew my hand across my face and looked up, expecting the chieftainess would have gone, but she was still there.
"Are you satisfied for the moment, dear trader, or would you catechise me as you did just now yonder by the fire under the altar in the circle?"
"Just now?" I exclaimed as her words swept back to me the remembrance of the stormy night in the old Saxon days, when, with the fair Editha asleep at my knee, that shade had appeared before. "Just now? Why, shadow, that was 300 years ago."
"300 what?"
300 years, full round circles, 300 varying seasons. Why, Blodwen, forests have been seeded and grown venerable and decayed about those stones since we were there."
"Well, maybe they have. I now remember that interval you call a year, and what strange store we set by it, and I dimly recollect," said the dreamy spirit, "what wide asunder episodes those were between the green flush of your forests and the yellow. But now, why, the grains of sand here on thy tent floor are not set more close together, do not seem more one simple whole to you than your trivial seasons do to me. Ah, dear merchant, and as you smile to see the ripples of the sea sparkle a moment in frolic chase of one another, and then be gone into the void from whence they came, so do we lie and watch thy petty years shine for a moment on the smooth bosom of the immense." Deep, strange, and weird seemed her words to me that night, and much she said, more than I have told, I could not understand, but sat with bent head and crossed arms, full of strange perplexity of feeling. Now glancing at the dead soldier maid my body loved, and then looking at that comely column of blue woman vapour that sat so placid on the foot of the bier, and spoke so simply of such wondrous things. For an hour we talked, and then on a sudden Blodwen started to her feet and stood in listening attitude. "They are coming, Phoenician,"
she cried, and pointed to the door. I arose with a strange uneasy feeling and looked out. The grey dawn had spread from sky to sky, and an angry flush was over all the air. The morning wind blew cold and melancholy, and the shrouded mists, like bands of pale spectres, were trooping up the bloody valley before it. But otherwise not a soul was moving, not a sound broke the ghostly stillness. I dropped the awning and shook my head at the fair priestess, whereon she smiled superior, as one might at a wayward child, and for a minute or two we spoke again together. Then up she got once more, tall and stately, with dilated nostrils, and the old proud expectant look I had seen on her sweet red face so often as we together, hand in hand and heart to heart, had galloped out to tribal war. " They come, Phoenician, and I must go," she whispered, and again she pointed to the tent door, though never a sound or footfall broke the stillness. " You shall not, must not go, wife, priestess, queen," I cried, throwing myself on my knee at those shadowy feet and extending my longing arms. " Oh, you that can awake put me to sleep, you that can read to the finish of every half-told tale relieve me of the long record of my life. Oh, stay and mend my loneliness, or, if you go, let me come too. I ask not how or whither." " Not yet," she said, " not yet." And then, while more seemed actually upon her lips, I did hear the sound of footfalls outside, and, wondering, I sprang to the curtain and lifted it. There, outside, standing in the first glint of the yellow sunshine, were some half-dozen of my honest veterans, all with spades and picks and in their leathern doublets. " You see, sir," said the spokesman sorrowfully, the while he scraped the half-dry clay from his trenching spade, " we have come round for our brave young captain, for your good lady, sir, the first. Presently we shall be very busy, and we thought mayhap you would like this over as soon and as quiet as might be." They had come for Isobel. I turned back into the tent, wondering what they would think of my strange guest, and she was gone. Not one ray of light was left behind, not one thread of her lavender skirt shone against my black walls, only the cold pale girl there, stiff and white, with the shine of the dawn upon her dead face, and all my long pain and vigils told upon me, and, with a cry of pain and grief I could not master, I dropped upon a seat and hid my face upon my arm. I had had enough of France with that night, and 3 hours afterwards went straight to the King and told him so, begging him to relieve me from my duty and let me get back to England, there to seek the dead maid's kindred and find in some new direction forgetfulness of everything about the victorious camp. And to this the King replied by commending my poor service far too highly, saying some fair kind things out of his smooth courtier tongue about her that was no more, and in good part upbraiding me for bringing, as he supposed I had brought, one so gentle nurtured so far afield. Then he said, "In faith, good soldier, were to-day but yesterday, and Philip's array still before us, we would not spare you even though our sympathy were yours as fully as 'tis now. But my misguided cousin is away to Paris, and his following are scattered to the four winds, for which God and all the saints be thanked. There is thus less need for thy strong arm and brave presence in our camp, and if you really would, why then go, and may kind time heal those wounds which, believe me, I do most thoroughly assess." I bent and kissed the kindly monarch's hand, and made my thanks, then turned. "But stay a minute," he cried after me. "How soon could you make a start?" "I have no gear," I said, "and all my prisoners have been set free unransomed. I could start here, even as I stand." "Soldierly answered," exclaimed the King. "A good knight should have no baggage but his weapons, and no attachments but his duty. Now look, I can both relieve you of irksome charges here, and excuse with reason both ample and honourable your going. Come to me as soon as you have put by your armour. I will have ready for you a scrip sealed and signed. No messenger has yet gone over to England with the news of our glorious yesterday, and this charge shall be thine. Take the scrip straight to the Queen in England. There, no thanks, away, away. Thou wilt be the most popular man in all my realm before the sun goes down, I fear." I well knew how honourable was this business that the good King had planned for me, and made my utmost dispatch. I gave my tent to one esquire and my spare armour to another. I ran and gripped the many bronzed hands of my tough companions, and told them — alas, unwittingly what a lie that were! — that I would come again. Then I bestowed my charger — Jove, how reluctant was the gift! — upon the next in rank below me, and mounted Isabel's light war-horse, and paid my debts and settled all accounts, and was back at our great captain's tent just as his chaplain was sanding the last lines upon that dispatch which was to startle yonder fair country waiting so expectant across the narrow sea. They rolled it up in silk and leather, and put it in a metal cylinder, and shut the lid and sealed it with the King's own seal, and then he gave it to me. "Take this," he said, "straight to the Queen, and give it into her own hands. Be close and silent, for you will know it were not meet to be robbed of thy news upon the road. But I need not tell you of what becomes a trusty messenger. There, so strap it in thy girdle, and God speed thee. Surely such big news was never packed so small before." I left the royal tent, and vaulted into the ready saddle without. 1 hour, I thought, as the swift steed's head was turned to the westward, may take me to the shore, and 2 others may set me on foot in England. Then, if they have relays upon the road, 3 more will see me kneeling at the lady's feet, the while her fingers burst these seals. Lord, how they shall shout this afternoon! How the prentices shall toss their caps, and the fat burghers crowd the narrow streets, and every rustic hamlet green ring to the sky with gratitude! Ah, 6 hours, I thought, might do the journey. But read, and you shall see how long it took. Scouring over the low grassy plains as hard as the good horse could gallop, with the grey sea broadening out ahead with every mile we went, full of thoughts of a busy past and uncertain future, I hardly noticed how the wind was freshening. Yet, when we rode down at last by a loose hill road to the beach, strong gusts were piping amid the tree-tops, and the King's galleys were lurching and rolling together at their anchors by the landing stage, as the short waves came crowding in, one close upon another, under the first pressure of a coming storm. But wind or no wind, I would cross, and I spoke to the captain of the galleys, showing him my pass with its royal signet, and saying that I must have a ship at once, though all the cave of Eblis were let loose upon us. That worthy weather-beaten fellow held the mandate most respectfully in one hand, while he pulled his grizzled beard with the other and stared out into the north, where, under a black canopy of lowering sky, the sea was seamed with grey and hurrying squalls, then turned to the cluster of sailors who were crowded round us, guessing my imperious errand, to know who would start upon it. And those rough salts swore no man of sanity would venture out, not even for a king's generous bounty, not even to please victorious Edward would they go, no, nor to ease the expectant hearts of 20,000 wives, or glad the proud eyes of 100 mothers. It was impossible, they said. See how the frothy spray was flying already over the harbour bar, and how shrill the frightened sea-mews were rising above the land. No ship would hold together in such a wind as that brewing out over there. No man this side of hell could face it. And yet— why, laughed a leathery fellow, slapping his mighty fist into his other palm, as I was born by Sarum, and knew the taste of salt spray near as early as I knew my mother's milk, it shall never be said I was frightened by a hollow sky and a Frenchman's wind. I'll be your pilot, sir. And I will go wherever old Harry dares, put in a stout young fellow. And I, and I, and I, was chorused on every side as the brave English seamen caught the bold infection, and in a brief space, there under the lee of the grey harbour jetty, before a motley cheering crowd, all in the blustering wind and rain, I rode my palfrey up into the sloping way, and on to the impatient tossing little bark that was to bear the great news to England. We stabled the good steed safe under the half-deck forward, set the mizzen and cast off the hawser, and soon the little vessel's prow was bursting through the crisp waves at the harbour mouth, her head for home, and behind, dim through the rainy gusts, the white house fronts of the beach village, and far away the uplands where the English army lay. We reefed and set the sails as we drew from the land, but truly these fellows were right when they hung back from sharing the peril and the glory with me. The strong blue waters of the Midland Sea, whereon I had first sailed my merchant bark, were like the ripples of a sheltered pond to the roaring trench and furrows of this narrow northern strait. All day long we fought to westward, and every hour we spent the wind came stronger and more keenly out of the black funnel of the north, and the waves swelled broader and more monstrous. By noon we saw the English shore gleam ghostly white through the flying reek in front, but by then so fierce was the north-easter howling that though we went to windward and off again, doing all that good seamen could, now stealing a spell ahead and anon losing it amid a blinding squall, we could not near the English port for which we aimed, there in the cleft of the dim white cliffs. After a long time of this, our captain came to me where I leant watchful against the mast, and said, "The King has made an order, as you will know. All vessels from France are to sail for his town of Dover there, and nowhere else, on pain of a fine that would go near to swamp such as we." "Good skipper," I answered, "I know the law, but there are exceptions to every rule, which, well taken, only cast the more honour on general stringency. King Edward would have you make that port at all reasonable times, but if you cannot reach it, as you surely cannot now, you are not bound to sail me, his messenger, to paradise in lieu thereof. I pray you, put down your helm and run, and take the nearest harbour the wind will let us." At this the captain turned upon his heel well pleased, and our ship came round, and now, before the gale, sailed perhaps a little easier. But it scarcely bettered our fortune. A short time before dusk, while we wallowed heavily in the long furrows, my poor palfrey was thrown and broke her forelegs over her trestle bar, and between fear and pain screamed so loud and shrill it chilled even my stalwart sailors. Then, later on, as we rode the frothy summit of a giant wave, our topmast snapped and fell among us, and the wild loose ropes writhed and lashed about worse than 100 biting serpents, and the bellowing sail, like a great bull, jerked and strained for a moment, so that I thought it would unstep the mast itself, and then went all to tatters with a hollow boom, while we, knee-deep in the swirling sea that filled our hollow, deckless ship, gentle and simple, prentice and knight, whipped out our knives and gave over to the hungry ocean all that riven tackle. It was enough to make the stoutest heart beat low to ride in such a creaking, retching cockleshell over the hill and dale of that stupendous water. Now, out of the tumble and hiss, down we would go, careering down the glassy side of a mighty green slope, the creamy white water boiling under our low-sunk bows, and there, in mid-hollow, with the tempest howling overhead, we would have for breathing space a blessed spell of seeming calm, and then, ere we could taste that scant felicity, the reeling floor would swell beneath us, and out of the watery glen, hurtled by some unseen power, we rose again, up to the spume and spray, to the wild shouting wind that thrilled our humming cordage and lay heavy upon us, while the gleaming turmoil through which we staggered and rushed leapt at our fleeting sides like packs of white sea-wolves, and all the heaving leaden distance of the storm lay spread in turn before us, then down again. Hour after hour we reeled down the English coast, with the wild mid-channel in fury on our left, and the dim-seen ramparts of breakers at the cliff-feet on our right. Then, as we went, the light began to fail us. Our weather-beaten steersman's face, which had looked from his place by the tiller so calm and steadfast over the war of wind and sea, became troubled, and long and anxiously he scanned the endless line of surf that shut us from the many little villages and creeks we were passing. "You see, Sir Knight," shouted the captain to me, as wet through we held fast to the same rope, "'tis a question with us whether we find a shelter before the light goes down, or whether we spend a night like this out on the big waters yonder." And does he, I asked, who pilots us, know of a near harbour? Ah, there is one somewhere hereabout, but with a perilous bar across the mouth, and the tide serves but poorly for getting over. If we can cross it, there is a dry jacket and supper for all this evening, and if we do not, may the saints in paradise have mercy on us. Try, good fellow, try, I shouted. Many a dangerous thing comes easier by the venturing, and I am already a laggard post. So the word was passed for each man to stand by his place, and through the gloom and storm, the beating spray and the wild pelting rain, just as the wet evening fell, we neared the land. We swept in from the storm, and soon there was the bar plain enough, a shining, thunderous crescent, glimmering pallid under the shadow of the land, a frantic hell of foam and breakers that heaved and broke and surged with an infernal storm-deriding tumult, and tossed the fierce white fountains of its rage mast high into the air, and swirled and shone and crashed into the gloom, sending the white litter of its turmoil in broad ghostly sheets far into that black still water we could make out beyond under the veil of spume and foam hanging above that boiling cauldron. Straight to it we went through the cold fierce wind, with the howl of the black night behind us, and the thunder of that shine before. We came to the bar, and I saw the white light on the strained brave faces of my silent friends. I looked aft, and there was the helmsman calm and strong, unflinchingly eyeing the infernal belt before us. I saw all this in a scanty second, and then the white hell was under our bows and towering high above our stern, a mighty crested, foam-seamed breaker. With the speed of a javelin thrown by a strong hand, we rushed into the wrack. One blinding moment of fury and turmoil, and then I felt the vessel stagger as she touched the sand. The next instant her sides went all to splinters under my very feet, and the great wave burst over us and rushed thundering on in conscious strength, and not 2 planks of that ill-fated ship, it seemed, were still together. Over and over through the swirl and hum I was swept, the dying cries of my shipfares sounding in my ears like the wail of disembodied spirits. Now, for a moment, I was high in the spume and ruck, gasping and striking out as even he who likes his life the least will gasp in like case. And then, with thunderous power, the big wave hurled me down into the depth, down into the inky darkness, with all the noises of Inferno in my ears, and the great churning waters pressing on me till the honest air seemed leagues above, and my strained bursting chest was dying for a gasp. Then again the hideous playful waters would tear asunder and toss me high into the keen strong air, with the yellow stars dancing above and the long line of the black coast before my salt tear-filled eyes, and propped me up just so long as I might get half a gasping sigh and hear the storm beating wildly on the farther side of the bar. Then the mocking sea would laugh in savage frolic and down again. Gods! Right into the abyss of the nether turmoil, fathoms deep, like a strand of worthless sea-wrack, scouring over the yellow sandbeds where never living man went before, all in the cruel fingers of the icy midnight sea, was I tossed here and there. And when I did not die, when the savage sea, like a great beast of prey, let me live by gasps, to spread its enjoyments the more, and tossed and teased me, and shouted so hideous in my ears, and weighed me down, why, the last spark of spirit in me burnt up on a sudden fierce and angry. I set my teeth and struck out hard and strong. Ah, and the sea grew somewhat sleek when I grew resolute, and after some minutes of this new struggle rolled more gently, and buried me less deep each time in its black foam-ribbed vortex. And presently, in half an hour perhaps, the thunder of the bar was all behind me, instead of round about. The stars were steadier in their places. The dim barrier of the land frowned through the rain direct above, and a few minutes more, wondrous spent and weary, the black water flowing in at my low and swollen lips with every stroke. Yet strong in my heart and hopeful, I found myself floating up a narrow estuary on a dim foam-flecked but peaceful tide. The strong but gentle current swept in with the flowing water under the dark shadows of the land, past what seemed, in the wet night gloom, like rugged banks of tree and forest, and finally floated me to where, among loose boulders and sand, the tamed water was lapping on a smooth and level beach. I staggered ashore, and sat down as wet and sorry as well could be. Life ran so cold and numb within, it seemed scarce worth the cost spent in keeping. My scrip was still at my side, but my sword was gone and my clothing torn to ribbons, and a more buffeted messenger never eyed askance the scroll that led him into such a plight. Where was I? The great gods who live for ever alone could tell, yet surely scores of miles from where I should be. I got to my feet, reeking with wet and spray, the gusty wind tossing back the black Phrygian locks from off my forehead, and glared around. Sigh, sigh, sigh went the gale in the pines above, while mournful pipings came about the shore like wandering voices, and the sea boomed sullenly out yonder in the darkness. I stared, and then started back a pace, and stared again. I turned round on my heel, and glowered up the narrow inlet and out to sea, then at the beetling crags above and the dim seen mounds inland, then, all on a sudden, burst into a scornful laugh, a wild, angry laugh that the rocks bandied about on the wet night air, and sent back to me blended with all the fitful sobs and moaning of the wind. The lonely harbour, that of 1,000 harbours I had come to, was the old British beach. It was my Druid priestess's village place that I was standing on. I laughed long and loud, as I, the old trader in wine and olives, I, the felucca captain, with cloth and wine below and a comely red-haired slave on deck, I again, in other guise, royal Edward's chosen messenger, as good a knight as ever jerked a victorious brand home into its scabbard, stood there with chattering teeth and shaking knee, mocking fate and strange chance in a reckless spirit. I laughed until my mood changed on a sudden, and then, swearing by 20 forgotten hierarchies I would not stand shivering in the rain for any wild pranks that fate might play me, I staggered off onto the hard ground. Every trace of my old village had long since gone, yet, though it were 1,000 years ago, I knew my way about with a strange certainty. I left the shore and pushed into the overhanging woods, dark and damp and sombre, and presently I even found a well-known track, for these things never change, and half glad and half afraid, a strange, tattered, dismal prodigal come strangely home, I pushed by dripping branch and shadowy coverts out into the open grass hills beyond. Here, on some ghostly tumuli near about, the grey shine of the night showed scattered piles of mighty stones and broken circles that once had been our temples and the burial places for great captains. I turned my steps to one of these on the elbow of a little ridge overlooking the harbour, and, perhaps, 200 paces inland from it, and found a vast lichened slab of stupendous bulk undermined by weather, and all on a slope with a single entrance underneath one end. Did ever man ask lodgment in like circumstances? It was the burial mound of an old Druid headman, and I laughed a little again to think how well I had known him. Grim old Ufner of the reeking altars. Hoth, what a cruel, bloody old priest he was! Never did a man before, I chuckled, combine such piety and savagery together. How that old fellow's cruel small eyes did sparkle with native pleasure as the thick pungent smoke of the sacrificial fire went roaring up, and the hiss and splutter half drowned the screaming of men and women pent in their wicker cages amid that blaze. Oh, old Ufner liked the smell of hot new blood, and there was no music to his British ear like the wail of a captive's anguish. And then, for me to be pattering round his cell like this in the gusty dark midnight, shivering and alone, patting and feeling the mighty lid of that great crypt,
and begging a friendly shelter in my stress and weariness of that ghostly hostelry, it was surely strange indeed. Twice or thrice I walked round the great coffer — it was near as big as a herdsman's cottage — and then, finding no other crack or cranny, stopped and stooped before the tiny portal at the lower end. I saw as I knelt that the tremendous slab was resting wondrous lightly on a single point of upright stone, just like the trigger of an urchin's mouse-trap. But, nothing daunted, pushing and squeezing, in I crept, and felt with my hands all that I could not see. The foxes and the weather had long since sent all there was of Ufner to dust. All was bare and smooth, while round the sides were solid, deep earth-planted slabs of rock. No one knew better than I how thick they were and heavy, and on the floor a soft couch of withered leaves and grasses. Now, one more sentence and the chapter is ended. I had not coiled myself down on those leaves a minute. My weary head had nodded but once upon my arm. My eyelids drooped but twice, when, with a soundless start, undermined by the fierce storm, and moved a fatal hair's breadth by my passage, the propping keystone fell in, and all at once my giant roof began to slide. That vast and ponderous stone that had taken 2 tribes to move was slipping slowly down, and as it went, all along where it ground, a line of glowing lambent fire, a smoking, hissing band of dust, marked its silent, irresistible progress. A hissing belt of dust and glow that shone for a half-moment round the fringe of that stupendous portal, and then, too late as I tottered to my weary knees and extended a feeble hand towards the entrance, that mighty door came to a rest. That ponderous slab, that scarce 1,000 men could move, fell with a hollow click 3 inches into the mortices of the earth-bound walls, and there, in that mighty coffer, I was locked, fast, deep, and safe. I listened. Not a sound, not a breath of the storm without moved in that strange chamber. I stared about, and not one cranny of light broke the smooth velvet darkness. What mattered it? I was weary and tired. To-morrow I would shout and someone might hear. To-night I would rest. And Jove! How deep and warm and pleasant was that leafy bed that chance had spread there on the floor for me. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I cannot say distinctly what roused me next morning. My faculties were all in a maze, my body cramped and stiff as old leather, no doubt due to the wetting of the previous evening or my hard couch, while the darkness bewildered and numbed my mind. Yet, indeed, I awoke, and, after all, that was the great thing. I awoke and yawned, and feebly stretched my dry and aching arms. Good heavens! How the pain did fly and shoot about them, and rolled my stiff and rusty eyeballs, and twisted that pulsing neck that seemed in that first moment of returning life like a burning column of metal, through which the hot river of my starting blood was surging in a hissing molten stream. I stretched and looked and listened, as though my faculties were helpless prisoners behind my numb, useless senses, but peer and crane forward as I would, nothing stirred the black stillness of my strange bedchamber. Nothing, did I say? Truly, it was nothing for a time, and then I could have sworn, by all the rich repository of gods and saints, that the wreck of 20 hierarchies had stranded in my mind, that I heard a real material sound, a click and a rattle, like metal striking stone, this being followed immediately by a star of light somewhere in the mid-black void in front. Fie! 'Twas but a freak of fancy, the stretching of my cramped and aching sinews, but a nucleus of those swimming lights that mocked my still sleepy eyes.
I covered them with my hands and groaned to be awake. I strove to make point or sense out of the wild flood of remembrance that ebbed and flooded in thunderous sequence through my head, and then again, obtrusive and clear, came the click, click of the unseen metal, and the shine of the great white planet that burnt in the black firmament of my prison behind it. I staggered to my feet, stretching out eager hands in the void space to touch the walls, and tried to move, and as I did so my knees gave way beneath me. I made a wild grasp in the darkness, and fell in a loose heap upon the littered dusty floor. Lord, how my joints did ache ! How the hot swift throes that monopolised my being shot here and there about my cramped and twitching limbs. I rolled upon the dust-dry earth of that gloomy chamber and cursed my last night's wetting, cursed the salt sea spray that could breed such fiery torments, and even sent to Hades my errand and my scrip of victory, the which, however, I was cheered to note, in its bronze case now and then, with a movement or a spasm of pain, knocked against my bare ribs as though to upbraid me as a laggard embassy for lying sleeping here while all men wake to know my tidings. I rose again with rare difficulty, but successfully this time, and peered and listened till the dancing colours in my eyes filled the empty air with giddy spinning suns and constellations, and the making tide of wakefulness, flooding the channels of my veins, cheated my ears to fancy some hideous storm was raging up above, and thunderbolts were tearing shrieking furrows down the trembling sides of mountains, and all the rivers of the world, so hideous was that shocking sound, were tumbling headlong in wild confusion into the void middle of the world. I stuffed my ears and shut my eyes, and turned sick and faint at that infernal tumult. My head spun and throbbed, and my light feet felt the world give under them. I had nearly fallen, when once again, just as my spinning brain was growing numb, and the close thin air of that place failed to answer to the needs of my new vitality, there came that click, click again, and the blessed white star that followed it. This time that gleam of hope was broad and strong. On either side as it shone, white zigzag rays flew out and stood so writ upon the black tablet of my prison. Ah, and a draught of nectar, of real divine nectar, of sweet white country air, came in from that celestial puncture. I leapt to it and knelt, and put my thirsty lips to that refulgence, and drank the simple ambient air that came through, as though I were some thirsty pilgrim at a gushing stream, and it revived me, cooling the rising fever of my blood, and numbing, like the sweet sedative it was, the pains that soon ran less keen and throbbed less strong, and, in a few more minutes, went gently away into the distance under its beneficent touch. Mayhap I fainted, or slept for some little time, overwhelmed by the stress of those few waking moments. When I looked up again all was changed. I myself was new and fresh, and felt with every pulse the strong life beating firm and gentle within me, and my prison cell, it was no more a prison. There was a gap bigger than my fist where the star had been, with great fissures marking the outline of one of the stones that had supported the topmost slab, and through the gap a peep of countryside, of yellow grass and sapphire sea, of pearly waves lisping in the summer playfulness around a golden shore, and overhead a sky of delightful blue. I was grateful and understood it all. The storm had gone down during the night and the sun had risen. These were good folk outside who, by some chance, knew of my sheltering place, and had come early to release me. A happy chance indeed, and it was their strong blows and crowbars working on my massive walls that let in the light, and, none too soon, refreshed me with a draught of outer air. Fool that I was to let an uneasy night and a salt sea soaking cloud my wit. I was so pleased at the prospect of speedy release that I was on the point of calling out to cheer my lusty friends at their work and show the prisoner lived, but had I done so, this book had never been written. That shout was all but uttered. My mouth was close to the orifice through which came the patient gleam of daylight, when voices of men outside, speaking one to another, fell upon my ear. ' By St. George,' I heard one fellow say, ' and every fiend in hell, they who built this place surely meant it to last to judgment. Here we have been heaving at it since near daylight, and not moved a stone.' ' Oh, and if you stand gaping there,' chimed in another, ' we'll not have moved one by Tuesday week. On you log, let's see something of that strength you brag of. Why, even now I saw a shine and a twinkle in the opening there. This crib may prove to be the cradle of our fortunes, may make us richer men than any strutting sheriffs, and recompense us for a dozen disappointments. To it again, and you, Harry, stand ready with the wedges to put them in when we do lift.' I pricked my ears at this, as you will guess, for there was no mention of me expectant, and only talk of wealth and recompense. I listened and heard the sulky workman take again his crowbar. I heard him call for a drink, and the splash of the liquid into the leathern cup sounded wonderfully clear in my silent chamber. Then, as though in no hurry to fall on, he asked, ' What of the spoil we have already, mates? A sight of those baubles would greatly lighten our labour, I think.' ' Now, as I had a man for my father,' burst out the first speaker, ' never did I see so small a heart in so big a body. Show him the swag, Harry. Rattle it under his greedy nose, and when he's done gloating on it, perhaps he'll turn to and do something for a breakfast.' At this there was a pause and a moving of feet, as though men were collecting round some common object. Then came the tinkle of metals, and, by Jove, I had not yet forgotten so much of merchant cunning in my soldiering, but that I recognised the music of gold and silver over the base clink of lesser stuff. They tried and sampled and rung those wares over my head, and presently he who was best among them said, ' A very pretty all, mates, and wisely disposed of, enough to furnish us well, both inside and out, for a long time. These circlets in here are silver, I take it, and will run into a sweet ingot in the smelting pot. Yon bosses are broached by the pin and of gold, though surely such a vile fashion was never forged since Shem's hammer last went silent.' ' What, gold, Sir ?'' Ah, what else, old bullet custard ? Dost thou think I come round and prize cursed devil-haunted mounds for lumps of clay? The brooch is gold, I say, and the least of these trinkets ' whereon there came a sound like one playing with bracelet and bangle. ' The worst of them white silver. To it then, good fellows, again. Burst me this stony crypt, and if it proves such a coffer as I have right to hope, before the day is an hour older you shall down to yonder town and there get drunk past expectation and your happiest imaginings.' ' So, my friends,' I mused, ' 'tis not pure neighbourliness that brings you thus early to my rescue. Never mind, many a good deed has been done in search of a sordid object, and whether you come for me or gold, it shall vantage me alike. I will lend a hand on my side, since it were a pity to keep this big fellow from his breakfast longer than need be.' While they plied spade and lever outside, I scraped below, and put in, as well as I was able, a stone wedge now and then whenever their exertions canted the great stone a little to one side or the other. The interest of all this, and because I was never apt in deceit, made me somewhat reckless about showing too soon at the narrow opening, and presently there came a guttural cry above, and a sound as though someone had dropped a tool and sprung back. ' Hullo, stoutheart !' called the captain's voice. ' What now ? Is it another swig of the flask you want to swell your shallow courage, or has thy puissant crowbar pierced through to hell ?'' Hell or not,' whined the fellow, ' I do think the fiend himself is in there. I did but stoop on a sudden to peer within, and may I never empty a flagon again, but there was something hideous moving in the crypt, something round and shaggy that toiled as we toiled, and pushed and growled, and had two flaming yellow eyes. Beast, coward ! Oh, that I had brought a man instead of thee. 'Twas gold you saw, bright shining metal. Think, thou swine, of it all it will buy, and how thou mayest hereafter wallow in thy foul delights. And wilt thou forego the stuff so near? Gods, I would have a wrestle for it, though it were with the devil himself. Give me the crowbar.' Apparently the captain's avarice was of stouter kind than the yeoman's, for soon after this the stone upright began to give, and I saw the moment of my deliverance was near. Now, I argued to myself, these gentlemen outside are obvious rogues, and will much rather crack me on the head than share their booty with such a strange found claimant. Hence I must be watchful. Of the two under rogues I had small fear, but the captain seemed of bolder mould, and, unless his tongue lied, had some sort of heart within him. So I waited watchful, and before long a more than usually stalwart blow set the stone off its balance. It slipped and leant, then fell headlong outwards with a heavy thud, and, turning over on its side, rolled to the edge of the slope, and there, revolving quicker and more quickly, went rumbling and crashing down through the brambles into the valley a quarter of a mile below. As it fell outwards, a blaze of daylight burst in upon my prison, and, with a shout of joy, the foremost of the rogues dashed into my cell. At the same moment, with such an old British battle yell as those monoliths had not heard for 1,000 years, but sorely dazed, I sprang forward. We met in mid-career, and the big thief went floundering down. He was up again in a moment, and, yelling in his fear that the devil was certainly there, rushed forth, I close behind him, and infected his timorous comrade, and away they both went towards the woods, racing in step and screaming in tune as though they had practised it together for half a lifetime. The fellows fled, but their leader stood, white and irresolute, as he well might be, yet made bold by greed, and for a moment we faced each other, he in his greasy townsman finery, a strong, sullen thief from bonnet to shoe, and I, grim, gaunt and ragged, haggard, wild, unshorn, standing there for a moment against the black porch of the old Druid grave place, and then, wiping the sunshine from my dazzled eyes and stooping low, I ran at him. Many were the ribbons and trinkets I had taken long ago at that game. I ran at him and threw my arms round his leather-belted middle, and, with a good Saxon twist, tossed his heels fairly into the air and threw him full length over my shoulder. He fell behind me like a tree on the greensward, while his head, striking the buttress of a stone, stunned him, and he lay there bleeding and insensible. ' Uff, good fellow,' I laughed, bending over him, ' I'm sorry for that headache you will have to morrow, but before you challenge so freely to the wrestle you should know somewhat more of a foeman's prowess.' When I turned to the little heap of spoil the ravishers of the dead had gathered and laid out on a cloth upon the stones, at once my mood softened. There, in that curious pile of trinkets, were things so ancient and yet so fresh that I heaved a sigh as I bent over them, and a whiff of the old time came back. The jolly wild days when the world was young rose before me as I turned them gently one by one. There lay the bronze knobs from a British shield, and there, corroded and thin, the long flat blade that my rugged comrades once could use so well. There was the broken haft of a wheel scythe from a chief's battle car, and, near by, the green and dinted harness of a war horse. Oath, how it took me back! How it made me hear again, in the lap of the soft Plantagenet sea and all the insipid sounds of this degenerate countryside, the rattle and hum of the chariots as we raced to war, the sparkle and clatter of the captains galloping through the leafy British woods, and then the shout and the tumult as we wheeled into line in the open, and our loose reins on the stallions' necks, and our trembling javelins quivering in our ready hands, swept down upon the ranks of the reeling foeman. There again, in more peaceful wise, was a shoulder brooch some British maid had worn, and the wristlet and rings of some red-haired Helen of an unfamous Troy. There lay a few links of the neck chains of a dust-dead warrior, and there again the head of his boar-spear. Here was the thin gold circlet he had on his finger, the rude pin of brass that fastened his coloured cloak and the buckle of his sandal. Jove! I could nearly tell the names of the vanished wearers, I knew all these things so well. But it was no use hanging over the pile like this. The ruffian I had felled was beginning to move, and it served no purpose to remain. Therefore, and muttering to myself that I was a nearer heir to the treasure than any among those thieves, I selected some dozen of the fairest, most valuable trinkets, and put them in my wallet. Then, feeling cold, for the fresh morning air was thin and cool here above the sea, the best coat from the ragged pile the rogues had thrown aside to be the lighter at their work was chosen, and with this on my back and a stout stave in my hand I turned to go. But ere I went I took a last look round, as was only natural, at a place that had given me such timely shelter overnight. It was strange, very strange, but my surroundings as I saw them in the white daylight matched wondrous poorly with my remembrance of the evening before. The sea, to begin with, seemed much farther off than it had done in the darkness. I have said that when I swam ashore my well-remembered British harbour had, to my eyes, silted up woefully, so that the knoll on which Blodwen's stockades had once stood was some way up the valley. But small as the estuary had shrunk last night, I had, it seemed, but poorly estimated its shrinkage. 'Twas lesser than ever this morning, and some kine were grazing among the yellow kingcups on the marshy flats at that very place where I could have sworn I came ashore on the top of a sturdy breaker. The greedy green and golden land was cousining the blue Channel Sea out of beach and foreshore under my very eyes. The meadow larks were playing where the white surf should have been, and tall fern and mallow flaunted victorious in the breeze where ancient British keels had never even grated on a sandy bottom. I could not make it out, and turned to look at the tomb from which I had crept. Here, too, the turmoil of yestere'en and my sick and weary head had cheated me. In the gloom the pile had appeared a bare and lichened heap, washed out from its old mound by rains. Jove! It seemed it was not so. I rubbed my eyes and pulled my peaked beard and stared about me, for the crypt was a grassy mound again, with one black gap framed by a few rugged stones jutting from the green, as though the slope above it had slipped down at that leveller Nature's prompting, and piled up earth and rubbish against the rocks, had escaladed them and marched triumphant up the green glacis, planting her conquering pennons of bracken and bramble, mild daisy and nodding foxglove, on that very arch where, by all the gods, I thought last night the withering lightning would have glanced harmless from a smooth and lichened surface. Well, it only showed how weary I had been, so, shouldering my cudgel, and with a last sigh cast back to that pregnant heap of rusty metal, I turned, and with fair heart but somewhat shaky limbs marched off inland to give my wondrous news. How pleasant and fair the country was, and after those hot scenes of battle, the noise and sheen of which still floated confusedly in my head, how sweetly peaceful. I trod the green secluded country lanes with wondrous pleasure, remembering the bare French campagnas, and stood stock still at every gap in the blooming hedges to drink the sweet breath of morning, coming golden laden with sunshine and the breath of flowers over the rippling meadow grass. In truth, I was more English than I had thought, my step was more elastic to tread those dear domestic leas, and my spirits rose with every mile simply to know I was in England. And I, a tough, stern soldier, with arms still red to the elbow in the horrid dye of war, and on a hasty errand, pulled me a flowering spray from the coppices, and smiled and sang as I went along, now stopping in delighted trance to hear out the nightingale that from a bramble athwart the thicket path sang most enrapturedly, and then, forgetful of my haste, standing amazed under the flushed satin of the blooming apples. Jove, I laughed, here is a sweeter pavilion than any victor prince doth sleep in. Fie, to fight and bleed as we do yonder, while the sweetness of such a tent as this goes all to waste upon the wind. And I sat and stared and laughed until the prick of conscience stirred me, and, reluctant, I passed on again. Then over a flowery mead or two, where the banded bees swung in busy fashion at the lilac cuckoo flowers, and the shining dewdrops were charged with 100 hues, down to a sunny babbling brook that sparkled by a yellow ford. There I would stand and watch the silver fingers of the stream toy and tug the great heads of nodding kingcup, watch the flash of the new come swallow's wing as he shot through the byways between the mallows, and be so still that e'en the timid water hen led out her brood across the freckled play of sunshine on the water, and the mute kingfisher came to the broken rail and did not fear me. Surely a happy stream, I thought, not to divide two princely neighbours. What a blessed current that can keep its native colour and chatter thus of flowers and sunshine, while yon other torrent runs incarnadine to the sea, a corpse-choked sewer of red ambition. Then it was a homestead that, all unseen, I paused by, watching the great sleek kine knee-deep in the scented yellow straw, the spangled cock defiant on the wall, the tender doves a-wooing on the roof-ridge, and presently the swart herdsman, with flail and goad, come out from beneath his roses, and stoop and kiss the pouting cherry lips of the sweet babe his comely mate held up to him. Jove, I meditated, and here's a goodly kingdom. Oh, that I had a realm with no politics in it, but such as he has. And so musing I went along from path to path and hill to hill. At one time my feet were turned to a wayside rest-house, where a jug of wine was asked for and a loaf of bread, for you will remember that saving a handful of dry biscuit, which I broke in my gauntlet palm and ate between two charges, I had not broken fast since the morning before Crecy. The master of the tavern took up the coin I tendered and eyed it critically. He held it in the sun and wrung it on a stone and spat upon it. Then, taking a little dust from the road, rubbed diligently until he came down through the green sea slime to the metal below. It was true coined, plump and full, though certainly a trifle rusty, and this and my grim, commanding figure in his doorway carried the day. He brought me wine and cheese and bread, whereon I sat on a corner of the trestle table, munching them outside in the sun under the shadow of my broad felt yokel hat, with the quaint inn sign gently creaking overhead, and my mouldy sea-stained legs dangling under me. I was in a good mood, yet thoughtful somehow, for had not the King especially warned me not to part lightly with the precious news wherewith I was freighted? And if so be that I must be reticent in this particular, yet again my heart was surely too full of my victorious errand to let me gossip lightly on trivial matters. Thus my bread was broken in abstracted silence, and, when my beaker went now and again into the shade of my hat-brim, I drank mutely and proffered no sign of friendship to those other country wayfarers who stood about the honeysuckle doorway, eyeing me askance after the manner I was so used to, and whispering now and then to one another. I sat and thought how my errand was to be most speedily carried out, for you see I might trudge days and days afoot like this before good luck or my own limbs brought me to the footstool of Edward's royal wife, and gave me leave to burst that green and rusty case that with its precious scroll still dangled at my side. I had no money to buy a horse. The bangles taken from the crypt thieves would not stand against the value of the boniest palfrey that ever ambled between a tinker's legs, and last night's infernal wetting had made me into the sorriest, most mouldy-looking herald that ever did a kingly bidding. Surely, I thought, as I glanced at my borrowed clay-stained rustic cloak, my cracked and rotten leather doublet, my tarnished hose all frayed and colourless, my shoon that only held together, methought, by their patching of grey sea-slime and mud, surely no one will lend or loan me anything like this. They will laugh at my nightly gauge of honourable return, and scout the faintest whisper of my errand. Thus ruefully reflecting, I had finished my frugal luncheon, yet still scarce knew what to do, and maybe I had sat dubious like that on the trestle edge for near an hour, when, looking up on a sudden, there was a blooming little maid of some 3 tender years standing in the sun, staring hard upon me, her fair blue eyes ashine with wonder, and the strands of her golden hair lifting on the breeze like gossamers in June. She had in one rosebud hand a flower of yellow daffodil, and in fault of better introduction proffered it to me. My stern soldier heart was melted by that maid. I took her flower and put it in my belt, and lifted the little one on my knee, then asked her why she had looked so hard at the stranger. ' Oh,' she said, pointing to where some older children were watching all this from a safe distance, ' Johnny and Andrew, my brothers, said you were surely the devil, and, as they feared, I came myself to see if it were true.' ' And am I ? Is it true ?'' I do not know,' said the little damsel, fixing her clear blue eyes upon mine. ' I do not know for certain, but I like you. I am sorry for you because you are so dirty. If you were cleaner I could love you.' And very cautiously, watching my eyes the while, the pretty babe put out a petal soft hand and stroked my grim and weathered face. I could not withstand such gentle blandishment, and forgot all my musings and my haste, and kissed those pink fingers under the shadow of my hat, and laid myself out to win that soft little heart, and won it, so that, when presently the wondering mother came to claim her own, the little maiden burst into such a headlong shower of silver April tears that I had to perjure myself with false promises to come again, and even the gift of my last coin and another kiss or two scarce set me free from the sweet investigator. But now I was aroused, and stalked down the green country road full of speed and good intention. I would walk to the royal city, since there were no other way, and these fair shires must have grown expansive since the olden days, if I could not see a march or two while the sun was up. Eastward and north I knew the court should lie, so bent my steps through glades and commons with the midday sun behind my better shoulder. But the journey was to be shorter than seemed likely at the outset. After asking to no purpose my road of several rustics, a venerable wayfarer was chanced upon, ambling down a shady gully. This quaint old fellow sat a rough little steed, one indeed of the poorest looking, most knock-kneed beasts I had ever seen a gentleman of gentle quality astride of. And, in truth, the rider was not better kept. He wore a great wide-spreading cloak of threadbare stuff, falling from his shoulders to his knees in such ample folds that it half hid the neck and quarters of his steed. Below this mantle, splashed with 20 shades of mud and most quaintly patched, you saw the pricks of rusty iron spears on old and shabby leather boots, and just the point of a frayed black leather scabbard peeping under his stirrup straps. The hat he wore was broad-brimmed and peaked, and looked near as old as did its wearer. Under that shapeless cover was the most strange face. I do not think I ever saw so much and various writ upon so little parchment as shone upon the dry and wrinkled surface of that rider's features. There were cunning and closeness on it, and yet they did not altogether hide the openness of gentle birth and liberal thought. Now you would think to watch those shrewd keen eyes a-glitter there under the penthouse of his shaggy eyebrows, he was some paltry trader with a vision bounded by his weekly till and the infruct of his lying measures, and then anon at some word or passing fancy, as you came to know him better, 'twas strange to see how eagle-like those optics shone, and with what a clear, bright, prophetic gaze the old fellow would stare, like a steersman, through the dim-lit gloom of a starry night, over the wide horizon of the visionary and uncertain. He could look as small and mean about the mouth as a usurer on settling day, and then, when his mood changed and he fell thoughtful, the gentle melancholy of his face, the goodly soul that spoke behind that changeful mask, the strange dissatisfaction, the incompleteness, the unhappy longing for something unattainable there reflected, made you sad to look upon it. I overtook this quaint rider as he rode alone, my active feet being more than a match for the shaky limbs of that mean beast he sat upon, and, coming alongside, observed him unnoticed for a minute. Truly as quaint a fellow traveller as you could meet. His head was sunk and his grizzled white beard fell over his chest. His eyes were fixed in vacant stare on some vision of the future, and his lips moved tremulously now and again as the thoughts of his mind escaped unheeded from between them. Was he poet? Was he seer? Was it a black past or a red rosy future the old fellow babbled of? Jove, I was not in very good kind myself, and I fancy I had read now and again in the wonder of those who saw me that my face had a tale to tell. But, by the great gods, I was neat and pretty pied beside this most rusty gentleman. My face was as void as a curd-fed bumpkin's compared to those eloquently absent eyes, that fine mean profile there in the slouch of the big hat, and those busy lips. ' Good morning, sir,' I said, and as the old man looked up with a start and saw me, a stranger, walking by his side, all the fervour and the fancy died from off his face, the fine features shut upon themselves, and there he was, the meanest, shallowest, most paltry looking of old rogues that had ever pulled off a cap to his equal. He returned my first light questionings with a sullen suspicion, which gradually thawed, however, as his keen scrutiny took, apparently, reassuring stock of my face and figure, and we spoke as fellow travellers will for a few moments on the roads, the weather, and the prospect of the skies. Then I asked him, with small expectation of much advantage in his answer, which way was the best way to court. ' There are many ways, my son,' he said. ' You may get there because of extreme virtue, or on the introduction of peculiar wickedness.' ' Ah, but I meant otherwise.' ' Shining wisdom, they say, brings a man to court, or should, and God knows there is no place like court for folly. If thou art very beautiful thou may come to it, and if thou art as ugly as hell they will have thee for a laughing stock and a 9 days' wonder. Anaximander went to court because he was so wise, and Anaxippus because he was so foolish, Diphilus because he was so slow in penmanship, and Antimachus because he wrote so much and swift. Ah, friend, many are the ways. Polypemon lived by plunder, and because he was the cruellest thief that ever stripped a wanderer by green Cephisus, he came under the notice of kings and gods. Ay, and Clytius is famous because he was so faithful, and the patriotic Codrus because he bared his bosom to the foe, and Spendius for 100 treacheries, and ' No, no,' I cried, ' no more, sir, I entreat. I did not mean to play footpad to thy capacious memory and rob your mind of all these just comparisons, but only to ask, in ordinary material manner, which was the best way to the palace, which the nearest road, the safest footpath for a hasty stranger to our good Queen's footstool. I have a royal script to deliver to her.' ' What ? Is it the Queen you want to see ? Why, I am bound that road myself, and in a few minutes I will show you the pennons glancing among the trees where they be camped.' ' Where they be camped ?' I exclaimed in wonder. ' I thought that was many a mile from here — in fact, sir, in the great city itself — and yet you say a few minutes will show us the royal tents.' ' Oh, what a blessed thing are youthful legs ! And were you off to distant Westminster like that, good fellow, to see the Queen, forsooth, with nothing in thy wallet and as little in thy head ?' And the old man eyed me under his slouching cap with a mixture of derision and strange curiosity. ' I tell you, sir,' I answered, ' I come on hasty business. I am a messenger of the utmost urgency, and if I am afoot instead of mounted it is more misfortune than inclination. What brings the Queen, if, indeed, we are so near her, thus far afield ?'' Praise Heaven, young man, there is no one who knows less of the goings and comings of her and hers than I do. I hate them,' he said sourly, ' a lying swarm of locusts round that yellow jade they call a Queen — a shallow, cruel, worthless crew who stand in the way of light and learning and laugh the poor scholar out of face and heart.' And muttering to himself, my companion relapsed into a moody silence as we breasted the last rise. But on a sudden he looked up with something like a smile wrinkling his withered cheek, and went on, ' But you do not laugh. You have some bowels of compunction with you. You can be as civil to a threadbare cloak as to a silken doublet. Gads, fellow, there is something about thee that moves me very strangely. Art thou of gentle quality ?'' I have been of many qualities in my time, sir.' ' So I guessed, and something tells me we shall see more of one another. There is a presence about thee that makes me fear, that puts a dread upon me, why I know not. And then again, I feel drawn to thee by a strong, strange sense, as the Persian says one planet is drawn towards another.' I let the old fellow ramble on, paying indeed but cold notice to his chatter, since all my thoughts were on ahead, and when at last we came out of the hazel dingles, there, sure enough, down in the valley, was a white road winding among the trees, and a stately park, a goodly house of many windows, and amid the fair meadows among the branches shone the white gleam of tents, and overhead the flutter of silken tags and gonfalons, and now and then there came the glint of steel and gold from out that goodly show, and the blare of trumpets, and more softly on the afternoon air the shout of busy marshals, the neighing of steeds, and the low murmur of many voices. Oh, it was a pretty scene to see the tender countryside so fresh and green, and the rolling meadows at our feet dusted thick with gold and silver flowers, all blended in a splendid web of tissue under the shining sun, and there the flush of blossom on the orchards streaked the fair valley like a sunset cloud, and here the bronze of budding oaks lay soft in the hollows, while overhead the blue canopy of the sky was one unbroken roof from verge to verge. We too looked down upon that scene of peace with a different feeling for a space. Then, making my friendly salutation to the dreamy pedant, ' Here, Sir,' I said, ' I fear we part for ever.' ' Not so,' he said, ' we shall meet once more, and soon.' ' Well, well, soon or distant we will meet again in friendship.' And with a wave of the hand off I set, delighted to think chance had so favoured me, and all impatient to tell my news. I did not stop to look to left or right, but down the glen I ran into the valley, scaring the frightened sheep and oxen, and stopping not for fence or boundary until the broad road was reached, and all among the groups of gaping countrymen and busy lackeys leading out the steeds to water in the meadows round the royal camp, I slackened my pace. The broad park gates were open, and inside, amid the oak trees around the great house, gay confusion reigned. There, on one hand, were the fair white tents, bright with silk and golden trappings, and, while 100 sturdy yeomen were busy setting up these cool pavilions, others spread costly rugs about their porches, and displayed within them lordly furniture enough to dazzle such rough soldier eyes as mine. There, in long rows beneath the branches, were ranked a wondrous show of mighty gilded coaches, with empty shafts a-trail, all still dusty from the road, and hurrying grooms were covering these over for the night, while others fed and tended a squadron of sleek fat horses, whose beribboned manes and glistening hides, so well filled out, struck me amazed when I recalled those poor ragged muddy chargers whereon we had borne down the hosts of Philip's chivalry 2 days before. All about the green were groups of gallant gentlemen and ladies, and I overheard, as I brushed by, some of them speaking of a splendid show to be given that night in the court of the great house near by, and how the proud owner of it, thus honoured by the great Queen's presence, had beggared him and his for many a day in making preparation. It was most probable, for the white-haired seneschal was tearing his snowy locks, entreating, imploring, amid a surging, unruly mass of porters, cooks, and scullions, while heaps of provender, vats of wine, and mighty piles of food for men and horses littered all the rearward avenues. But little I looked at all these things. Clad like many another countryman come there to see the show, only a little more ragged and uncouth, I passed the outer wickets, and, skirting the groups of idlers, strode boldly out across the trim inner lawns, and breasted the wide sweep of steps that led to the great scutcheoned doorway. All down these steps gilded fellows were lolling in splendid finery, who started up and stared at me as, nothing noticing their gentle presence, now hot upon my errand, I bounded by. At top were 2 strong yeomen, gay in crimson and black livery of most quaint kind, with rampant lions worked in gold upon their breasts, and tall, broad-bladed halberds in their hands. They made a show of barring the way with those mighty weapons, but I came so unexpected, and showed so little hesitation, they faltered. Also, I had pulled off my cap, and better men than they had stepped back in fear and wonder from a glance of that grim, stern face that I thus did show them. Past these, and once inside, I found the Queen was receiving the country folk, and up the waiting avenue of these good rustic lieges I pushed, brushing through the feeble fence of stewards' marshalling rods held out to awe, and, nothing noticing a score of curly pages who threw themselves before me, I burst into the presence chamber. Hoth, 'twas a fine room, like the mid-aisle of a great cathedral, and all around the walls were banners and bannerets, antlers of deer, and goodly shows of weapons and suits of mail and harness, and this splendid lobby was thronged with courtiers in silks and satins, while ruffs and stocks and mighty collarets and pearls and gems and cloth of gold and sarcenet glittered everywhere, and a gentle incense of lovely scents, mingled with a murmur of courtly talk, went up to the fair carved oaken ceiling. Right ahead of me was a splendid crimson carpet of wondrous pile and softness, and at the far end of that stately way a dais, and on it, lightly chatting amid a pause in the royal business, the Queen. She was not the least what I had looked for. I had pictured Edward's noble dame, the daughter of the knightly house of Hainault, as pale and proud and dark, the fit wife to her warlike husband, and a meet mother to her son. But this one was lank and yellow, comely enough no doubt, and tall, with a mighty proud light in her eyes when occasion served, and a right royal bearing, yet still somehow not quite that which I expected. What did it matter? Was it not the Queen, and was not that enough? Gods! What should it count what colour was her hair, since my master found it good enough? And in truth, but I had something to say that would bring the red into those lack-lustre cheeks, or Philippa were unlike all other women. Therefore, with a shout of triumph that shocked the mild courtiers, brandishing my precious script above my head, I leapt forward, and dashing up that open crimson road, ran straight to the footstool of the royal lady, and there, dropping on one knee, ' Hail, royal mother !' I cried. ' Thanks,' she said sardonically, as soon as she regained her composure. ' Thanks, gentle maid.' ' Madam,' I cried, ' I come, a herald, charged with splendid news of conquest. But one day since, over in famous France, thy loyal English troops have won such a victory against mighty odds as lends a new lustre even to the broad page of English valour. But one day since, in your noble General's tent ' But by this time all the throng of courtiers had found their tongues, and some certain quantity of those senses whereof my sudden entry had bereft them, while a few, who caught the meaning of my word, and stopping not to argue, thought it was the news indeed of a victory that glittering court had long hoped for, broke out into tumultuous cheering, waving scarf and handkerchief, and throwing wide the lattices that the common folk without might share their noisy joy. Those others, who stood closer around and saw my ragged habiliments, could not believe it. ' You a herald !' exclaimed one grizzled veteran in slashed black velvet over pearly satin. ' You, a messenger chosen for such an errand, madam !' he cried, drawing out a long rapier from its velvet case. ' It is some madman, some brain-sick soldier. I do implore your Grace to let me call the guards.' ' An assassin ! An assassin !' cried another. ' Run him through, Lord Fodringham. Give him no chance or parley.' ' 'Tis past belief !' exclaimed a dainty fellow, all perfumed lace and golden chains. ' Such glad tidings are not trusted to base country curs.' ' A fool, a rogue, a graceless villain !' they shouted. ' Stab him ! Drag him from the presence ! Fie upon the bill-men to let such scullions in upon us !' And thick these pretty peers came clustering on me, the while their ladies screamed, and all was stormy tumult. Up then I jumped to my feet, and hot and wrathful, shaking my clenched fist in the faces of those glittering lords, broke out, ' By the bright light of day, sirs, he who says I have a better here in this hall lies — lies loud and flatly. Do you think because I come clad like this you may safely spend your shallow wit upon me? I tell you all, pretty silken spaniels that you are — you, Fodringham, with the gilded toothpick you miscall a sword — you there, sir, who reek of musk and valour, and all you others who keep so discreetly out of arm's reach — I tell you, everyone, that, in court or camp, in tilt or tourney, I am your mate. Ah, sirs, and this rusty country smock, blazoned by miry ways and hasty travel, this muddy tabard here, because 'tis upon a herald's breast, is more honourable wear than any silken surtout that you boast of. God's gentlemen, if so there be that anyone here in truth misdoubts it, let me entreat his patience, let me humbly crave the boon that he will hold his mettled valour in curb just so long as I may render that message which I surely have at this royal footstool, and then, on horse or foot, with mace or sword, I will show him my credentials.' But none of that glittering throng had aught to say. Those bold, silken lordlings pushed back in a wide circle from where I stood, fierce and tall in my muddy rags, and fumbled their golden dagger knobs, and studied with drooped heads the dainty silk rosettes upon their cork heeled shoes. After waiting a moment to give their valour fair chance of answering, I turned disdainfully from them, and, bending again to fair Queen Philippa, ' Madam,' I said, ' these noisy boys make me forget the smooth reverence that I owe your Grace, yet surely the noble daughter of Hainault will forgive a hasty word spoken in defence of soldier honour.' ' I know nothing, good fellow,' replied the Queen, eyeing her discomfited nobles with inward glee, ' of thy Hainault, but I like thy outspokenness extremely. By Heaven, you make me think it was some time since I last saw a man about me.' ' And have I leave to do my mission, noble lady ?'' Ay, Sir, to it at once. We care not how you come, or who you are, or for the exact condition of your smock, so that you bring news of victory.' ' But, Madam,' put in Fodringham, ' it is not safe. He has some desperate purpose.' ' Silence !' shouted the Queen, springing to her feet and stamping a pretty foot, cased in a dainty pearl encrusted slipper. ' Silence, I say, Lord Fodringham, and all you other peers who make our presence chamber like a bear pit. Silence, or by my father's heart I will cure him of insolence who speaks again for once and all.' And the sallow virago, flushing like an angry yellow sunset, with her fierce grey eyes agleam and her thin lips stern set, one white hand clutching the high carved arm of her dais, and the other set like white ivory on the jewelled handle of her fan, scowled round upon her courtiers. They knew that proud termagant too well to meet her eye, and having stared them all into meek silence, she let the yellow flush die from her cheek, and turning to me she said, ' Now, fellow, to thy errand.' ' Then, Sovereign Lady,' I began, ' but 2 days since, in France, the English troops, fair set upon a sunny hillside, were attacked by a vast array of foemen, and, thanks to happy chance, to thy princely general's captainship, and to the incredible valour of thy lieges, they were victorious.' ' Now may the dear God who rules these things accept my grateful and most humble thanks.' And the proud Queen, with bright moisture in her eye, looked skyward for a moment, and was so moved with true joy and pleasure in her country's conquest that thereon at once she went up most mightily in my esteem. ' Most welcome of all heralds,' she went on, ' how fared the English leader in that desperate fight? If aught has happed to Lord Leicester, it will spoil all else that you can say.' [Footnote: The Earl of Leicester in the spring of 1586 had command of the English forces in Flanders, and news of the great victory which he constantly promised but never achieved was daily expected. I did not quite catch the name she mentioned under breath, but I thought it was the Royal Mother asking how my noble young master had prospered, so I spoke out at once. ' Madam, he is unhurt and well. It is not for me, a humble knight, to praise that shining star of honour, but he for whom thou art so naturally solicitous ' here the Queen blushed a little and looked down, while there was a scarce suppressed laugh among the fair damsels behind me —' he, Madam, has done splendid deeds of valour. 3 times, noble Queen, right along the glittering front of France he charged, 3 times he pierced so deep into that sea of steel that he near lay hands upon their golden lilies in mid-host. The proud Count of Poligny fell before him, and the Lord of Lusigny was overthrown in single combat. Besançon and Arnay went down under his maiden spear. He pulled an ancient crest from the Bohemian eagle in mid-battle. In brief, Madam, a more valorous knight was never buckled into armour. He was the prop and pillar of our host, and to him this victory is as largely due as it is to any.' ' Herald,' said the Queen, with real gratitude and pleasure in her voice again, ' indeed your news is welcome. There was nothing I had rather than such a victory, and because 'tis his, because it will stifle the envious clamour of his enemies, and embolden me to do that which I hope to. Oh, your news fills up to overflowing the measure of my joy and satisfaction.' And the fair lady bent her head and fell into a reverie like a maid who cogitates upon the prowess of an absent lover. So far the woman. Then the Queen came back, and lifting her shapely head with its high piled yellow hair, laced with strings of amethyst and pearl, and well set off by the stiff starched ruff behind, she asked, ' And my dear English nobles, and my stout halberdiers and pikemen — God forgive me that I should forget them — how told the fight upon them? My heart bleeds to think of the odds you say they did withstand.' ' Be comforted, fair Sovereign. The tide of war sets strong against our enemies. Our palisades and trenches were well laid. The keen English arrows carried disaster far afield on their iron points ere the battle joined. The great host of France fell by its own mightiness, and victory, this time at least, shall wring but few tears from English maids or matrons.' ' Heaven be truly thanked for that.' ' Indeed, Madam,' so I went on, ' none of great account fell those few hours since. Lord Harcourt I saw bear him like the bold soldier that he was, and when the battle faded into evening, he it was who marshalled our scattered ranks and set the order for the night.' ' Who did you say ?'' Harcourt, lady, thy bold captain, and Codrington, too, was redoubtable, and came safe from the fight. Chandos dealt out death to all who crossed his path, like an avenging fury, yet took no scratch. Hot Lord Walsingham swept like an avalanche in spring through the close-packed Frenchmen, yet lives to tell of it. And old Sir John Fitzherbert, when I left the field, his white beard all athwart his shredded broken armour, was cheering loudly for our victory, the while they lapped him up in linens, for a French axe had shorn his left arm off at the shoulder. All have taken dints, but near all are safe and well.' ' 'Tis strange,' said the Queen thoughtfully, ' 'tis strange I know so few of these. I have a Harcourt, but he is not warlike, and cunning, cruel Walsingham lives in the north, and sits better astride of a dinner stool than a charger. Codrington and Fitzherbert leading my troops to war? Here, let me see thy script, it may explain.' And she held out her jewelled hand. Thereon a strange uneasiness possessed me, and seemed to cloud my honest courage. What was it? What had I to fear? I did not know. And yet my strong fingers, that never wearied upon a hilt, though the day were ne'er so long, trembled as I slung round my pouch, and my heart set off a beating with craven fear as it had never beat before in sack or melee. It was too foolish, and a little angry at the blood that ran so slowly in my veins, and the heavy sense of evil that sat on me all of a sudden, I pulled the metal letter case from my wallet and burst the seal and pressed the lid. The wallet split from side to side as though the stout leather were frail paper, and the strong metal crumbled in my fingers like red rotten touchwood. I stared at it in amazement. What could it mean? Then shook the thin rusty fragments from my hand, and, putting on a bold face I did not feel, drew out the parchment from the strangely frail casing, brushed off the dust and litter, and handed it to the Sovereign. ' Lady,' I said, in a voice I fain would have made true and clear, ' there is the full account, and though seas have stained it and rough travel spoiled the casing as you saw, yet have I made all diligence I could. It was yesterday morning King Edward gave me that, and " Take it," he said, " as fast as foot can go to sweet Queen Philippa my wife. Say 'twas penned on battlefield and comes full charged with my dear and best affections. Thus, madam, have I brought it straight to thee from famous Crecy, and here place it, the warrant of my truth, in Queen Philippa's own hand." And then I gave her the scroll. Jove, how yellow and tarnished it did look ! The frail silk that bound it was all affray and colourless, and the King's great seal, that once had been so cherry red, was bleached to sickly pallor. The Queen took it, and while I held my breath in nameless terror, she turned it over and slowly round about, and stared, first at me, and then at that fatal thing. She begged a dagger from a courtier at her side, and split the binding, and unfolded that tawny scroll that crackled in her fingers, it was so old and stiff, and read the address and superscription, and then, all on a sudden, while a death-like silence held the room, she turned her stern cold eyes, full of wrath and wonder, to me kneeling there, and burst out, " Why, fellow, what mummery is all this? Philippa and Crecy! Why, thou incredible fool, Philippa of Hainault has been dust these 20 generations, and Crecy, thy famous Crecy, was fought near 300 years ago. I am Elizabeth Tudor." Slowly I rose from my feet and stared at her in the hush of that wondering room, while a cold chill of fear and consternation crept over my body. Credible! Crecy fought 300 years ago! The hall seemed full of that horrible whisper, and a score of echoes repeated, " Queen Philippa has been dust these 20 generations, and Crecy, thy famous Crecy, was fought near 300 years ago." Oh, impossible, cruel, ridiculous, and yet, there as I stood, glaring at the Queen with strained set face and clenched hands, and heaving breath, gasping, wondering, waiting for something to break that hideous silence or give the lie to that accursed sentence that still floated around on the ambient air, and took new strength from the disdainful light in those clustering courtier eyes and their mocking, scornful smiles. While I waited I remembered, by all the infernal powers I remembered, my awakening, and all the things I should have noted and had not. I recalled the bitter throes that had racked my stiff joints in the old British grave, as never mortal rheums yet twisted common sinew and muscle. I recalled the long labour of the crypt thieves and the altered face of rocks and foreshore when my eyes first lit upon them after that long sleep. The very April season that sorted so ill with the August Crecy left behind took new meaning to me now all on an instant, and my ragged, crumbling raiment, in shreds and tatters, so ruinous as never salt spray yet made a good suit in one mortal evening, the strange garb and speech of those I met, and then this tawny, handsome, yellow lioness on the throne, where should have been a pale black Norman girl. Oh, hell and fiends, but she spoke the truth. I had lain 300 years in Ufner's stones, and with a wild, fierce cry of shame and anger, one long yell of pain and disappointment, I tore the cursed wallet from my neck and hurled it down there savagely at her feet, and turned and fled. Past the startled courtiers, past the screaming groups of laced and ruffled women, out, through the long line of feeble wardens, out between the glistening lowered halberds of the guards, down the white shining steps, an outcast and a scoffing point, down into the road I ran, under 1,000 wondering eyes, as fast as foot could go, not looking where or how, but seeking only the friendly cover of solitude and the fast coming evening. And then, at length, worn out and spent, so sick in mind and heart I could scarce put one limb before another, I sank down on a grassy bank a mile out of sight and sound of that fatal camp, and dropped my head into my hands, and let the fierce despair and the black swelling loneliness well up in my choked and aching heart. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. You, happy, across whose tablets a kind of fate draws the sponge of oblivion even while you write, who leave the cup half emptied and the feast half finished. You, from whose thoughts ambition passes in warm meridian glow, who nourish expectation and hope to the very verge of the unknown. You, who leave the warm with the sweet wine of living, your dim way lit with the shine of love, your fingers locked in the clasp of friendship. You, to whom all these things gently minister and smooth the path of the inevitable. You, who die but once and die so easily, surely cannot comprehend the full measure of my sufferings. Oh, it was horrible and sickening to feel the old world reel and spin like this beneath my laggard feet, to see crowns and states and people flit by like idle shadows on a sunny wall, to espouse great quarrels that set men into wide asunder camps, and to wake and find the quarrel long since over and forgotten, to swear allegiance to a king and love and serve him, and then to find, in the beat of a pulse, that he had gone and was forgotten, to be the bearer of proud news that should kindle joy in 1,000,000 hearts, and then to wake, when even the meaning of that news, the very cause and purport of it, was long since past and gone. It was surely bitter. And for myself, I, who, as you know, link a ready sympathy with any cause, who love and live and hope with a fervour which no experience quenches and no adversity can dim, to be thus cut adrift from all I lived and hoped for, to be cast like this onto the bleak friendless shore of some age, remote, unknown, unvalued, surely it was a mischance as heavy as any mischance could be. I had not any friend in all that universe, I said to myself as I lay and thought sad thoughts upon the grassy mound. A friend! Not one kind human heart in this hive of human atoms set store by me. Not one had heard I lived. Not one cared if I died. There was not in all the world one question of how I fared, one wish that ran in union with any wish of mine, one single link to join me to my kind. And what links could I forge again? How could I set out to hope afresh, or love or fear or wish for? Hope! Gods! Had I not hopes yesterday? And what were they now? A tawdry, silly sheaf of tinselled fancies. And love! How could I love, remembering the new dead Isobel? And fear and desire! Neither touched the accursed monotony of my desolation. Either would have been a boon from heaven to break the miserable calm of my despair. It was thus I reasoned with myself for hours as the gathering darkness settled down, and, poor as I had often been and comradeless, I do not think in all a long and varied life I had ever felt more reft of friends or melancholy lonesome. In vain my mind was racked to piece the evidence of that huge lapse of time which, there was no doubt, had passed since the great battle on the Crecy hills. I could recall, as they have been set down, every incident of the voyage, my escape, and what had followed the awakening, but the sleep itself was to me even now just one long, soft, dreamless, well-earned slumber from point to point. So absolutely natural had been that wondrous trance that to think on it would make me start up with a cry and shake my fist to where, in the valley, the lights of Elizabeth's camp were faintly shining among the trees, and half persuade myself that this were the dream, that the yellow-haired Princess had somehow mocked me, that Edward indeed still lived with my jolly comrades, and I might still hope to win renown and smiles amid them, and see those that I knew, and drink red wine from friendly flagons. Then I would remember all the many signs that told the Princess had not fooled me, had but spoke the cruel naked truth. Down I would sink again on the turf under the deepening shadows, and bewail my lot. Tossed fiercely about like this, time passed unnoticed. The day went out in the west behind the pale amber and green satin curtains of the sunset, and, while I sat and grieved, the yellow stars climbed into the sky, all the sweet silent planets of the night set out upon their unseen pathways and airy parabolas, and behind the thicket that sheltered me the moon got up and threw across the lonely road a tracery of black and silver shadows. The evening air blew strong and cool upon my flushed hot brow, and lulled the teeming thoughts that crowded there. Soft velvet bats came down, and the faint lisp of their hollow wings brushing by me was kindly and sympathetic. Overhead the sallows hung out 1,000 golden points to the small people of the twilight, and a faint perfume, an incense of hope, fell on me with the yellow dust of those gentle flowers. If I say these cool influences somewhat respirited me, you will deride my changing mood. Yet why should I hesitate for that? I did grow calmer under the gentle caressing of the evening. It was all so fair and still about me presently, and there was this star that I knew, and that, and the night owl churning overhead was surely the very same bird that had sung above my hunter couch in the Saxon woodlands, and the lonely trumpet of the heron, flying homeward up the valley, brought back a score of peaceful memories. After all, men might change and go, shallow small puppets that they were, but this at least was the same old earth about me, and that was something. I would find a sheltered corner and sleep. Mayhap, with tomorrow's dawn, the world might look a little brighter. Just as this wise resolution was on the point of being put in force, the faint sound of horse hoofs, demurely walking up towards my lurking place, came down on the night wind, and, retiring a moment into the deep shadows, I had not long to wait before the same shaggy palfrey and the same dreamy old fellow met earlier in the day came pacing along the road. The scholar, for so I guessed him, looked neither to right nor left. His strange thin face was turned full up to the moonlight, and the bright rays shone upon his vacant eyes and long white beard with a strange sepulchral lustre. He was letting the reins hang loose upon his pony's neck, and, as he came near, thinking himself alone, he stretched out his long sinewy hands in front, and it was plain to see his lips worked in the moonlight with unspoken thoughts quicker than an abbot's at an unpaid-for mass. Utterly oblivious to everything around, in the white shine of the great night planet, old, lunatic, and gaunt, he looked, methought, the strangest wayfarer that ever rode down a woodland lane by nightfall. He was indeed so weird and unapproachable in his reverie that, though I had felt a small gleam of pleasure in first recognising something which, if not friend, was at least acquaintance, yet now as he drew nigh, remote and visionary, with glassy eyes fixed on the twinkling stars, and thin white locks lifting about his broad and wrinkled forehead, I hesitated to greet him, and stood back. But that palfrey he bestrode was more watchful than his rider. He saw me loom dark among the hazels, and came to so sudden a stop as threw the old man forward upon his ears, and, whatever his fancies may have been, jerk them clean from sky to earth in less time than it takes to write. The scholar pulled himself together, and, with some show of valour, threw back his wide cloak from his right shoulder, and uncovered on his other side the hilt of a tarnished rusty sword. Then, peeping and peering all about, he cried, ' Ho, you there in the shadows ! Be ye thieves or beggars? Know that I have nothing to give and less to lose.' ' And he who stops your way, Sir,' I answered, stepping forward into the clear, ' is exactly in like circumstance.' ' Oh, it is you, friend, is it ?' cried the old man, seeming much relieved. ' I thought I had fallen into a nest of footpads, or at the least a camp of beggars.' ' Your open declaration, Sir, backed by certain evidences of its obvious truth, ought to have taken you safely through the worst infested thicket hereabouts.' ' No doubt, no doubt, but I am glad it is you and not another. First, because desirable friendships are rarely made by moonlight, and secondly, because you have been in my mind the few hours since we parted. I am honoured in that particular, and your courtesy moves me the more because I was only now thinking there were none upon the face of the earth who were doing so much by me. You are green, young man, and therefore apt to let a passing whim, a shadow of disappointment, lead to hasty generalising. You fared not as you hoped at yonder court.' And the old man bent his keen grey eyes upon me with a searching shrewdness there was no gainsaying. ' No, in faith I fared badly beyond all expectation.' ' And what were you projecting just now, when, like the ass of Balaam, this most patient beast saw you in the way and interrupted my reflections so roughly ?'' Why, at that very moment, Sir,' I said, ' I was looking for a likely place to pass the night.' ' What, on the moss, with no better hangings to your couch than these lean, draughty, leafless boughs ?'' 'Tis an honourable bed, Sir, and I have fared worse when I have been far richer.' ' Oh, what a happy thing it is to be young and full of choler and folly ! Not but that I have done the same myself,' chuckled the old man. ' For thou knowest mandrake must be gathered only at the full moon, and hemlock roots are digged i' the dark. Many a twilight such as this I spent groping in the murky woods, picking those things that witches love, and not gone home with full wallet until the owls were homing and the pale white stars were waxing sickly in the morning light. Nevertheless, Sir, take an old man's word, and presume not too largely on the immunities of youth.' ' I have no drier bed.' ' No, but I have. Come back with me to night, and I will lodge you safe and sound until the morning.' ' Thanks for the proffer, yet this is surely extreme courtesy between two wayfarers so newly met as we are.' ' And do I, Sir,' he cried, holding out his thin and shaky palms there in the pallid light, a gaunt and ragged looking spectre, a houseless, homeless, visionary vagrant, ' do I, Sir, seem some broiling spendthrift, some loose hedge companion, some shallow pated swashbuckler, hail fellow well met with one and all? I have not said so much civility as I did just now to any one these 20 years.' ' The more thanks are due from him in whose favour you make so great and generous exception. Is it distant to your lodgment ?'' But a few miles straight ahead of us.' ' Then I will go with you, for it were churlish to slight so good an offer out of bare waywardness.' And I tightened my belt and took the ragged ungroomed little steed by the rusty cord mended bit, and, with these two strange companions, set out I knew not how or where, and cared but little. At first that quaint old man seemed more elated than could reasonably be expected at having secured me for a guest. He did not openly avow it, but I was not so young or unread in men but that I could decipher his pleasure in voice and eye even while he talked on other subjects. How this interest came, what he could hope to get or have of me, however, was well past my comprehension. My dress and rustic garb spoke me his inferior in place and station, while, certes, my rags and tatters made me seem poor even after my humble kind. He was a gentleman, though the sorriest looking one who ever put a leg across a saddle. And I was afoot, a gloomy, purseless, unweaponed loiterer in the shadows. What could he need of me that lent such lustre to his eyes and caused him to chuckle so hoarsely far down in his lean and withered throat? The morrow, no doubt, would show, and in the meantime, being still morose and sad, smarting to have unwittingly played the fool so much, and full of grief and sorrow, I responded but dully to his learned talk. Feeling this, and being only slenderly attached to mundane things at best, his mind wandered from me after a mile or two, his eyes grew fixed and expressionless, his hands dropped supine upon the pummel, his chin sank down upon the limp, worn, yellow ruffles on his chest, and senseless, disconnected murmurs ran from his lips like water dripping from a leaky cask. I let him babble as he liked, and trudged along in silence, leaving the road to that sagacious beast who, with drooped head and stolid purpose, went pacing on without a look either to right or left. And you will guess my thoughts were melancholy. Yesterday I was an honoured soldier, the confidant of a proud victorious king, the comrade of a shining band of princely brethren, as good a knight as any that breathed among a host of heroes, the clear honoured leading star, the bright example to a horde of stalwart veterans, with all the fair wide fields of renown and reputation lying inviting before me, all the pleasant lethe of struggle and ambition open to my search, and I had strong true friends abroad and loving ones at home. And now, oh, I beat my hand upon my bosom and spent impotent curses on the starlight sky. To think how all was changed, to think how those splendid princely shadows were gone, how all those sweet, rough spearmen who had ridden with me, fetlock deep through the crimson mire of Crecy, had passed out into the void, leaving me here desolate, poor, accursed. This empty hand that trained the spear, that had shot princes and paladins to earth under the full gaze of crowned Christendom, turned to a low horseboy's duty, my golden mail changed to a hedgeman's muddy smock, on foot, degraded, friendless, and forlorn. But it was no good grieving. My melancholy served somehow to pass the way, and when, presently, I shook it off again with one fierce final sigh, and peered about, we were slowly winding down a dark road between high banks into a deeply wooded glen lying straight ahead. I had noticed now and then, as we came along, a twinkling light or two standing off from the white roadway amid the deep black shadows of the evening, and each time had slowed my gloomy stride, thinking this were the place we aimed for. Now it was a shepherd's lonely cot, high perched amid the open furze and ling, with a faint red beam of warmth and light coming from the glowing hearth within. Ah, here we be, I thought. So learning is lodged with fleecy simplicity, and cons his Ovid amid the things the sweet Latin loved, or reads bucolic Horace beneath a herdsman's oak. But that glum palfrey did not stop, and his fantastic master made no sign. Then it would be a wayside cottage, all criss-cross faced with beam of wood after the new fashion, and overgrown with rose and eglantine. Then this is it, I sighed, a comely, peaceful harbourage. One could surely lie safer from the winds of blustering fortune in this tiny shell than a small white maggot in a winter-hidden nut, and I put my hand upon the dim trestle gate. But stamp, stamp, the steed went on, and the master never took his chin from off his bosom. Well, we had passed in this way some few small homesteads, and seen the glow-worm lights of a fair sleeping Tudor village or two shine remote in the starlight valleys. And then we came all at the same solemn pace, the same gloomy silence, into that deep shadowed dell I spoke of. We dipped down out of the honest white radiance between high banks on either hand, so high that bush and shrub were locked in tangles overhead, and not a blink of light came through. Down that strange black zigzag we slipped and scrambled, the loose stones rattling beneath our feet in pitchy darkness, with never a sound to break the stillness but the heavy breathing of the horse, and now and then the gurgle of an unseen streamlet running somewhere in the void. We staggered down this hell-dark pathway for a lonely mile, and then there loomed up from the blackness on my right hand a mouldy, broken terrace wall, all loose and cracked, with fallen coping slabs and pedestals displaced, and hideous, stony, graven monsters here and there glowering in the blackness at us who passed below. 200 paces down this wall we went, and then came to an opening. At the same moment the pale moon shone out full overhead and showed me a gate, a garden, and beyond an empty mansion, so white, so ruinous and ghastly, so marvellously like a dead, expressionless face suddenly gleaming over the black pall of the night, that I tightened my hand upon the snaffle strap I held, and bit my lip, and thanked my fate it was not there I had to sleep. Yet could I not help staring at that place. The wall turned in on either side to meet those gates. They had once been noble and well wrought and gilded, for here and there the better metal shone in spots amid the wide expanse of rusty iron that formed them. But now they were like the broken fangs, methought, of some old hag more than aught else. The left of these two rotten portals never opened. The nettle and wild creepers were twined thick about its shattered lower bars, while its fellow stood ajar, with one hinge gone, and sagging over, desperately envious, it seemed, of the small footway that wound amid the rank wild herbage past it. And then that garden! Jove! Was ever such a ghostly wilderness, such a tangled labyrinth of decay and neglect, born out of the kind, fertile bosom of gentle Mother Earth? Never before had I seen black cypresses throw such funereal shadows. Never had I known the winter-worn things of summer look so ghoul-like and horrible. But worst of all was the mansion beyond, a straggling pile with mighty chimney-stacks, from whence no pleasant smoke curled up, and silent grassy courtyards and lonely flights of broken steps leading to lonely terraces, and 100 empty windows staring empty-socketed back upon the dead white light that shone so straight and cruel upon them. Oh, it was all most forlorn and melancholy, surely an unholy place, steeped deep with the indelible stain of some black story, and I turned me gladly from it. I turned, and as I did so the horse came to a sudden stop, stopped calm and resolutely before that ill-omened portal. This woke his master, who stared and looked up. He saw the house and gates in the full stream of the moonlight, and then turned to me. ' Welcome !' he cried, ' right welcome to my home. Oh, you shall sleep snug enough to night. Look at the shine on't. They have lit up to welcome us.' And he pointed with a long fleshless finger to those ghostly windows. ' Oh !' came like a dead voice the echo of his laughter out of the blank courtyard depth, and the old man, so strange and wild, struck his rusty spurs upon the bare sounding ribs of his beast, and turned and rode straight through the portal. For 1 minute I held back. 'Twas all so grim and tragic looking, and I was weak, shaken with grief and fasting, unweaponed and alone. For 1 minute I held back, and then the red flush of anger burnt hot upon my forehead to think I had been so near to fearing. I tossed back my black Phrygian locks, and with an angry stride, my spirit roused by that moment's weakness, strode sternly across the threshold. Down the white gravel way we twined, the loose neglected path gleaming wet with night dew. We brushed by thickets of dead garden things, such as had once been tall and fair, but now tainted the night air with their rottenness. We stepped over giant brambles and great fallen hemlocks, little hedge pigs, so forsaken was it all, trotting down the path before us, and bats flitting about our heads. In one place had been a fountain, and Pan himself standing by it. The fountain was choked with giant dock and cress, wherefrom some frogs croaked with dismal glee, while Pan had fallen and lay in pieces on his face across the way. So we came in a moment or two to the house, and there my guide dismounted, and pulled bit and bridle, saddle and saddlecloth from his pony. That beast turned and stepped back into the shadows of the desolate garden, vanishing with strange suddenness, but whither I could not guess. Then the old man produced a green rusty key from under his belt, and putting it to the lock of the door at top of that flight of broken steps, which looked as though no foot had trodden them for 50 years, he turned the rusty wards. The grind and wail of those stiff bolts had almost human sadness in it. And then we entered a long, lonely, chilly hall. Here my guide felt for flint and steel, and I own I heard the click of the stone and metal, and saw the first sparks spring and die upon the pavement with reasonable satisfaction. 'Twould have made a good picture had someone been by to limn it. That ghastly pale face that might have topped a skeleton, so bloodless was it, with sharp keen eyes, a glint in the red glow that came presently upon the tinder, that strange slouch hat, that ragged sorrel graveyard cloak, and all about the gleam, glancing off the crumbling finery, the worm-eaten furniture, the broken tile-stones, the empty, voiceless corridors, the doors set half ajar, the great carved banisters of the stairway that mounted into the black upper emptiness of that deserted hall, and then I myself, there by the porch, watchful and grim in my sorry rags, the greatest wonder of it all, eyeing with haughty speculation that old fellow, so ancient and yet so young, tottering and venerable under the weight of a poor 80 years, perhaps, while it was 3 times as much since, strong-limbed, supple, I had even sat to a meal. It was truly strange, and I waited for anything that might come next with calm resignation, a listless faith in the integrity of chance which put me beyond all those gusty emotions of hope and fear which play through the fledgling hearts of lesser men. The red train of sparks lit upon the tinder while I glanced around. The old man's breath blew them into a flame, and this he set to a rushlight, then turned that pale flame in my direction as he surveyed his guest from top to toe. I bore the inspection with folded arms, and when he had done he said, " Such thews and sinews, son, as show beneath that hempen shirt of yours, such breadth of shoulder and stalwartness, can scarcely be nourished on evening dew and sad reflections. Have you eaten lately?" " In truth, sir, it was some time ago I last sat to meal," was my response, " and whether it be our walk or the night air, I could almost fancy your father's father might have shared that meal with me." " Well, come then to the banquet hall, the feast is spread, and, for guests, people these shadows with whom you will," and taking the rushlight from its socket and hobbling off in front, that strange host of mine led down the corridor to where a great archway led into the main chamber of the house. It was as desolate and silent as every other place, vast, roomy, blank and gloomy. All along one side were latticed windows, looking out upon that dead garden, and the moonbeams, coming through them, threw faint reflections of escutcheon and painted glass upon the dusty floor. Here and there the panes were broken, and draughts from these swayed the frayed and tattered hangings with ghostly undulations. Ah, and at the top of the room an open door, leading into unknown blackness, kept softly opening and shutting in the current, as though, with melancholy monotony, it was giving admittance to unseen, voiceless company. But nothing said my friend to excuse all this. He led up the long black table, with rows of seats and benches fit to seat 100 guests, until at the lonely top he found and lit the 4 branches of a little oil lamp of green mouldy bronze, such as one takes from ancient crypts, and when the 4 little flames grew up smoky and dim, they shone upon a napkin, ready laid, a flask, a pitcher, and a plate, flanked by a horn-handled knife and spoon, and an oaken salt cellar. Then the old Earl next went to a cupboard in a niche and brought out bread on a trencher, a cheese upon a round leaden dish, and a curious flask of old Italian wine. I stared at my host in wonder, for I could have sworn a Saxon hand had trimmed his knife and spoon. His lamp was Etruscan, as truly as I lived, though Heaven only knew how he came by it. And that pitcher, why, Jove, I knew the very Roman pottery marks upon it, the maker's sign and name, the very kiln that glazed it. He laid a plate for me, and cut the loaf, and filled our tankards. And, " Eat," he said, " the feast is small, but we have that sauce the wise have told us would make a worse into a banquet." " Thanks," I said, " I have in truth sat to wider spreads, yet this is more than I could, a few short hours since, have reasonably hoped for." And so I began, and broke his bread, and turned about the cheese, and poured the wine, and made a very good repast out of such modest provender. But, as you may guess, between every mouthful I could not help looking up and about me, at the wise mad features of that quaint old man, now far away and visionary, again lost in thought and fantasy, and then out through the broken mullions into that pallid garden of white spectral things and inky shadows lying so death-like in the moonshine, and so once more my eye would wander to the long sombre hall, the stately high-backed chairs all rickety and moth-eaten, and the door that gently opened now and then to admit the sighing of the night wind and nothing more. Well, I will not weary you with experiences so empty. At last the most spectral meal that ever mortal sat to was over, and the old man roused himself, and, like one who comes reluctantly from deep thought, drained out his goblet to the dregs, and turned it down, and swept the crumbs into his plate, and, standing up, said in a somewhat friendly tone, " You will be weary, stranger guest, and mayhap I am to-night but a poor host. If it pleased you, I would show you to a chamber which, though mayhap somewhat musty like much else of mine, shall nevertheless be drier than yon couch of yours out there by the hazel thicket." " Musty or not, good Sir, I do confess a bed will be welcome. It must be near 400 years at least, that is to say, it must be very long, my sleepy eyes suggest, since I was lain on one." " Come, then." " Yet half a minute, Sir, before we go. This garb of mine, I do not deign to advert to its poorness for my own sake, but it does such small credit to your honour and hospitality. Fortune, in other times, gave me the right to wear the hose and surtout of a gentleman, if you had such a livery by you." The scholar thought a space, then bid me stay where I was, and took the rushlight and went down the passage. In a few minutes he was back, with a swathe of faded raiment upon his arm, and threw them down upon the bench. " There, choose," he cried. " It was like a young man to think of to morrow's clothing between supper time and bed." The raiment was as mysterious as everything else hereabout. It was all odds and ends and quaint old fashions and tags of finery, the faded panoply of state and pride, the green vest of a forest ranger, the gabardine of a marshal of the lists, suits for footmen with the devices I had seen upon the ruined gates worked on the front in golden thread, and some few courtly things such as idle young lords will wear a day or two and then throw by to wear some newer. Out of the latter I selected a suit that looked as though it would fit me, and though a little crumpled was still in reasonable condition. This vestment, after the fashion of the time, consisted of tight hose and much puffed breeches, a fine silk waistcoat coming far down, and a loose and ample coat upon it with wide shoulders and long tight sleeves. When I add this suit was of amber velvet, lined and puffed with primrose satin, you will understand that, saving the certain mouldiness about it I have mentioned, it was as good as any reasonable man could desire. I rolled it up and put it under my arm, then turned to my host with something of a smile at the strangeness of it all. ' A supper, sir,' I said, ' and shelter, a suit of velvet, and then a bed. Why, surely this is rare civility between two chance companions met on a country road.' ' Ah !' answered the old man, ' and if you were as old as I am you would know it is rare, but that such things must somehow be paid for.' And he eyed me curiously a moment from under those penthouse eyebrows. ' Is there anything more you lack ?' he continued. ' To night it is yours to ask and mine to give.' ' Since you put it to me, worthy host,' I responded, ' there is one other thing I need — something a soldier likes, whether it be in court or camp, in peaceful hall like this, or on the ridges of a dank battlefield. A straight, white comrade that I could keep close to me all day, a dear companion who would lie nigh by my side at night. Believe me, I have never been without such.' ' And believe me, young man, I cannot humour you. Fie ! If that's your fancy, why did you leave yon wanton camp ? Gads, but they would have lined you there civilly enough. But I — what, do you think I can conjure you a pretty painted leman for a plaything out of these black shadows all about us ?' Whereat I answered seriously, ' You mistake my meaning, sir. It was no gentle damsel that I needed, but such a companion as I have ever had — in brief, a weapon, a sword. It was only this I thought of.' I heard the old man mutter as he turned away, ' A curse on young men and their wants ! New suits, supper and wine, leman, weapons — oh, it's just the same with all of them,' and he took the taper from the table and signed me to follow. He led me down the hall with its bare cold flagstones and sombre panelling dimly seen under the feeble gleaming light he carried, and in a few paces my grim host stopped and held that shine aloft. It shone redly on a tarnished trophy of arms, chain mail, and helmets, whence he bid me choose whatever took my fancy, making the while small effort to hide his contempt for the obvious eagerness and pleasure with which I sampled that dusty hoard. After a minute or two I selected a strong Spanish blade, a little light and playful perhaps, with golden arabesques all down it, and a pretty fluted hollow for the foeman's blood, and a chaste love knot at the hilt, yet nevertheless a good blade, and serviceable, with an edge as keen as a lover's eye, and a temper as true as ever was got into good steel, I thought, as I sprang it on the tiles between hammer and anvil. This Toledo blade had a cover of black velvet, bound and hooped with silver bands, and a stout belt of like kind, nicely suiting that livery I carried upon my arm. I bound the sword about me, and after being so long unweaponed, found it wondrous comfortable and pleasant wear. ' Now then, Sir Host,' I cried, ' lead on. If this chamber of thine were in the porch of paradise or in the nethermost pit of hell, I am equally ready to explore it.' Up the gloomy stairs we went, now to right and then to left, by corridors and passages, until the road we came was hopelessly mazed to me, and soon my host led to a wider, gloomier avenue of silent doorways than any we had passed. ' Choose,' he laughed, ' choose you a bed. Better men than you have lodged and died within these cheerful chambers.' And that wild old man, with furrowed face and mad sparkling eyes, seeming in that small round globe of light like some spectral remnant of the fortunes of his lonely house, opened door after door for me to note the grim black solitudes within. In every chamber hung the same staring portraits on the wall, cold, proud, dead eyes fixed hard upon you wherever you might look. On every rotten cornice were tattered hangings, half shrouding those dim cobwebbed windows that gaze so wistfully out upon the moonlit garden, and dusky panel doors and cupboard casements that gently creaked and moved upon the sighing draught till you could swear ghostly fingers played upon the latches. The same stern black furniture, crumbling and decayed, was in each set straight against the walls. The same cenotaph four-posted bedsteads, with ruined tapestries and mouldy coverlets. "Choose," he laughed, with a horrid goblin laughter that rattled down the empty corridors. "My house is roomy, though the guests be few and silent." But in truth there was little to choose where all was so alike. Therefore, and not to seem the least bit moved by all this dreadfulness, I threw down my borrowed clothes and rapier upon the settle in one of the first rooms we happed upon, and said, " Here then, good host, and thanks for courteous harbourage. What time doth sound reveille? What time, I mean, doth thy household wake?" " My household, stranger, sleeps on for ever. They will not wake for any mortal sunrise. I spend the long night hours in work and vigil." And he looked at me with the gloomy fanaticism of an absent mind. " Yet you must wake again," he went on after a minute. " I have something to ask thee to morrow, perhaps something to show. Why, then, until we meet again, good night and pleasant vigils, since it is to them you go. Good night, young man, and sober sleep. Remember, this is no place to dream of tilts and tourneys, of lost causes or light lemon love." And muttering to himself as he shuffled down the bare dusty floors, I heard him pass away from corridor to corridor and flight to flight, until even that faint sound was swallowed by the cavernous silence of the sepulchral mansion, and night and impenetrable stillness fell on those empty stairways and gaunt voiceless rooms. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I slept all that night in a deep unbroken slumber, waking with the first glimpse of morning, calm and refreshed, but very sleepily perplexed at my surroundings. It was only after long cogitations that the thread of my coming hither took form and shape. When at last I had examined myself in my antecedents and reduced them to the melancholy present, I got up and looked from the window. A fair tract of country lay outside, deep wooded and undulating, with pastoral meadows in between the hangers, and beyond, in the open, that streamlet whose prattle had been heard the night before lay spread into a broad rushy tarn overgrown with green weeds and water things, and then, running on through the flat soft meadows of the hollow where the house was built, wound into the far distance, where it joined something that shone in the low white light like the gleam of a broader river. It was not a cheerful morning, for it had rained much, and the chilly mist hung low and still about these sombre wooded thickets, and the long grass between them. The sleepy rooks in the nests upon the bare tree tops were later to wing than usual, cawing melancholy from the sodden boughs as though loath to leave them. And down below nothing sang or moved but the dark black merle fluttering along the covert side, and the mavis turning a plaintive and uncertain note from off the wet fir tops. When I had stared my full and learnt little from the outlook, I donned those clothes that I had borrowed, and they were a happy choice. They fitted me like a lady's glove, and, as I laced and hooked and belted them before a yellow mirror let into the black panel of my chamber door, I could not but feel that they looked a goodly fashion for one of my make and build. I had not seemed so stalwart and so sleek, so straight in limb and broad in shoulder, since I was a Saxon thane. Then I belted on that pretty sword round my nicely tapering middle, and ran my fingers through my black eastern locks, arranging them trimly inside my high-standing frill, and took another look or two into the glass. And then, with a derisive smile, a little scornful at the secret pleasure those fine feathers gave me, I went forth. Surely never did mortal mason build such a house before. The deepest, densest forest path that ever my hunter's foot had trodden was simple to those mazes of curly stairs and dim passages and wooden alleys that led by tedious ways to nothing, and creaking rotten steps that beguiled the wanderer by sinuous repetitions from desolate wing to wing and flight to flight. And all the time that I wrestled with those labyrinthine mazes in the struggle to reach latitudes I knew, not a sign could I see of my host, nor a whisper could I catch of human voice or familiar sound in that dusty, desolate wilderness. Such an impenetrable stagnation hung over that empty habitation that the crow of a distant cock or the yelp of a village cur would have been a blessed interruption, but neither broke the vault-like solemn stillness. From room to room I went, opening countless doors at random, all leading into spacious mouldy chambers, bare and tenantless, feeling my way by damp neglected wall and dangerous broken floorings to endless cobwebbed windows, unbarring wooden casements and letting in the watery light that only made the inner desolation more ghostly conspicuous. But nothing human could I find, nor any prospect but that same one I had seen before of damp woodlands and marshy water meadows out beyond. Perhaps for half an hour had I adventured thus hopelessly, lost in the dusty bowels of that stupendous building, and then, just as I was near despairing of an exit and meditating a leap from a casement onto the stony terraces below, opening one final door that might well have been but a household cupboard for the storing of linen and raiment, there at my feet was the great main staircase, leading by many a turn and staging to the central hall below. I put, with the point of my sword, a cross upon the outside of that cupboard door, so that I might know it again if need be, and then descended. Had you seen me coming down those Tudor steps in that Tudor finery, my hand upon the hilt of my long steel rapier perked behind me, my great ruffle and my curled moustache, my strong soldier limbs squeezed into those sweet-fitting satin hose and sleeves, so stern and grim, so lonely and silent in the white glimmer of the morning shine that came from distant lattice and painted oriel, you well might have thought me scarcely flesh and blood. Some old Tudor ancestor of that old Tudor hall, stepped from a painter's canvas just as he was in life, and come with beatless feet to see what cheer his gross descendants made of it where he had once lived so noisy and so jolly. Down the steps I came and into the banquet hall, empty and deserted like all else, and so sauntered to the table head where I had supped the evening before. Not one trace of humankind had I seen since the night, and yet that little thing quite startled me. The supper had been cleared away, another napkin spread, another plate put out with fruit and bread, and a large beaker of good new milk stood by to flank them. I stared hard at that simple seeming meal, and could not comprehend it. I was near sure the old man had not set it, yet, if he had, why was there but one plate, one place, one chair, one beaker? Was it meant for me or him? What fingers had pulled that fruit or drawn that milk still warm from its source? I would wait, I thought, and strolled off to the windows, and down them all slowly in turn, then back again to idly hum a favourite tune we had sung yesterday at Crécy. But still nothing came or stirred. Then I went into the hall and examined that trophy of weapons, and tried them all, and then unbarred the great door and went out upon the terrace, there to dangle my satin legs over the balustrades during a long interval of gloomy speculation. But not a leaf was moving, not a sign or whisper could I see of that strange old fellow who had brought me hitherto, and now did his duty by his guests so quaintly. At last I went back to the dining place, and regarded that mysterious meal with fixed attention. Now this, I thought, is surely spread for me, and if it is not, then it should be. The master of a house may get him food how and when he likes, but the guest share is put ready to his hand. I have waited a long hour and more, the sun is high, surely that learned pedant could not mean to belay his courtesy by starving a stranger visitor. No, it was certainly affectation to wait longer. At the worst, there must be more where these good things came from. And being hungry, and having thus appeased my conscience, I clapped my sword upon the table and fell to work, and in a short space had made a light though sufficient meal, and cleared everything eatable completely from the table. I was the better for it, yet this strange solitude began to weigh upon me. But a few hours since, surely it was no more, I had been in a busy camp, bright with all the panoply of war, active, bustling, and here, why, the white mist seemed creeping through me. It was so damp and melancholy. The tawny mildew of these walls seemed settling down upon my spirit. Jove! I felt by comparison of what I had been and was, already touched with the clammy rottenness of this place, and slowly turning into a piece of crumbling lumber, such as lay about on every hand, a tarnished, faded monument to a life that was bygone. Oh, I could not stand the house, and, taking my cap and sword, strolled down to the garden, full of pensive thoughts, morose, uncaring, and so out into the woods beyond, and over hill and dale, a long walk that set the stagnant blood flowing in my sleepy veins, and did me tonic good. Leaving the hall where so strange a night had been spent, I strode out strongly over hill and dale for mile after mile, without a thought of where the path might lead. I stalked on all day, and came back in the evening, yet the only thing worthy of note upon that round was a familiarness of scene, a certain feeling of old acquaintance with plain and valley, which possessed me when I had gone to the farthest limit of the walk. At one hilltop I stopped and looked over a wide, gently swelling plain of verdure, with a grassy knoll or two in sight, and woods and new wheat fields shining emerald in the April sunlight, while far away the long clouds were lying steady over the dim shine of a distant sea. I thought to myself, surely I have seen all this before. Yonder knoll, standing tall among the lesser ones, why does it appeal so to me? And that distant flash of water there, among the misty woodlands a few miles to westward of it. Jove! I could somehow have sworn there had been a river there even before I saw the shine. Some sense within me knows each swell and hollow of this fair country here, and yet I know it not. They were not my Saxon glades that spread out beneath me, and the distant streams swept round, no such steep as that castled mount wherefrom I had set out for Crecy. I could not justify that spark of vague remembrance, and long I sat and wondered how or when in a wide life I had seen that valley, but fruitlessly. Yet fancy did not err, though it was not for many days I knew it. Then, after a time, I turned homewards. Homeward, was it? Well, it was as much thitherward as any way I knew, though, indeed, I marvelled as I went why my feet should turn so naturally back to that gloomy mansion, peopled only by shadows and the smell of sad suggestions. Perhaps my mind just then was too inert to seek new roads, and accepted the easiest, after the manner of weak things, as the inevitable. Be this as it may, I went back that wet, misty afternoon, alone with my melancholy listlessness, through the damp, dripping woods and coppices, where the dead ferns looked red as blood in the evening glow. I was so heedless I lost my way once or twice, and, when at length the dead front of the old house glimmered out of the mist ahead, the early night was setting in, and that lank, dejected garden, those ruined terraces and 100 staring, empty windows frowning down on the grave green courtyard stones, seemed more forsaken, more mournful looking even, than it had the night before. I found the front door ajar, exactly as it was left, and groping about, presently discovered the tinder and steel. I made a light, and laughed a little bitterly to think how much indeed I was at home. Then, in bravado and mockery, unsheathed my sword, and went from room to room in the gathering dusk, stalking sullen and watchful, with the gleam of light held above my head down each clammy corridor and vault-like chamber, rapped with my hilt on casement and panels, and, listening to the gloomy echo that rumbled down the ghoulish palace, I pricked with my rapier point each swelling rotten curtain. I punctured every ghostly, swinging arras, and stabbed the black shadows in a score of dim recesses. But nothing I found until, in one of these, my sword point struck something soft and yielding, and sank in. Jove, it startled me. 'Twas wondrous like a true good stab through flesh and bone, and my fingers tightened upon the pummel, and I sent the blade home through that yielding, unseen something and a span deep into the rotten wall beyond. Then looked to see what I had got. Faugh! 'Twas but a woman's dress left on a rusty nail, a splendid raiment once, such as a noble girl might wear and a princess give, padded and quilted wondrously with yards of stitching down the front, wherefrom rude hands had torn gold filigree and pearl embroideries, and where the wearer's heart had beat, those rough fingers had left a faded rose still tied there by a love knot on a strand of amber silk. A lovely gown once on a time, no doubt, but now my sword had run it through and through from back to bosom. Lord, how it smelt of dead rose and must and moth! I shook it angrily from my weapon and left it there upon the rotten boards, and went on with my quest. But neither high nor low, nor far nor near, was there to be found the smallest trace of my host or any living mortal. At last, weary and wet and oppressed with those vast echoing solitudes, I went back to the great hall, past all the untouched litter I had made in the morning, and so to the banquet place. I walked up the long black table set solemn with double rows of empty chairs, and lit the lamp that stood at top. It burnt up brightly in a minute, and there beneath I saw the morning meal had been removed, the supper napkin neatly laid, and bread, wine, and cheese laid out afresh for one. So unexpected was that neat array, so quaint, so out of keeping with the desolate mansion, that I laughed aloud, then paused, for down in the great vaulty interior of that house the echo took my laughter up, and the lone merriment sounded wicked and infernal in those soulless corridors. Well, there was supper. While I was tired and hungry, I would not be balked of it, though all hell were laughing outside. In the vast empty grate I made a merry fire with some old broken chairs, a jolly roaring blaze that curled about the mighty iron dogs as though glad to warm the chilly hearth again, and went flaming and twisting up the spacious chimney in right gallant kind. Then I lifted the stopper of the wine jar, and, finding it full of a good Rhenish vintage, set to work to mull it. I fetched a steel gorget from the trophy in the hall, poured the liquor therein, and put it by the blaze to warm, and to make the drink the more complete I spit an apple on my rapier point and toasted the pippin by the embers, thus making a wassail bowl of most superior sort. I ate and drank, and supped very pleasantly that evening, while the strong wind whistled among the chimney stacks and rattled with unearthly persistence upon the casements, or opened and shut, now soft, now fiercely, a score of creaking distant doors. The spluttering rain came down upon the fire by which I sat in my quaint finery, warming my Tudor legs by that Tudor blaze. The tall spectral things of the garden beyond the curtainless windows nodded and bent before the storm. Loose strands of ivy beat gently upon the panes like the wet long fingers of ghostly vagrants imploring admission. The water fell with measured beat upon the empty courtyard stones from broken gargoyle and spout, like the fall of gently pattering feet, and the strangest sobbing noises came from the hollow wainscoting of that strange old dwelling place. But do you think I feared? I, who had lived so long and known so much, I, who 4 times had seen the substantial world dissolve into nothing, and had awoke to find a new earth born from the dusty ashes of the past, I who had stalked 4 times the void air with all I loved, I for whom the shadowy fields of the unknown were so thickly habited, I to whom the teeming material world again was so unpeopled, so visionary and desolate. I mocked the wild gossip of the storm, and grimly wove the infernal whispers of that place into the thread of my fancies. Hour by hour I sat and thought of all the rosy pictures of the past, of all the bright beams of love I had seen shine for me in maiden eyes, all the wild glitter and delight of 20 fiery combats, all the joy and success, all the sorrow and pleasure of my wondrous life, and thus thought and thought until I wore out even the storm that went sighing away over the distant woodlands, and the fire that died down to a handful of white ashes, and the wine pot that ran dry and empty with the last flames in the grate. And then I took my sword and the taper, and, leaving the care of to-morrow to the coming sunrise, went up the solemn staircase and threw myself upon the first dim couch in the first black chamber that I met with. I threw myself upon a bed, dressed as I was, but could not sleep as soon as I wished. Indeed, a heavy drowsiness possessed me, and now I would dream for a minute or two, and then start up and listen as some distant door was opened, or to the quaint gusts that roamed about those corridors, and seemed now and then to hold whispered conclave outside my door. It was like a child, I knew, to be so restless, but yet he who lives near to the unknown grows by nature watchful. It did not seem possible I had fathomed all the mystery there was in that gloomy mansion, and so I dozed and waked and wondered, waiting in spite of myself for something more, all in the deep shadow of my rotten bed hangings, now speculating upon my host, and why he tenanted such a life-forsaken cavern, and ate and drank from ancient crockery, and had store of mouldy finery and rusty weapons, and then idly guessing who had last slept on this creaking sombre bed, and why the pillows smelt so much of mouldiness and mildew, or again listening to the wail of the expiring wind among the chimneys overhead, and the dismal sodden drip of water falling somewhere. Perhaps I had amused myself like that an hour, and it was as near as might be midnight. The low white moon was just a glimpse over the sighing tree-tops in the wilderness outside. I had been dozing lightly, when, on a sudden, my soldier ear distinctly caught a footfall in the passage without, and, starting up on my elbow in the black shadow of the bed, I gripped the hilt of the sword that lay along under the pillows, and held my breath as slowly the door was opened wide, and, before my astounded eyes, a tall dark figure entered. It was all done so quietly that beyond the first footfall and the soft click of the lifting latch, I do not think a sound broke the heavy stillness that, between the 2 pauses of the wind, reigned throughout the empty house. Very gently that dusky shadow by my portal shut the door behind, and it might have been only the outer air that entered with him, or something in that presence itself, but a cold, damp breath of air pervaded all the room as the latch fell back. I did not fear, and yet my heart set off a thumping against my ribs, and my fingers tightened upon the fretted hilt of my Toledo blade as that thing came slowly forward from the door, and, big and tall and so far indistinct, stalked slowly to the bed foot, touching the post like one who, in an uncertain light, reassures him by the feel of well-known landmarks, and so went round towards the latticed window. I did not stir, but held my breath and stared hard at that black form that, all unconscious of my presence, slowly sauntered to the light and took form and shape. In a minute it was by the lattice, and, to my stern, wondering awe, there in the pale white moonshine, looking down into the desolate garden beyond with melancholy steadfastness, was the figure of a tall black Spanish gallant. In that white radiance against the ebony setting of the room He was limned with extraordinary clearness. Indeed, he was a great silver column now of stencilled brightness against the black void beyond, and I could see every point and detail in his dress and features as though it were broad daylight. He was, or must I say he had been, a tall, slim man, long jointed and sparse after the manner of his nation, and to-night he wore something like the fashion of the time, black hose and shoes, a black seeming waistcoat, a loose outdoor hood above it, a slouch cap, a white ruffle, and a broad black leather belt with a dagger dangling from it. So much was ordinary about him, but Jove, his face in that uncertain twilight was frightful. It was cadaverous beyond expression, and tawny and mean, and all the shadows on it were black and strong. And out of that dreary parchment mask, making its lifelessness the more deadly by their glitter, shone two restless sunken eyes. He kept those yellow orbs turned upon the garden, and then presently put up a hand and began stroking his small pointed beard, still seeming lost in thought, and next, stretching out a finger, and Hoth, what a wicked-looking talon it did seem, the shape began drawing signs upon the mistiness of the diamond panes. At the same time he began to mutter, and there was something quaintly gruesome about those disconnected syllables in the midnight stillness. Yet, though I leaned forward and peered and listened, nothing could I learn of what he wrote or said. He fascinated me. I forgot to speak or act, and could only regard with dumb wonder that outlined figure in the moonlight and the long dead face so dreadfully ashine with life. So bewitched was I that had that vision turned and spoken, I should have made the best shift to answer that were possible. There was some tie I felt between him and me, more than showed upon the surface of this chance meeting of ours, something which, even as I write, I feel is not yet quite explained, though I and that shadow now know each other well. But instead of speaking, that presence, man or spirit, from the outer spaces, left off his scratching on the window, and with a shrug of his Spanish shoulders and a malediction in guttural Bisque, turned from the window-sill and walked across the room. As he did so I noticed, what had been invisible before, in his left hand a canvas bag, and by the shape and weight of it, that bag seemed full of money. I watched him as he stalked across the room, watched him disappear into the shadow, and then listened with every sense alert to the click of the latch and the creak of the door as he left my chamber by the opposite side to that whereat he entered. As those faint ghostly footsteps died away slowly down the corridor, my native sense came back, and, in a trice, I was on foot, dressed as I had lain me down, and, snatching my sword and cloak in a fever of expectation, I ran over to the window and looked upon the writing. It was figures and sums in ancient Moorish arabesque, and the long sharp nail marks of that hideous midnight mathematician were still pencilled clearly on the moonlit dew. My blood was now coursing finely in my veins, and hot and eager to see some more of this grim stranger, I strode across the room and stepped out into the passage. At first it seemed that he had gone completely, for all was so still and silent, but the white light outside was throwing squares of silver brightness from many narrow windows on the dusty floor. And there he was, in a moment, crossing the farthest patch, tall and silvery in that radiance, with his long slim black legs, his great ruffle and flapping cloak, looking most wicked. I went forward, making as little noise as might be, and seeing my ghostly friend every now and then, until, when we had traversed perhaps half that deserted mansion, I lost him where three ways divided, and went plunging and tripping forward, striving to be as silent as I could, though why I know not, and making instead at every false step a noise that should have startled even ghostly ears. But I was now well off the trail, and nothing showed or answered. It was black as hell in the shadows, and white as day where the moonbeams slanted in from the oriels. And through this chilly chequer I went, feeling on by damp old walls and worm-eaten wainscoting, slipping down crumbling stairs that were as rotten as the banisters which went to dust beneath my touch, opening sullen oaken doors and peering down the dreary wastes within, listening, prying, wondering, but nowhere could I find that shadowy form again. I followed the chase for many minutes, far into a lonely desert wing of the old house, then paused irresolute. What was I to do? I had my cloak upon one hand and my naked rapier was in the other, but no light or any means of making one. The vision had gone, and I found, now that the chase had ended and my blood began to tread a sober measure, it was dank, chilly and dismal in these black, draughty corridors. Worse still, I had lost all count and reckoning of where my bed had been, and, though that was small matter in such a house, yet somehow I felt it were well to reach the vantage ground of more familiar places wherein to wait the morning. So, as nearly as was possible, I groped back upon my footsteps by tedious ways and empty chambers, low in heart and angry, now stopping to listen to the fitful moaning of the wind, or the pattering rain spots on the glass, or some distant panels creaking in distant chambers, half thinking that, after all, I had been a fool and cozened by some sleepy fancy. And so I went back, dejected and dispirited, until presently I came to a gloomy arch in a long corridor, tapestried across with heavy hangings. Unthinkingly I lifted them. There, as the curtains parted 30 paces off, a bright moonlit doorway gently opened, and into the light stepped that same black-browed foreigner again. I did what any other would have done, though it was not valiant. Stepped back against the niche and drew the tapestry folds about me, and so hidden waited. Down he sauntered leisurely, straight for my hiding place, and as he came there was full time to note every wrinkle and furrow on that sullen ashy face. Hoth, he might have been a decent gentleman by daylight, but in the night shine he looked more like a weak dead corpse than aught else, and with eyes glued to those twinkling eyes of his, and bated breath and irresolute fingers hard set upon my pummel hilt, I waited. He came on without a pause or sign to show he knew that he was watched, and, as he crossed the last patch of light, I saw the bag of gold was gone, and the hand that had carried it was wrapped in a bloody handkerchief. Another minute, and we were not a yard apart. What good was valour there, I thought? What good were weapons or courage against the malignity of such an infernal shadow? I held back while he passed, and in a minute it was too late to stop him. Yet I could follow, and half ashamed of that moment's weakness, and with my courage budding up again, I started for my hiding place, and, brandishing my rapier, my cloak curled on my other arm as though I went to meet some famous fencer, I ran after the Spaniard. And now he heard me, and with one swift look over his shoulder and a startled guttural cry set off down the passage. From light to light he flashed, and shadow to shadow, I hot after him, my courage rampant now again, and all the bitterness and disappointment of the last few days nerving my heart until I felt I could exchange a thrust or two with the black arch-fiend himself. 'Twas a brief chase. At the bottom of the corridor stood a solid oak partition. I had him safe enough. I saw him come to that black barrier and hesitate, whereon I shouted fiercely and leapt forward, and in another minute I was there where he had been, and the corridor was empty, and the panelled partition was doorless and unmoved, and not a sound broke the stillness of that old house, save my own angry cry that the hollow echoes were bandying about from ghostly room to room and corridor to empty corridor. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A bright dazzle of sunshine roused me with the following sunrise. I rubbed my sleepy lids and sat up, vaguely gazing round upon the tarnished hangings, the immovable white faces of the pictures on the wall, and the dusty floor whereon, in the greyness of countless years, was marked just the outlines of last night's feet, and nothing more. However, it was truly a lovely morning, and, moved by that subtle tonic which comes with sunshine, I felt brighter and more confident. Having dressed, I went down the old staircase again to the breakfast which would certainly be ready, unbarring as I passed the casements, and setting wide the great hall door, that the cool breath of that spring morning might sweep away the mustiness of the old house, even humming a snatch of an old camp song learnt in Picardy to myself the while. Thus I gained the dining hall in good spirits, and saw, as had been expected, a new meal set with modest food and drink for me, and me alone, but no other sign or trace of human presence. I sat and ate, vowing as I did so this riddle had gone far enough unanswered, and before that shiny sparkling world outside, all tears and laughter like a young maid's face, was a few hours older, I would know who was my host, who served me thus persistent and invisible, and what might be the service I was looked to pay for such quaint entertainment. Therefore, as soon as the meal was done, I belted on my sword and straightened down my finery, the which had lost its creases and sat extremely well, and, smoothing the thick mass of my black Eastern hair under my velvet Tudor cap, sallied forth. There was nothing new about the garden save the sunshine, and, having intently regarded the broad terraced and mullioned front of the house without learning one single atom more than I knew before, I resolved to force a way round to the rear, if it were possible. But this was not so easy. On one hand were thickets of shrub and bramble laced into dense impenetrable barriers, and on the other great yew hedges in solemn ranks, with vast masses of ivy and holly forbidding a passage. But, nothing daunted, I walked down to those yews, and, peering about, soon perceived a tangled pathway leading into their fastness. It was a narrow little way, begrudgingly left between those sullen hedges, thick grown with dank weeds below, and arched over by neglected growth, so that the sun could not shine into these dusky alleys, and the paths were wet and chilly still. Well, I pushed on, now to right and now to left, amid the tangles of one of those old mazes that gardeners love to grow, and until only the tall smokeless chimney stacks of the deserted house shone red under the sunshine over the bough tops in the distance. And then I paused. It was all so strangely quiet and so lonesome. I had been solitary so long it seemed doubtful whether anyone was alive in the world but me. Why, surely, I was thinking, there were no human beings at least about this shadow-haunted spot. It were idle to seek for them. I would give it up. And, just as I was meditating that, had half turned to go, and yet was standing irresolute. Jove! Right from the air in front of me, right out from the black bosom of the shadowy yew and ivies, there burst a wild elfin strain of laughter, a merry bubbling peal, a ringing cascade of fairy merriment, a sparkling avalanche of disembodied mirth that like some sweet essence permeated on an instant all that gloomy place, and thrilled down the damp alleys, and shook the thousand-coloured drops of dew from bent and leaf, and vibrated in the misty prismatic sunshine up above, and then was gone, leaving me rooted to the ground with the suddenness of it, and half delighted and half amazed. But only for a moment, and then I leapt forward and saw a turning, and found at bottom of it a gap, and plunged headlong through. It was a pretty scene I staggered into. In front of me spread the open centre of the maze, a grassy space, some 20 paces all about, and lying clear to the sunshine falling warm and strong upon it. In the midst of that fair opening, shut off from wind and outer barrenness, had once been a fountain with a basin, and, though the jet played no longer, yet the white marble pool below it, stained golden and green with moss and weather, held from brim to brim a little lake of sparkling water, and about that fountain, bright in decay, the green ferns were unwinding, while great clumps of gold narcissus hung trembling over their own reflection in the broken basin. Overhead there was a blossoming almond tree, a cloud of pale pink buds wherefrom a constant cheerful hum of bees came forth, and a pale rain of petals fell onto the ground beneath and tinted it like a rosy snow. No other way existed in and out of that delightful circle save where I had entered, but little paths ran here and there among the grass, and industrious love had marked them out with pretty country flowers, pale primroses all damp and cool among the shadows, broad bands of purple violets lining seductive alleys, splendid star-like saffron outshining even the gorgeous sun, and blushing daisies with varnished kingcups where the fountain ran to waste. It was as pretty a dominion, as sweet an oasis in that dank dark desert beyond, as you could wish to see, and the clear strong breath of flowers and the warm wine of the sunshine set my blood throbbing deep and swift to a new sense of love and pleasure as I stood there spellbound on the dewy threshold. But, fair as earth and sky looked in that magic circle, they were not all. Kneeling at the broken marble fountain, her dainty sleeves rolled to pearly elbows, the strands of her loose brown hair dipping as she bent over the shining water with white muslin smock neatly bunched behind her, a milky kerchief knotted across her bosom, and a great country hat of straw by her side, knelt a fair young English girl. She did not see me at once. Her face was turned away, and on her other hand she was tending a noble peacock, a splendid fowl indeed, as stately as though she were the suzerain of all heaven's chickens, ivory white from bill to spurs, crested with a coronet of living topaz, and with a mighty fan upreared behind him of complete whiteness from quill to fringe, saving the last outer row of gorgeous eyes that shone in gold and purple and amethyst refulgent in that spotless field. A magnificent bird indeed, and fully wotting of it, and that kneeling maid was dipping water for him in her rosy palm, and the great bird was perched upon the marble rim and dropping his ivory beak into that sweet chalice, and lifting his lovely throttle and flashing coronet to the sky ever and anon, while the thrill of the girl's light laughter echoed about the place, and the almond blossoms showered down on them, and the bees hummed, and the sweet incense of the spring was drawn from the warm budding earth. Flowers glittered, the sun shone, and the sky was blue, as I, the intruder, stood silent and surprised before that dainty picture. In a moment the girl looked up and saw me in my amber suit and ruffle, my rapier and cap, standing there against the black framing of the maze. And then she did as I had done, stared and rubbed her eyes and stared again. In a moment she seemed to understand I was something more than a fancy, whereat, with a little scream of fear, she sprang to her feet, and, crossing the kerchief closer on her bosom, pulled down her sleeves and backed off towards the almond tree. But I had that comely apparition fairly at bay, and after so many hours without company, did not feel a mind to let her go too easily, whether she proved fay or fairy, nymph, naiad, or just plain country flesh and blood. I pulled off my cap, and with a sweeping bow advanced slowly towards her, whereon she screamed again. " Fair girl," I said, " I grieve to interrupt so sweet a picture with my uninvited presence, but, wandering down these paths, your laughter burst upon the stillness and drew me here." " And now, Sir," quoth that fair material sprite, recovering herself, and with a pretty air, " you would ask the shortest way to the public road. It lies there to your left, beyond the holly-bank you see over by the meadows." " Why, not exactly that," I laughed. " I have an idle hour or two on my hand, and since you seem to have the same, I would rather rest content with the good fortune which brought me hither than try new paths for lesser pleasures. If you would sit, I think this grassy mound is broad enough for two.' I meant it well, but the maid was timid and far from rescue in the wilderness of that maze. The colour mounted to her cheeks until they were pinker than the almond buds overhead. She looked this way and that, and gave one fleeting glance round the strong, close-set walls of that sunny garden among the yews. Then just one other glance at me, that dangerous stranger in silk and satin standing so gallant, cap in hand, and finally she was away, running like a hind towards the only outlet, the gap by which I had come in. But was I to be robbed of a pretty comrade so? Was the lovely elf of the neglected garden to slip between my fingers without answering one single question of the many I would ask? I spun round on my heels, and, quick as that maiden's feet were on the turf, mine were quicker. We got to the gap together, and in another minute, her kirtle fluttering in the breeze, her loose hair adrift, and the flush of fear and exertion on her youthful face, that comely lady was struggling in my grasp. I held her just so long as she might recognise how strong her bonds were, then set her free. If she had been pink before, that maid was now ruddier than the windflowers in the grass. ' Oh, fie, sir !' she began, as soon as she could get her breath. ' Oh, fie, and for shame ! You wear the raiment of a gentleman, you carry courtly arms, you do not look at least a rough uncivil rogue, and yet you burst into a privy garden and fright and offend a harmless girl. Oh, for shame, sir ! If gentleness and courtesy are so poor barriers, we shall need to look the better to our hedges. Let me by, sir,' and gathering her skirts in her hand, and tossing back her head with all the haughtiness she could command, that damsel looked me boldly in the eyes. Fair foolish girl, she thought to stare me down, I who had eyed unmoved 1,000 sights of dread and wonder, I who had mocked the stare of cruel tyrants, and faced unblanching the worst that heaven or hell could work. What! Was I to be out of countenance under the feeble battery of such gentle orbs as those? 'Twas boldly conceived, but it would not do, and in a moment she felt it, and her eyes fell from mine, the colour rushed again from brow to chin, she let her flowered skirt fall from her grip, she turned away for a moment, and there and then burst out a crying behind her hands as though the world were quite inside out. Now to stand the fair open assault of her eyes was one thing, but such sap as this was more than my resolution could abide. ' You do mistake me, maid, indeed,' I cried. ' I swear there is no deed of courtesy or goodwill in all the world I would not do for you.' ' Why then, sir, do the least and easiest of all. Stand from that gap and let me pass.' ' If you insist upon it, even that I must submit to. There is your way free and unhampered.' And I stood back and left the passage clear. ' And yet, before you go, fair lady, let me crave of your courtesy one question or two, such as civility might ask, and courtesy very reasonably answer.' Now that maid had dried her tears, been stealing some sundry glances at me under the fringe of her wet lashes while we spoke, and as a result she did not seem quite so wishful to be gone as she had been. She eyed the free gap in the tall wall of yew and holly, and then demurely me. The pretty corners of her mouth began to unbend, and while her fingers played among her ribbons and the colour came and went under her clear country skin, feminine curiosity got the better of timidity, and she hesitated. ' Oh !' she murmured, ' if it were a civil question civilly asked, I could wait for that. What can I tell you ?'' First, then, are you of true material substance, not vagrant and spiritual, but, as you certainly look, a healthy, plain-planed mortal ?'' Had I been else, sir,' the damsel answered with a smile, ' I had found a short way out of the trap you saw fit to hold me in.' ' That is true, no doubt, and I accept this initial answer with due thanks. I had not asked it, but lodging so long amid shadows sets my prejudice against the truth, even of the sweetest substance.' ' And nextly, sir ?'' Nextly, how came you in this lonely place with these pretty playthings about you ? How came you in my garden here, where I thought nothing but silence and sadness grew ?'' Your garden
What hole in our outer fences gave you that warrant, sir? ' queried the young lady, with a toss of her head. ' How long user of trespass makes that right presumptive ? Faith, until you spoke I thought the garden was mine and my father's.' And the young lady, for such I now acknowledge her to be, looked extremely haughty. ' What, hast thou then a father ?'' Yes, sir. Is it so unusual with our kind that you should be surprised ?'' And who is thy father ?'' A very learned man indeed, sir, one who hath more wit in his little finger than another brave gentleman will have in all his body. Of nature so courteous that he instinctively would respect the privacy of a neighbour's property and manors, so finished that he would never stay a maiden at her morning walk to bandy idle questions with her, all out of vanity of black curled hair and a new, mayhap unpaid for, yellow suit. If you had no more to ask me, sir, I think I would wish you good day.' ' But stay a minute. It seems to me I might know thy father, and this is the very point and centre of my inquisitiveness.' ' If you did it were much to your advantage, but I doubt it. He is recluse and grave, and not given to chance companions, or, in fact, to friend with any but some one or two.' ' Ah, that may well be so,' I said thoughtlessly, speaking with small consideration, and recalling the vision of my ancient host just as it came to me. A sour, wizened old carle, clad in rusty green, astraddle of a spavined, ragged palfrey, mean-seeming, morose, and sullen. Why, maid, is that thy father ?'' No, sir.' ' Gads !' I laughed. ' It was discourteously spoken. I should have said, now I come to reflect more closely on it, a reverend gentleman indeed, white-bearded and sage, with keen eyes shining severe, the portals of a well-filled mind, a carriage that bespoke good breeding and gentle blood, raiment that disdained the pomp of silly fickle fashion, and a general air of learning and of mildness.' ' My father, sir, to the very letter. Master Adam Faulkener, the wisest man, they say, this side of the Trent, and greatly, I know he would have me add, at your service.' ' And you ?'' And Mistress Elizabeth Faulkener, daughter to that same, and if indeed you know my father, then, as my father's friend, I tender you my humble and respectful duty.' And the young lady, half mockingly, and half out of gay spirit, picked up her flowered muslin skirt by two dainty fingers on either side, and made me a long sweeping curtsy. A pretty flower indeed for such a rugged stem. ' But this is only half the matter, fair girl,' I went on, when my responding bow had been duly made. ' If that venerable gentleman indeed be thy father, and this his house and thine, it is more strange than ever. I came here 2 evenings since by his explicit invitation, but since that time I have not set eyes upon him. High and low have I hunted, I have pricked arras and rapped on hollow panels, trodden yon ghostly corridors at every hour of the day and night, yet for all that time no sight or sound of host or hostess could I get. Now, out of thy generous nature, and the civility due to a wondering guest, tell me how was this ?'' Why, sir, do you mean to say, since 2 nights past you have been lodged back there ?'' Ah, 3 days in yon grim, mouldy mansion.' ' What, there, in that melancholy front of the many windows, and all alone ?'' The very simple native truth, alone in yonder tenement of faint sad odours and mournful sighing draughts, alone save for a mind stocked with somewhat melancholy fancies. Mislaid by him, it seemed, who brought me thither, dull, solitary, and damp. Why, damsel !' And in faith, when I had got so far as that, the maiden sank back upon the grassy heap and hid her face behind her hands, and gave way to a wild, tumultuous fit of laughter, a golden cascade of merriment that fell thick and sparkling from the sunny places of her youthful joyance, as you see the heavy raindrops glint through a bright April sky, a wild, irresistible torrent of frolic glee that wandered round the far-off alleys and raised 100 answering echoes of pleasure in that enchanted garden. Presently the maid recovered, and, putting down her hands, asked, ' And your meals, how came you by them ?'' They were laid for me twice each day in the great hall by unseen hands, most punctual and mysterious. 'Twas simple fare, but sufficient to a soldier.
and each time I cleared the table and went afield. When I came back it was reset, yet no one could I see, no sound there was to break the stillness. Again that lady burst into one of her merry trills, and, when it was over, signed me to sit beside her. I was not loath. She was fair and young and tender, as pretty an Amaryllis as ever a country Corydon did pipe to. So down I sat. ' Now,' said she, ' imprimis, Sir, I do confess we owe you recompense for such scant courtesy, but I gather how it happened. This is, as I have said, my father's house and mine, and time was, once, it has been told me, when he had near as many servants as I have flowers here, with friends unending, and all those blank windows yonder were full of lights by night and faces in the day. Then this garden was trim, not only here but everywhere, and great carriages ground upon the gravel drive, and the courtyard was full of caparisoned palfreys. That was all just so long ago, Sir, that I remember nothing of it.' ' I can picture it, damsel,' I said as she sighed and hesitated. ' And how came this difference ?'' I do not know for certain. I have often wondered why myself, but my father presently had spent all his money, and perhaps that somehow explained it,' sighed my fair philosopher. ' Then, too, he took studious and let his estate shift for itself, while he pored over great tomes and learned things, and hid himself away from light and pleasure. That might have scared off those gay acquaintances, might it not, Sir ?' queried the lady so unlearned in worldly ways. ' It were a good receipt, indeed,' was my answer, ' none better. To grow poor and wise is high offence with such a guild and throng as you have mentioned. So, then, the house emptied, and the gates no longer stood wide open. The garden was forsaken, and grass grew on thy steps. Owls built in thy corridors. A dismal picture, and sad for thee. But this does not explain the strange entertainment I have had. Where is your father lodged ? And you ? How is it we have not met before ?'' Oh !' said the damsel, brightening up again, ' that is easily explained. When his friends left him, my father dismissed all his servants but one, a Spanish steward, and good old Mistress Margery, my nurse, and, saving my father, my only friend. Then lodged himself back yonder, in the far rear of our great house, and there I have grown up.' ' Like a fair flower in a neglected spot,' I hazarded. ' Ah ! and secure from the shallow tongues of silly flatterings, old Margery tells me. Now my father, as you may have noted, is at times somewhat visionary and absent. It thus may well have happened that, bringing you here a guest, he would by old habit have taken you, as he was so long accustomed, to the great barren front and lodged you so. Once lodged there, it is perfectly within his capacity to have utterly forgot your very existence.' ' But the meals ? For whom were they spread, if not for me ?'' Why, simply for my father. He has, where he works, a cupboard wherein is kept brown bread and wine, and sometimes, when studious studies keep him close, he goes to it and will not look at better or more ordered meals. Then again, when the fancy takes him, he will have a place put for himself in the great deserted hall, and sups there all alone. Now this has become his mood of late, and I can only fancy that, when you came, the whim did change all on a sudden, and thus you inherited each day that which was laid for him who, too studious, came not, and old slow-witted Margery, finding every time the provender was gone, laid and relaid with patient remembrance of her orders.' ' A very pretty coil indeed, and I, no doubt, being sadly wandering afield all day, just missed thy ancient servitor each time.' ' And had you ever come in upon her heels, you would have seen her hobble up one silent corridor and down another, and press a button on a panel, and so pass through a doorway that you would never find alone from your tenement to ours. Oh, it makes me laugh to think of you pent there. I would have given a round dozen of my whitest hen's eggs to have been by to see how you did look.' ' That had been a contingency, fair maid, which had greatly lightened my captivity,' I answered, and the lady went babbling on in the prettiest, simplest way, half rustic and half courtly in her tones, as might be looked for in one brought up as she had been. For an hour perhaps we lay and basked in the pleasant warmth, while the rheums of melancholy and dampness were slowly drawn from me by the sun and that fair companionship. Then she rose, and shaking a shower of almond petals from her apron, reknotted her kerchief, and taking a look at the sky, said it was past midday and time for dinner. If I liked, she would guide me to her father. Up I got, and side by side with that fair Elizabethan girl went sauntering through her flowery walks, down past shrubberies, and along the warm red old wall of her great empty house, until we came into a quiet way, overgrown with giant weeds, and smelling sweet of green sheep's parsley and cool fair vegetable odours. Here the maid lifted a latch and led me through a well-hidden gateway into the sunny rearward courtyard. It showed as different as could be from the dreary front. The ground was cobblestones, all neatly weeded round a square of close-cut grass. On one side the great back wall of the manor place towered windowless above us, with red roofs, mighty piles of smokeless chimney stacks, and corby steps far overhead. And, on the other hand, at an angle to that wall were lesser buildings to left and right, enclosing the grass plot and shining in the sun, warm, latticed windowed, quaint gabled. The third side of the square was open, and sloped down to fair meadows, beyond which came flowering orchards bounded by a brook. Moreover, there was life here, plain, homely, honest country life. The wild, loose-hanging roses and eglantine were swinging in the sunshine over the deep-seated porches of these modest places. The lavender smoke was drifting among the budding branches overhead. Proud maternal hens were clucking to their broods about the open doorways. There were blooming flowers growing by one deep-set window. Ah, and fair Mistress Elizabeth's snowy linen was all out on cords across that pretty sunny courtyard, struggling in sparkling white confusion against the loose caresses of the April wind. ' And look you there !' cried pretty Mistress Faulkener when she saw it, pointing far down the distant meadows. ' 'Tis there we keep our milk and cows. Oh, as you are courteous as you would wish to deserve your gentle livery, count those cattle for a minute.' And thereat, while I, obedient, turned my back and mustered the distant beasts grazing knee-deep among the yellow buttercups, she out flew upon those linens and pulled them down, and rolled them up in swathes, and set them on a bench, then tucked back some dishevelled strands of hair behind her ears, and, somewhat out of breath, turned to me again. ' Here,' she said, ' on this side lives old Margery and our steward, Black Emanuel Marchena. There, on the other, is my room, that one with the flowers below and open lattices. Next is my father's. Below again is the room where we do eat. And all that yonder, those many windows alike above, and those steps going down beneath the ground, those half-hidden, cobwebbed windows ablink with the level of the turf, that is where my father works.' ' By all the saints, fair girl !' I exclaimed impetuously, as she led me towards that place, ' thy father's workshop is on fire. See the grey smoke curling from the lintel of the doorway, and the broken panes, and yonder I catch a glint of flame. Here, let me burst the door,' and I sprang forward. But the lady put her hand on my arm, saying, with a somewhat rueful smile, ' No, not so bad as that. There is fire there, but it is servant, not master. Come in and you shall see.' She took me down 6 damp stone steps, then lifted the latch of a massy, weather-beaten oaken doorway, and led me within. It was a vast, dim, vaulted cellar. The rough black roof of rugged masonry was hung by vistas of such mighty tapestries of grimy cobwebs as never mortal saw before. On the near side, the row of little windows, dusty and neglected, let in thin streams of light that only made the general darkness the more visible. All the other wall was rough and bare, beset with great spikes and nails wherefrom depended 1,000 forms of ironware and ancient useless metal things, the broken rusty implements of peace and war. The floor seemed, as I took in every detail of this subterranean chamber, to be bare earth, stamped hard and glossy with constant treading, while here and there, In hollows black water stood in pools, and grey ashes from a furnace fire margined those miry places. It was a gloomy hall, without a doubt, and as my eyes wandered round the shadows they presently discovered the presiding genius. In the hollow of the great final arch was a cobwebbed, smoke-grimed blacksmith's forge and bellows. The little heap of fuel on it was glowing white, and the curling smoke ascended part up the rugged chimney and part into the chamber. On one side of this forge stood a heavy anvil, and by it, as we entered, a man was toiling on a molten bar of iron, plying his blows so slow and heavy it was melancholy to watch them. That man, it did not need another glance to tell me, was my host. If he had looked gaunt and wild by night, the yellow flicker of the furnace and the pale mockery of daylight which stole through his poor panes did not improve him now. The bright fire of enthusiasm still burnt in his keen old eyes, I saw, but they were red and heavy with long sleeplessness. His ragged open shirt displayed his lean and hairy chest, stained and smudged with the hue of toil. His arms were bare to the elbow, and his knotted old fingers clutched like the talons of a bird upon the handle of the hammer that he wielded. Grim old fellow ! He was near double with weariness and labour. The breath came quick and hectic as he toiled. The painful sweat cut white furrows down his pallid ash-stained face, and his wild grey elfin locks were dank and heavy with the foul fumes of that black hole of his. Yet he stopped not to look to left or to right, but still kept at it, unmindful of aught else. Hammer, 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 and sigh, 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 with a fine inspired smile of misty heroic pleasure about his mouth, and the light of prophecy and quenchless courage in his eyes. It was very strange to watch him, and there was something about the unbroken rhythm of his blows and the inflexible determination hanging about him that held me spellbound, waiting I knew not for what, but half thinking to witness that red iron whereinto his soul was being welded spring into something wild and strange and fair, half thinking to witness these sooty walls fall back into the wide arcades of shadowy realm, and that old magician blossom out of his vile rags into some splendid flower of humankind. It was foolish, but it was an unlearned age, and I only a rough soldier. That fair maid by my side, more familiar with these strange sights and sounds, roused me from my expectant watching in a minute. She had come in after me, had paused as I did, and now, with pretty filial pity in her face and outspread hands, she ran to that old man and laid a tender finger upon his yellow arm and stayed its measured labour. At this he looked up for the first time since we entered, as dazed and sleepy as one newly waked, and seeing that he scarce knew her, Elizabeth shook her head at him and took his grizzled cheeks between her rosy palms and kissed him, first on one side and then on the other, kissed him sweet and tenderly upon his pallid unwashed cheeks, and then, with a kind imperiousness, loosed his cramped fingers from the hammer shaft and threw it away, and led him by gentle force back from his forge and anvil. ' Oh, father !' she said, bustling round him and fastening up his shirt and pulling down his sleeves, and looking in his face with real solicitude, ' indeed I do think you are the worst father that ever any maid did have,' and here was another kiss. ' Oh, how long have you worked down here ? 2 nights and days on end. Fie for shame ! And how much have you eaten ? What, nothing, nothing all that time ? Did ever child have such a parent ? Oh, would to Heaven you had less wisdom and more wit. Why, if you go on like this you will be thinner than any of these spiders overhead in springtime, and weary — nay, do not tell me you are not — and oh, so dirty, alack, that I should let a stranger see thee like this.' And, taking her own white kerchief from her apron, that damsel wiped her father's face in love and gentleness, and stroked his gritty beard, and smoothed as well as she was able his ancient locks, then took him by the hand and pointed to me, standing a little way off in the gloom. At first the old man gazed at the amber-suited gallant, shining in the blackness of his workshop, stolidly, without a trace of recognition. But when in a minute or two, by an effort, he drew his wits together, he took me for one of those gay fellows who, no doubt, had haunted his courtyards and spent his money in brighter times, and taxed me with it. But I laughed at that and shook my head, whereon he mused, ' What, art thou then young John Eldred of Bewley, come to pay those 20 crowns your father borrowed 12 years since ?' No, I was not John Eldred, and there were no crowns in my wallet. Then I must be Lord Fossedene's reeve come to complain again of broken fences and cattle straying, or perhaps a bailiff for the Queen's dues, and if that were so, it was little I would get from him. Thereon his daughter burst out laughing, and stroking the old man's hand. ' Oh, father,' she said gently, ' you were not always thus forgetful. This excellent gentleman I found trespassing among my flowers, and did arrest him. He is your guest, and declares you brought him here 2 nights since, lodging him in our empty front, where he has subsisted all this time on melancholy and stolen meals. Surely, father, you recall him now ?' The old man was puzzled, but slowly a ray of recollection pierced through the thick mists of forgetfulness. Indeed, he did remember, he muttered, something of the kind, but it was a sturdy, shrewd-looking yeoman, tall and bronzed under his wide cap, a rustic fellow in country cloth, that he had brought along, and not this yellow gentleman. So then I explained how he had resuited me, and jogged his memory gently, lifting it down the trail of our brief acquaintance as a good huntsman lifts a hound over a cold scent, until at last, when we had given him a cup of red wine from his cupboard in the niche, his eyes brightened up, the vacuity faded from his face, and, laughing in turn, he knew me. Then, holding out 2 withered hands in very courteous wise, old Andrew Faulkener welcomed me, and in civil, courtly speech that seemed strange enough in that grim hole and from that grizzly, bent, unwashed old fellow, made apology for the neglect and seeming slight which he feared I must have suffered. We spoke together for some minutes, and then I ventured to ask, ' Was there not something, Master Faulkener, you had to tell or ask of me? I do remember you mentioned such a wish that evening when we parted, and certain circumstances of our short friendship make me curious to know what service it is I have to pay you in return for the hospitality your goodness put upon me.' ' In truth, there was something,' Faulkener answered, with a show of embarrassment, ' but it was a service better sort of frieze than silk.' ' Tell it, good sir, tell it. It were detestable did silk repudiate the debts that honest frieze incurred.' ' Why, then I will, and chance your displeasure. Sweet Bess, get thee out and see to dinner. This gentleman will dine with me to day.' And as Mistress Elizabeth picked up her pretty skirts and vanished up the grass-grown steps, the old recluse turned to me. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician, by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. ' Now look you here, sir,' the old philosopher began, taking me by a tassel on my satin doublet and working himself up until his eyes shone with pleasure as he unfolded his mad visions to me. ' Look you here, sir. This bare and dingy dungeon that you rightly frown at is a cell more pregnant with ingenuity than ever was the forge of the lame smith of Lemnos, Vulcan. Vulcan never had such teeming fancies as I have harboured in my head for 20 years. Vulcan never coaxed into being such a lovely monster as I have hidden yonder. I tell you, young man,' gasped the old fellow, perspiring with enthusiasm, ' Prometheus was a tawdry charlatan in his service to mankind compared with what I will be. He gave us fire, crude, rough, unruly fire. Unstable, dangerous, a bare, naked gift, spoilt even in the giving by incompleteness. But I, sir, I have tamed what the bold son of Clymene only touched. Aye, by the blessed gods, I think I have tamed it. Fire and water, I have wed them at yon black altar. Deadly foes, though some do call them, I have made them work together, the one with the other. Oh, sir, such servants were never yet enlisted by our kind since the great day of Cyclops. And to think those feeble, shaking hands, whose poor sinews stand from the wasted flesh like ivy strands about a winter tree, have done it. And this poor head has thought it, persistent and at last successful, through bitter months of toil and anguished disappointment.' ' But, sir,' I said gently, as the old man checked his incoherent speech for breath, ' this monster, sir, this lovely monster, what is it ?'' Ah, I was forgetting you did not know. Look, then, and though you had been unfamous all your other life, this moment of precedent knowledge above your fellows shall make you for ever famous.' And the old man, like a devotee walking to a shrine, like a lover with a hushed breath and brightly kindling eye, stealing to his mistress's hiding place, led me up to a cavernous recess near the forge, and there lay hands upon a rent and tattered drapery of rough sailcloth, stained and old, and, making a gesture of silence, pulled it back. In the dim, weird enchantment of that place I had been prepared for anything. It was a knightly fashion of the times to be credulous, and that black cobweb den, that mad philosopher so eloquently raving, and all the late circumstance of my arrival fitted me to look for wonders. I had followed him across the grimy floor, pitted with grey pools of furnace water, through the reek and twining strands of smoke that filled that nether hall, and lastly, when he laid a finger to his lip, and so reverent and awful drew back that ancient tattered screen, I frowned a little, stepping back a pace, and drew my ready sword 6 inches from its scabbard, and watched expectant to see some hideous, horrid, living form chained there, some foul offspring of darkness and accursed ingenuity, some hateful spawn of wizard art and black mother night, some squat, foul, misshapen Caliban, some loathsome thing, I scarce knew what, but strong and sullen and monstrous for certain, and instead the screen ran rattling back, and there before me, in a neat swept space, and on a platform of oaken planks, glossy in new forged metal, shiny with untarnished filings, gleaming in the pride of burnished brass and rivets, high, bulby, complicated, a maze of pistons and levers and wheels, was a great machine. Somehow, as I saw that ponderous monster, so full of cunning although so lifeless, a tremor of wondering appreciation ran through my mind. That soulless body fascinated me with a prophetic fear and awe which at another time and in another place I should have laughed at. I put back my sword, smiling to think it had been so nearly drawn, but yet stood expectant, half wondering, half hoping I knew not what, and gazing raptly on that mighty iron carcass perched there like some black incubus, almost fancying all the love and fear and hope that had gone to fashion its steel limbs or iron sinews might indeed have filled it with a soul that should, as I looked, become articulate and manifest beneath my eyes. Half hoping, in my ignorance, that indeed the quintessence of human labour, here consummate, might have got on all that plastic, dull material, some wondrous firstling spirit of a new estate, some link between the worlds of substance and of shadow, and if it so fascinated me, that old man to whom it owed its being was even more enthralled. He stood before the shrine with locked hands and bent head, apostrophising the silent work. ' Oh, child of infinitely painful conception,' he muttered, ' surely, you cannot disappoint me now. Near 20 years have I given to you, 20 years of toil and sweat and ungrudging hope. Long hot summers have I worked upon you, and dank dull winters, making and unmaking, building and taking down again, contriving, hoping, despairing, living with you day by day, and dreaming of you through nights of fitful slumber. Surely, dear heir of all my hopes, the reward is at hand, the consummation comes. See,' he cried, ' how perfect it is. Here in this great round cylinder is room for fire and water. The fire lies all along in that gully trench that you can note here through this open trap, and those curling pipes take the hot flame up through that void that will be filled with the other elements. Now, when water boils, the vapour that comes off from the top is choleric and fiery past conception. This has been known for long, and John Homersham tried to utilise it by letting the vapour on the spread digits of a wheel. Farinelli of Angoulême suffered it to escape behind his engine, both ways so wasteful that no mortal furnace could keep up power sufficient to be of useful service. But I have bettered these and many others. Nothing is wasted here. The hot gases are stored and stocked as they rise above the boiling liquid until they are as strong as the blustering sun of Astrius and Aurora, and then, by turning one single tap, I suffer them to escape down yonder iron way, there to fall upon the head of that piston that with a mighty send gives before them, and spins the great wheel above, and comes back on the impetus and takes another buffet from the labouring vapour, and back it goes again, now this way and now that, twirling with fiery zeal those notched wheels above, and working all those bars and rods and pistons. Not one thing of all this complicated structure but has its purpose. Not one rivet in yonder thousands but means a month of patient, toilsome thought and labour. Moreover, because it is so strong and heavy, I have put the whole upon that iron carriage which took me a year to forge, and those solid back wheels are locked with the gear above, and from the axle of that front wheel 2 chains run up and turn upon a cylinder, so that my sweet one can move at such pace as yet I cannot even think of, and guide himself, in brief, is born and consummate. Then presently he turned from babbling to his child, and speaking louder, with frenzied gestures the while, he strode up and down before it, went wild upon the wondrous things it should do. It will not fail, I know it. My head is fairly mazed when I forecast all that here with this begins as possible. It shall run, sir, he cried, turning rapturously to me, and fly, and walk, and haul, and pull, and hew wood, and draw water, and be a giant stronger than 1,000 men, and a craftsman in 100 crafts of such subtlety and gentleness and cunning as no other master craftsman ever was. Down into ages not formed in the void womb of the future, this knowledge I have mastered shall extend, widening as it goes, and men shall no longer strive or suffer. There stands the patient beast, on whose broad back another age shall put all its burdens. There is the true winged horse of some other time, that shall mock the slow patter of our laggard feet, and knit together the most distant corners of the world within its giant stride. Oh, I can see a happy age, when base material labour shall be over, and men shall lie about and take their fill of restfulness as they have not done since the gates of Eden were shut upon their ancient fathers' back. I do see down the long perspectives of the future, such as yon achieving all things by both sea and shore, ploughing their fields for unborn peoples, and drawing nets, carrying, fetching, far and near, swift, patient, indomitable, and winging glorious argosies, mighty vessels such as no man dares dream of now. Vast noble bodies inspirited each with such a soul as lies impatient yonder, and those shall plough the green sea waves in scorn of storm and weather, pouring the wealth of far Cathay and Ind into our ready lap, making those things happy necessaries which now none but some few may dare to hope for, bringing the spice the Persian picked this morning to our doors tomorrow, bringing the grape and olive unwithered on their stems, bringing the fair Eastern stuff still wet from out their dye-vats. Jove, old man, that moves me. I was a merchant once. Your words do stir my blood down to the most stagnant corner of my veins.
Bringing pearls from Oman, still speckled with the green sea dew upon them, and sapphires from rugged Ural mines, still smelling of their native Mother Earth, bringing in swift, tireless keels, Novaya Zemblian furs and costly feathered trophies from the south, bringing Biafra's hoards of ivory and Benin stores of blood-red gold,
bringing gems warm from tepid sands of Arakan and sandalwood from sea-girt Nicobar. Ah, pouring the yellow-scented corn of every fertile flat from Manfalut to ancient Abbasia, pouring the Tartars' millet and the Hindus' rice into our hungry western mouths, making those rich who were once poor, and those noble who were only rich, benefiting both great and little, benefiting both near and far. And I shall have done this. I, poor Master Andrew Faulkner, a man so shabby and so seeming mean, no one of worth or quality would walk at the same side of the road with him. So spoke that good fanatic, and as he stopped there came a gentle tap upon the door, and a fair face in the sunlight, and there was Mistress Elizabeth, saying with a merry laugh, ' Father, the cloth is laid and the meal is spread, and old Margery bids me add that, if to-day's roast is spoiled by waiting, as the last one was, she'll never cook capon for thee again.' And coming down, the maid laid a hand of gentle insistence upon her father's sleeve, and led him sighing and often looking back up the green stone steps, I following close behind. We crossed the sunny courtyard, entering on the farther side the other rambling buttress wing of that ancient pile. Thence we went by clean white flagstoned passages and open oaken doorways to what was once the long servants' dining hall. At the near end of the middle table of well-scrubbed boards, so thick and heavy they might have come from the side of some great ship, a clean white slip-cloth was laid, with high-backed chairs, one at the head for Adam Faulkner, and two on either side for me and her, and lower down again were put, below the great oaken salt-cellar, two other places. By one of these stood Dame Margery, fair Elizabeth's old nurse, an ancient dame in black velvet cap and spotless ruff and linen, with a comely, honest old country face above them, wrinkled and coloured like a rosy pippin that has mellowed through the winter on a kitchen cornice shelf. Such was Dame Margery, and while she curtsied low and with folded hands, I bowed as one of my quality might bow in respect to her ancient faithfulness. At the other chair stood their Spanish steward, black Emmanuel Marcena. Yes, and as you may by this time have guessed, that steward was, in flesh and blood, none other but the midnight visitor who had disturbed my rest the night before. I could not doubt it. He wore the same clothes, his swarthy sullen face was only a little more lifelike now in the daylight, and, if more evidence were wanting, one finger of his left hand, that hand that had held the bloody handkerchief, was done up with cobwebs and linen threads. I knew him on the instant, and stopped and stared to see my vagrant shadow so prosaically standing there at his dinner place, picking his yellow teeth and sniffing the ready roast like a hungry dog. And when he saw me he too started, for I also had been dreadful to him. I was the exact counterpart of that amber gallant that had strode out upon his moonlit heels and scared him with a shout, where, no doubt, he fancied no shouters dwelt. And now here we were, face to face, guests at the same table. Surely it was strange enough to make us stare. But over and above the prejudice of our evening meeting, I already distrusted and disliked Emmanuel Marcena. Why it was I do not know, but so much is certain. If one may love, no less surely one may hate at first sight. And, as our eyes met, hatred was surely born in his, while mine, as like as not, told through their steady stare of aversion and dislike. He was a sullen yellow fellow, lean and tall, with black crafty eyes set near together, a thin nose shaped like a vulture's beak, a small peaked beard and black hair closely cropped, a crafty, cunning, cruel, ungenerous-looking fellow who had somehow, it afterwards turned out, grown rich as his master's fortunes failed. He had come into Faulkner's service when a boy, had flourished while he flourished, and learnt 100 shifts of cruelty and pride from the gay company who once were proud to call his master comrade, and now, like the black fungus that he was, had swelled with conceit and avarice past all conscionable proportions. Well, we exchanged grim salutations and sat, and the meal commenced, but all the while we ate and talked I could not help turning to that crafty steward, and each time I did so I found his keen, restless black eyes wandering fugitive about among us. Now he would glance at me over his porringer, and then a half unconscious scowl dropped down over those dark Cordovian brows. Then perhaps it was the old man he looked at, and a scarce hid smile of contempt played about the corners of that Southern's mouth to hear his master babble or answer our talk at random. Lastly, my sleek Iberian would set his glance on sweet country Bess as she sat at her father's side, and then there burnt under his yellow skin such a flush of passion, such a shine of sickly love and aspiration, as needed no interpreting, and made me frown. Small as my stake was in that game I saw was playing, as black as inky night. But what did it matter to me who picked that English blossom? Why should she not lie on that mean Spanish bosom for ever if she would? 'Twas less than nothing to me who would so soon pass on to other ventures. And yet no man was ever born who was not jealous, and, remembering how we had met, how sweet she was and simple, what native courtesy gilded her country manners, what music there was in her voice, and how black that villain looked beside her, I, in spite of myself, resented the first knowledge of the love he bore as keenly as though I had myself a right to her. Pious, sanctimonious Emmanuel Marcena! He stood up, saying his grace for meat, long after all of us were seated, and crossed his doublet a score of times ere he fell on the viands like a hungry pike. And he was cruel too. A little thing may show how big things go. He caught a fly while we waited between two courses, and thinking himself unwatched, held it a moment nicely between his lean long fingers, then, drawing a straight fine pin from his sleeve, slowly thrust it through the body of that buzzing thing. He stuck the pin up before him by his pewter mug, and watched with lowering pleasure his victim gyrate. That amused him much, and when the creature's pain was reduced to numbness, he neatly tore one prismatic wing from off its shoulder and smiled a sour smile to watch how that awoke it. Then presently the other wing was wrenched palpitating from the damp and quivering socket, and the victim spun around under the iron stake that pierced its body, and all this under cover of his dinner mug. Ingenious, light-fingered Emmanuel Marcena! Such was the steward of that curious household. Over against him sat the excellent old country dame, whose mind wandered no further than to speculate upon the price of eggs next market day, or how her bleaching linen fared. Above was the wise mad scholar, bent and visionary, and by him, ruddy in her country beauty, that wild hedgerose of his. And as I looked from one to other, and thought of what I was and had been, all seemed strange, unreal, fantastic, and I could only wait with dull patience for what fortune might have next in store. It was a pleasant, peaceful place, that Manor Hall. When we had finished our midday meal and the servitors had gone to their duties, Master Faulkener said a walk in the green fields might do him good. He would go out and take the country air. It was a wise resolve, and he made a show of carrying it through, but he had not crossed the courtyard towards the sunny meadows when he got a sniff of his own smouldering furnace fires. That was too much for him. The scholar's rustic resolution melted, and glancing fugitively behind, we saw him presently steal away towards his cellar, and then drop down the stairs and bar the door. And soon the curling smoke and dancing sparks told that wondrous thing of his was growing once again. Thus I and the maid were left alone, and for a little space we stood silent by the diamond-latticed window, scarce knowing what to say, I looking down upon that virgin bosom so smoothly heaving under its veil of country lawn, she thinking I know not what, but pulling a leaf or two to pieces from her window vine. And so we stood for a time, until the lady broke the silence by asking if I would wish to see the house and gardens with her. It was a good suggestion, and a comely guide, so we set out at once. She led me first back through her garden again, naming every flower and bush by country names as we went along, and this brought us to the empty house front, which we entered. She took me from room to room and dusty corridor to corridor, chatting and laughing all the way, talking of great kinsmen and noble fickle guests who once had called her father friend, all with such a light, contented heart it sounded more like fairy story than stern material fact. Then that tripping guide showed me the one door I had not found, which led through into the rearward house. Here again I told her of how I had hunted in vain for such a passage, and she laughed until those ancient corridors resounded to her glee. The door admitted to another region, which we entered, and soon Elizabeth had led on down a dusty flight of twilight wooden stairs until a portal, studded with iron, barred our way. At this, putting a finger to her mouth in mysterious manner, the damsel asked if I dared enter, to which my answer was that, with sword in hand and her to watch, I would not hesitate to prise the gates of hell. So we pulled the heavy sullen bolts, and the door turned slowly on its hinges. There before us was displayed a long dusty corridor, lit by high narrow cobwebbed lattice windows down one side, and dim with moss and stain of wind and weather. From end to end of that soundless vestibule were stacked and piled and hung such mighty stores of various lumber, rare, curious, dreadful, as never surely were brought together before. It was Andrew Faulkener's museum room, the place where he put by all the strange shreds of life and death he collected when the scholar's fervour was upon him, and now, as his sweet daughter laid one finger on my arm and softly bid me listen, directly down below and under us we heard him hammering at his forge. ' Oh, sir,' began that maid, whispering in my ear and sweeping her expressive arm round in the direction of those mounds and shelves, ' did ever child have such a father? This is the one room that is forbidden me, and it is the one room of our hundreds that I take a most fearful pleasure in. I do wrong to show it, and indeed I had not brought you here but that something tells me you are good comrade, true and silent both in great and little. Therefore step lightly and speak small. There is nothing in all the world that stirs my father's choler but this, to hear a vagrant foot overhead among his treasures.' Softly, therefore, as any midnight thieves, we trod the dust-carpeted floor, and now here, now there, the damsel led me. Now it was at one oriel recess where stood a black oak table and open chests piled with vellum books, all clasped and bound with golden iron, that we paused, and I opened some of those great tomes and read, in Norman Latin or old Frankish French, the misty record of those things long ago that once had been so new to me. I spelt out how the monkish scribe was stumbling through a passage of that diary that I had seen Caesar write, saw him repeat, as visionary and incredible, in quaint and crabbed cloister scrawl, the story of the Saxon coming, and how King Harold died. I turned to another book, a little newer, and read, mid gorgeous uncials, the story of that remote fight above Crecy, when good King Edward with a scanty band of liegemen was matched against 200,000 French about the Ville of Crecy, and by the grace of God withstood them upon an August day. And I could have read on and on without stop or pause down those musty memory-rousing pages, but for the gentle interrupter at my side, who laughed to see me so engrossed, and shut the covers too, little knowing of the thoughts that I was thinking, and took me on again. Then she would halt at a pile of splendid stuffs, half heaped upon the floor, half nailed against the wall, the hangings of courtly rooms and thrones, and, as her sympathetic female fingers spread out the folds of all those ruined webs, I read again upon them, in tarnished golden filigree, in silken stitching, and patient cunning embroidery, more stories of old kings and queens I once was comrade to. On again to piles and racks of weapons, of every age and time, all these I knew, and poised the javelin some Saxon hand had borne in war, and shook, like a dry reed, the long Norman spear, and whirled a rusty pirate scimitar above my head until it hummed again an old forgotten tune of blood and lust and pillage, and, with a stifled shriek, the frightened girl cowered from me. Oh, a very curious treasure house indeed, and here the scholar had laid up skins and furs of animals, and there horns and hoofs and talons. Here grim, melancholy great birds were standing, as though in life, and crumbling as they waited, with neglect and age. There, in a twilight corner, glimmered the green glassy eyes of an old Theban crocodile, and there the shining ivory jaws of monstrous fishes with warty hides of toads, and shrivelled forms of small beasts dried in the kiln of long silent ages, and now black, shrunken, and ghastly. On the walls were pendant enough simples and electrices to stock 20 witches' dens, enough mandrake, hellebore, blue monk's hood, purple tinted nightshade to unpeople half a shire, and along by them were withered twigs and leaves would banish every kind of rheum, samples of wondrous shrubs and roots, all neatly docketed, would cure a wife of scolding or a war-horse of a sprain, would cure an adder's bite, or, by the same physic, mend a broken limb. Ah, and bring you certain luck in peace and war, or light, all out of the same virtue, the fires of love in icy virgin bosoms. In that quaint anteroom, dimly illumined by its cobwebbed windows, were astrolabes and hemispheres from the cabin poops of sunken merchantmen, charts whereon great beasts shared with pictured savages whole continents of land, and dolphins and whales did sport where seas ran out into unknown vagueness. There were models of harmless things of foreign art and commerce, and cruel iron jaws and wheels with bloody spikes or beaks for breaking bones or tearing flesh, and teaching the ways of fair civility to heretics. That old man had got together 20 images of Baal from as many lands, and 100 bits of divers saints. Here, tied with the strand of the rope that hanged him, was the skin of a dead felon, and near was the true shirt of a martyr whom the Church had canonised 1,000 years before. In some way, too, the scholar had possessed him of a pharaoh still swaddled with his Memphian robes, and there he was, propped up against the wall, that kingly ash with mouth locked tight, whose lightest whisper once had made or marred in every court or camp from dusty Ababda to green Euphrates, and brows set rigid, whose frown had once cost 20,000 lives, made 20,000 wives to widows, and eyes shut fast that seemed to dream of shadowy empery, of golden afternoons in golden ages, a most ancient, a most curious fellow, and I stared hard at him, feeling wondrous neighbourly. But I cannot tell all there was in that strange place. From end to end it was stocked with learned lumber. From end to end my sweet guide led me, pointing, whispering, and shuddering, all on tiptoe and in silence. And then, ere I was nearly satisfied, or had sampled 1/4 of that dusty treasure hall, she led me through a little wicket, down 20 stairs, and so once more into the fresh open air. ' There, Sir,' she said, ' now have I laid bare my father's riches to you. Is it not a wonderful corridor? Oh, what a full place the world must be if one man can gather so much strange of it.' I told her that indeed it was, and had been full, right back into the illimitable of those hopes and fancies to which all yonder shreds did hint of. And thus talking, I, of infinite experience, watching the sweet wonder and vague speculation dawning in those unruffled child eyes of hers, we sauntered about the gardens and pleasant paths, and spent a sunny afternoon in her ambient fields. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician, by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He who has not left something sad behind him, and re-woke in the sunshine to feel the golden elixir of health and happiness moving in his veins anew, may take it that he has at least one pleasure yet unspent. I opened my eyes the next morning in as sweet a frame of contentment as anyone could wish for. They had put me to sleep in a chamber in that same wing of the rearward buildings where slept Elizabeth and her father. Thus, when I roused, the yellow sun was pouring in at my lattice, rich with sweet country scents, and the April air was swaying the white curtains, hung by dainty female hands across the diamond panes, with youth and sweetness in every breath. I lay and basked in it, and lazily wondered what all this changing fortune might mean. Where had I got to? Who was I? I turned about and stared upon the smooth white walls of the little room, patterned and tinselled with the dancing sunshine from outside, then gazed at the great carved columns of my four-post bedstead, then to the head, where, in a wide wooden field, were blazoned old Faulkner's arms and cognizance. I turned to all the chairs, dusted so clean and set back true and straight, to the ewer and the basin, full of limpid water from the well that caught the morning shine and threw a dancing constellation of speckled light upon the ceiling. I wondered even at the bare floor, scrubbed until there was no spot upon it, and the snowy furniture of my couch, and those downy pillows upon which I presently sank back in luxurious indolence. Was I indeed that rude rough captain of a grizzled cohort, with sinews of steel and frame impervious to the soft touch of pleasure, who only yesterday had burst through all the glittering phalanxes of France, and cut away with that arm that lay supine upon the coverlet right down through the thickets of their spears to where the white fleur-de-lis flashed in their midmost shelter? Could I be that same wanderer who, down the devious ways of chance, had tried 1,000 ventures, and slept in palaces and ditches, and drank from the same cup with kings and the same trough with outlaws? I laughed and stretched, and presently gave over speculating and rose. I washed and dressed, and went to the lattice and looked forth. It was as sweet a morning as you could wish for. The tepid sunshine spread over everything. Fleecy clouds were floating overhead upon the softest of winds. The sweet new varnished leaves were glittering in the dew upon every bush. The small birds singing far and near, the kine lowing as they went to grass, and the distant cock crowed proudly from his vantage point among the straw, and everything seemed fair, fresh, and happy in that budding season. I had not been luxuriating in the sweet leisure many minutes when by below came Mistress Bess, with cheeks like roses and kerchief whiter than snow, and brown unstranded hair that lifted on the breeze, a very fair vision indeed. That maid tripped across the grass and down the cobblestones, rattling the shiny milk pan she was carrying until she caught sight of me and stopped below my window. Then, saucy, she began, "How looks the world from there, sir? A little too young and chilly for your tenderness. Get back a bed, it will presently be June, and then no doubt more nicely suited to your valour's mind." "Nay, but lady," I explained, "I was enjoying the morning air, and just coming to seek you." "That were 1,000 pities," she laughed. "The sun has not yet been up more than some poor hour or two, and the world is not yet nicely warmed. You might have a chill, and that were much to be deplored. Besides, a silken suit is rarely needed where work has to be done. Back to thy nest, Sir Prentice, back to thy nest, and I'll send old Margery to tuck thee snugly up." And the young girl, laughing like a brook in springtime, went on and left me there discomforted. Nevertheless, I went down and took the plain but wholesome breakfast that they offered me, and afterwards whiled away an hour or so upon the bench in wondering silently what all this meant, where it was drifting to, how it would end, whether it were, indeed, ending or beginning. And then came round the girl again, and, railing me on my melancholy, took me out to see the herds and fields, and was all the time so sweetly insolent after her nature, and yet so velvet soft that I was fairly glamoured by her. This maid with the quick woman tongue that was so pointed and could at need hurt so much, and the blue speaking eyes that were as tender and straightforward as her speech was full of covert thorns, led me out into the orchards. First she took me to where the milk was stored, a roomy open shed, smelling of cool cleanliness, with white benches down the sides and red flagged floor, and great open pans of crimson were full of frothy milk. Outside the low straw eaves the swallows were chattering, while the emerald meadows, through the farther doorway, glistened and gleamed in the bright spring sunshine. Here we discovered two country girls at work, making curds and cheese and butter, ruddy buxom damsels, with strong round arms bare to the shoulder, with rattling clogs upon their feet, white gowns tucked up, and kerchiefs on their heads. These curtsied as we entered, and rattled the pans about, and sent the strong streams of warm new milk gushing from pail to pan. And then presently, when I had watched a time their busy labour, nothing would suit Mistress Faulkner but I should try. That saucy laughing girl would have it so, and, glancing at the delighted milkmaids, dragged me to a churn, there bidding me to roll a sleeve to my elbow and take the long handle thus and thus, and put my strength into it, and show I could do something to earn a luncheon. And I, ever strong and willing, did her bidding, and rolled back my silk and lawn, and bared the thews that had made me dreadful and victorious in 1,000 combats, and seized that white straight rod. But hoth! 'Twas not my trade. I had more strength than art, and the first stroke that I made upon the curdling stuff within the white fluid leapt in a glittering fountain to the roof above, and drenched the screaming maidens. The second stroke from my stalwart shoulders started 2 iron hoops binding the strong ash ribs of that churn, and made it swirl upon the tiles, while at the third mighty fall the rammer was shivered to the grasp, and the milk escaped and went in 20 meandering rivulets across the floor. At this uprose those fair confederates and drove me forth with boisterous anger, saying I had wasted more value in good milk than most likely all my life so far had earned. While they put right my amiss, I sat upon a mossy wall and wiped dry my hose and doublet. Nor was there long to sit before out came my comely hostess with forgiveness in her smiling eyes. " Did I now see," she queried, " how presumptuous it was to meddle with such things as were beyond one's capacity?" To which I answered that I truly saw. "And did I crave forgiveness, would I make amends?" And to that I said that she had but to try me in some venture where my rough unruly strength might tell, and she should see. So peace was made between us, and on we went again to note how the crimson buds were setting on the sunny red garden walls, to explore her sloping orchards and count the frolic lambs that clustered round the distant folds. It was her kingdom, and here her knowledge bettered mine. This she soon found out, and when I showed at fault in the stratagems of husbandry, or tripped in politics of herds or flocks, she would glance at me through her half-shut lids, and demurely ask, "Are you of good learning, friend?" And to that I answered that I had so much as might be picked up in a reasonably long life, not scholarly or well polished, but sufficient and readily accessible. "I'm glad of it," she said. "Then you can tell the difference between a codling and a pippin?" "Nay, I fear I cannot." "Oh, nor why one hen will lay white eggs and another brown?" "Sweet maid, my wonder never went as far as that." "I do greatly doubt you and your wonder. What would you do if butter would not come upon the churn milk?" "Faith, I would leave it as not worth asking for. A poor white laggard stuff no man should meddle with." "Hey ho! And what is rosemary good for, and what rue?" "By heaven, I do not know." "How soon mayst wean a February lamb, and what wouldst thou wean it on?" "Oath, I cannot tell." "Nor when to cut meadow grass or make ketchup, nor how to cure bee stings or where to look for saffron, nor when to plant green barley or pull rushes for winter candles?" "Not one of these. But if you would show me, such a tutor such a pupil never would have had." Whereon the lady burst out laughing. "Oh," she said, "you are shallow and ignorant past all conception and precedent. Why, the rosiest urchin that ever went afield upon a plough horse has better stock of learning. I'faith, I shall have to put you to school at the very beginning." I let the fair maid mock, for her gentle raillery was all upon her lips, and in her eyes was dawning a light it moved me much to see. We wandered away through pleasant copses, where the yellow catkins and the red were out upon the hazels, and late ivory blackthorn buds, like webs of pearls, were overhung upon those ebony-fingered bushes, and fair pale primroses shone in starry carpets under the fresh green canopy of the new tented woods. And my fair Bess knew where the mavis built, and when I began to speak warm and close into her ear, she would turn away her head and laugh, and, to change the matter, play traitor to the little birds and point their mossy home, and make me stoop and peer under the leaves and in pretty excitement. But was it all absent-mindedly? Would lay a hand upon my own and be cheek to me for a moment, and then, with country pleasure, take the sapphire shells of future woodland singers in her rosy palm, and count and con them, and post me in the lore of spots and specks and hues and colours, and all the fair incomprehensible alchemy of nature, then put those tender things back and lead on again to more. Pleasant is the sunshine in such circumstances. Fair Elizabeth knew all the flowers by name. She knew where the gorgeous celandine, like bright blazoned heralds of the spring, was flashing down by the stream that ran sparkling through the woods. The underglow upon the frail anemone was not fairer than her English skin, as she did bind a bunch into her bosom knot. She could tell the reasons of affinity tween cuckoo pint and cuckoo, and how it was that orchid leaves came spotted, and the virtue of the blue-eyed pimpernels, and why the gently rasping tongues of the great meadow kine forswore the nodding clumps of buttercup. And she liked cowslips and made me pick them. Ah, swarthy, strong, and sad-eyed me with the wild alarums of battle still ringing in the ambient country air, me to whose eyes the fleecy clouds, even as she babbled, were full of pictures of purple ambition, of red mêlée, of the sweeping yellow war dust that canopies contending hosts, me who heard on every sigh of the valley wind the shouting of princes and paladins, the fierce deep cry of captains, and the struggling cheer that breaks from swinging ranks fast locked in deadly conflict as the foemen give. But nothing she knew of that, and would lead from cowslip banks back to coppice, and from coppice path to orchard, and there, mayhap, in the eye of the sun, secure from interruption, we would sit, she meetly throned upon the great stem of a fallen apple-tree, whose rind was tapestried betimes for that dear country sovereign by green moss and tissued gold and silver lichens, and overhead the leaves, and at her feet the velvet cushions of the turf, and me a solitary courtier there. A very pleasant wooing, and if you call me fickle, why should I argue it? Think of the vast years that lapse between my lovings. Think how solitary was the lovely loveless world I was born into anew each time. Think how I longed to light it with the comradeship that shines in dear eyes and hearts. How I thirsted to prejudice some sweet stranger to my favour amongst all others, and claim again kinship of passion for a moment with one at least of those dear fickle mocking shadows that glance through this fitful dream of mine. Besides, I was young, only some trivial 1500 years or so had gone by since they first swaddled me and dried my mother's tears. My limbs were full and round, my blood beat thick and fast, youth and soldier spirit shone in my undimmed eyes, not a strand of silver glanced in that beard I peaked so carefully, and, if my mind was full of ancient fancies, crowded with the dust and glitter of bygone ages fuller than yonder old fellow's strange museum, why, my heart was fresh. Jove, I think it was as young as it had ever been, and that maid was fair and rosy, and kind and tender. All in the glow of her hat brim, her face shone like the ripe side of a peach, her smooth hands hung down convenient to my touch, and her head, crowned with its sweet crown of sunlit hair, was ever bent indulgent to catch my courtier whispers. What? I argued, shall the river play with no more blossoms because last year its envious fingers shook some petals down into its depth? Must the lonely hill for ever frown in solitude, and put by the white mist-clinging arms, because, forsooth, some other earlier cloud once harboured on its rugged bosom? 'Twas miserly and monstrous, said my youthfulness. So, nothing forgetting and nothing diminishing of those memories that I had, I plunged into the new, and that kind country girl played Phyllis to my new tried Corydon as prettily as anyone could wish. I will not weary you with all we did or said. The murmur of a summer brook is only good to go to sleep by, but picture us immersed in solitary conclave, or wandering about in the sweet green math of April meadows, and finding the long days some 6 hours all too short to say the nothing that we had to do. Suppose this written, and I turn to other scenes which perhaps shall amuse you better. It by no means followed that because Mistress Elizabeth proved so charming, her father was neglected. That old fellow had taken me for his helper, had fed and harboured me, and something seemed owing him in return. His huge and bulky engine was growing apace. Indeed, it was just upon the finishing. It was that my strong arms might second him in some final parts he had brought me hither, and, being by nature something of a smith, I helped him readily. Each day was spent in the sunshine and flowers. Then, when evening came and my fair playmate was gone to bed, I descended into old Faulkner's crypt, and adding one more character to the many already played, turned Vulcan. Hard and long we worked. Had you looked upon us, you would have seen by the sullen furnace glow 2 men, bare-armed and leather-aproned, toiling in that black gallery until the sweat ran trickling from them, forging, riveting and hammering bars of iron, plying the creaking bellows until the white heart of the fire-heap was whiter than a glow-worm lamp, hurrying here and there about that glistening mountain of cunning-fashioned steel that they were building, filling their grimy den with flying dust and smoke and sparks, and thus working on and on through the long midnight hours as though their very lives depended on it, until the black curtain of the night outside faded to pallid blue, and the chirrup of the homing bats coming to sleep upon the rafters sounded pleasantly, and the furnace gave out and tired muscles flagged, and the night's work was over with the night. Evening after evening we toiled upon the iron giant that was to do such wondrous things, old Faulkner directing, and I supplying with my thews and sinews the help he needed. Then one day it was finished in every point and part, complete, gigantic, wonderful. I do confess something of the old man's spirit entered into me when our work was thus accomplished. I stood minute by minute before it, overcome with an awe and wonder inexplicable, and if the 'prentice felt like that, the master was mad with expectation and delight. Nothing now would do but he must try it, and the next night we did so. We sent the household early to their rest, and, as soon as it was dark, I, carrying a spluttering torch, and Faulkner, the great cellar key, stole like thieves across the cobbled courtyard to our workshop. The scholar's fingers trembled till he scarce could fit the key into the wards, but presently the door was opened and we entered. "No strangers trespass here to-night," the old man chuckled, while he closed and double-locked the iron-studded door, and put the key into his belt, and the torch into a socket. Well, all agog with excitement, we lit the fires in the iron stomach of that finished monster, we filled his gullet with kegs of water, slewed his guiding wheels round, laid heavy sloping oaken planks for his highness to leave his birthplace by, set back the litter, and lastly turned the tap that brought the fire and water together, and put the blood of that iron beast in motion. He came down from off the pedestal for all the world like some black gorgon issuing from a den. Resplendent in weight and strength, he came sliding down from off the platform of his cradle, and amid the crash of struts and stays, amid flying splinters and the dust of transit, rolled out majestic into the red furnace light, where, trembling in every fibre, and gently swaying like a young giant feeling his strength for the first time, with the strong breath within murmuring and the great steel heart pulsating audibly, our iron toy was born and launched, and came forth, magnificent, huge, overpowering, then, checked by its anchor chains, swerving round to face the farther end, and halted. Old Faulkner was possessed with joy, dancing and capering round that huge carcass as though he were a 10 years' urchin, his white beard all astream, his elfin locks shaggy on his head, his black venerable robes flapping like the wings of a great bat, his hands clasped fervidly as he leapt and skipped with pleasure, and his lips moving rapidly as he babbled incoherent adulation and love upon that firstling of his hopes. Even I, grave and thoughtful, was elated, and walked round and round the wondrous thing, patting its iron sides as one might a charger's just led from a stall, while, half in wonder and half in pleasure, catching a fraction of the old man's fancies. So far everything had happened as we wished for, and Faulkner, when he could get his breath, burst out in wild rhapsodies of all his bantling should do, and I put in a sentence here and there amid his paeans. And then he capped on a hope, and I again a fancy, and so, nodding and laughing to each other, we bandied words across that carcass for 20 minutes, and felt its sinews and marvelled at its tractableness and grace. And what was our sweet Cheops doing all that while? Oh, we were young in mechanics, and all the time we talked and capered the glowing fires were working in that body, and presently the wheels began to ramble and the bars to move. Strange dull thunder came fitfully from under those steel ribs, and quaint unaccountable knockings sounded deep within. The furnace glowed white and hot as angry jets of steam commenced to spit from every weak point in the monster's harness. All this I noticed and pointed out to the master, but he was stupid with gratification in that moment of consummated labour, and now our vast machine began to fret. It was impatient, I saw with a presage of coming evil, and the great circles above began to grit their iron teeth and spin like distaff wheels under a busy housewife's hand. The pistons were shooting to and fro faster and ever faster, while that 50 tons of metal, glowing hot, now began to yank hungrily upon its chains, and start forward a foot, and then come back, and sniff and snort and tremble, and strain in every part, and thunder and pant as the hot life surged stronger and stronger into its veins, until it was rocking like a skiff at anchor, and bellowing like a bull in agony. " By every saint, old Adam Faulkner," I shouted through the gathering roar, " by every saint in paradise, have a care for this frightful beast of thine !" And I think he saw at last our danger, for the 100th rhapsody died unfinished upon his lips, and, dropping from the clouds at once with an anxious look, he scanned the now flying wonders of his offspring, and then ran round and seized the handle which should have shut off the red-hot vapour which was the breath and being of the puissant thing he had conjured into being. Twice and thrice he bore upon that handle, then turned to me with a wild and frightened look. 'Twas as hot could be, and could not move an inch. Hardly had I read that in his face, when, with an angry plunge, the engine started forward, and the philosopher missed his footing, rolling over headlong to the ground at my feet, and now our beast was mad with waiting, and stronger than 50 elephants, and fiercer than the netted lion. The chains that held him upon either side were as thick as a man's arm, being fastened to mighty staples in the forge. Our swaddling came back 2 yards upon those chains, then started forward, and was brought up all on a sudden with such a jerk as made the ground tremble, and filled us with a sickly dread. Back came our splendid plaything again in no good mood, and then forward once more, putting his mighty shoulders against his bonds until the great steel chains stretched and groaned beneath the strain. And Adam Faulkner yelled in fear. The 3rd time the monster did this, the staples gave, and all the forge fell into one dusty smoking ruin, while the great engine twirled up those heavy chains upon its thundering axles, and, laughing in savage joyfulness, recognised the fatal fact that it was free. Then began a wild scene of chaos which brings the dampness of fear and exertion on my forehead even to remember. What mattered chains or bars or fetters to that splendid life that we could hear humming there under those iron ribs, to that unruly devil heart which knew its strength and thundered in proud tumultuous rhythm to the consciousness? The wonderful new Titan was born, and there, in his own den, in the black cradle of his nativity, would brook no master. He was born for strength and might, and, Hoth, they were running hot within him, and we could but cower in the shadows waiting and watching. And now that hideous monster, being free to do what he listed, set off for the far end of the stony cellar, and like a great black ship floundering in a chopping sea, went plunging and reeling over the uneven floor. We held our breath. What would he do when he reached the end? And in a minute he was there, and through the gloom we heard him crash into the rocky walls and recoil. Then, with a scream like an angry devil baby, charge the native masonry again and again. But Faulkner's wretched cunning had put the guiding wheels on pivots, and now they slewed, and here he was, coming down the walls towards us. We did not stop or wait to parley. We ran and dodged behind the pillars, whence we heard him thud into the broken forge. Aye, through the reek and cloudy steam we caught the sound of that 50 tons of metal clambering over the fallen masonry, all the time screeching in his anger like a peevish fury at being so thwarted. Then back we dodged again, and the huge thing went lumbering by us, full of a horrid giant life no valour availed against, no mortal hands could shackle. The more he beat about the bounds of that narrow infernal kingdom, the less our Cyclops seemed to like it. His rage mounted at each turn he made, and found his prison cell so narrow, and every rebuff swelled his budding choler. Therefore, seeing how hopeless it was to strive to tame him in this present mood, I waited till Cyclops was exploring at the bottom of the hall, then, plunging through the dusty turmoil, found old Faulkner. That grey inventor was reeling like a drunken man, and witless with terror. " The key, the key !" I shouted in his ear. " To the door. We can do no good here. Let your infernal beast burn out some of his accursed spleen, then we'll make a shift to tame him. But 'tis no good now. Hear how he thunders, and see, he's coming back again." " Aye, the door, good friend, the door," gasped Faulkner, and clinging to my arm, hotly pursued by the monster behind, whose red-hot madness now seemed tinged with cruel purpose, we fled down the long black cavern to the iron-studded postern. There was not a second to spare. The old man plunged his trembling hands into his belt and felt all round it, then turned to me with a horrid stare in his eyes and a sickly smile upon his thin white lips. The key was gone. I dragged that old man back just as the great engine, ramping hot, lurched down and cut a long smoking groove, half a foot deep, from the rocky wall whereby we had been standing, then, disappointed of us, went howling on into the blackness. And now there was nothing to do but to stay and fight it out, no exit for us, and none for our sweet bantling, and he seemed to know it. Round and round he drove us, through the flickering gloom and shadows of that dismal cockpit, till the gushing sweat ran from us, and our choking breath came short and panting through our parching throats. Oh, it was a sight to see that shrieking monster, spurting steam at every joint and howling like a pack of winter wolves, come careering through the darkness at us, with every plate of his mighty harness quivering with the force within, and all his thundering vitals glowing white and spawning golden trails of molten embers as he lurched along. Down I would see him come, perhaps hunting something in a savage mood, and as I dodged behind a pillar and looked, out of the vortex of the shadows would leap old Adam Faulkner, as a leveret leaps from the ferns under a lurcher's nose, and, with ashy wild face and flying wizard locks and ragged sorrel cloak flapping in shreds behind him, the master would flash in frenzied fear across the glow that shimmered from the heart of his young Titan, and then be swallowed up again by the next friendly blackness, and I scarce dare breathe, as, with a hideous parody of vindictive cunning, that great thing would swirl and swerve and be after him again. It was a wild, wonderful game, and the longer it went the hotter it grew. Closer, denser, and blacker grew the gloom of that place, until at length you could not see an arm's stretch ahead of you in the sulphurous reek, a hot steamy pall of dismal vapour, through which glimmered redly now and then the ashes of the overturned furnace place, and the rosin dripping splutter of the feeble torch which we had put into the socket by the door. Ah, that was all we had to light us as we crawled and leapt and dodged before the vengeful fury of that screaming harpy of ours. All but his own red copper glow that flamed now here, now there on the black horizon of our den. Darker and still darker and hotter became the air, until at last, in half an hour perhaps, the torch and the furnace ashes were sickly stars, too pallid to light our merriment to any purpose, and even the glow of Faulkener's great invention was a red-hot haze, only illumining the seething dust and smoke a yard or two about it, and everywhere else reigned black, choking, Stygian, infernal darkness. A blank midnight void hung about the arena where we danced to that great being, sprung like a black Minerva from my master's over-fertile brain. Yet, Jove! 'Twas midnight dark, but there was no midnight stillness in it. The very air seemed palpitating to the thunderous beat of that beast's mighty life. Every hollow cavern niche in our rocky walls bellowed into our startled ears a hideous mockery of his screeching, while the ceaseless roar of his cruel stride rattled down the ragged juts of our stony roof like dislocated thunder. And in that darkness and ear-splitting din we dodged and dipped and scuttled like two cornered rats. I have been brave, by this time I hope you will know it, but what was mortal strength or valour against the strength and recklessness of that iron god? No, he had the upper hand and screamed for blood like the devil that he was, pressing us with such fury that my very soul seemed oozing through my sweating skin. As for dignity, gods, I had none. At one moment I and Faulkener would be struggling for a narrow passage, like two hoggets in a meadow gate. Then I was anon crawling on hands and satin knees through pools half a foot deep with filthy furnace water, or straddling greasy heaps of brash and ashes with the beast close behind, to fire my flagging spirits, spurting flame and scalding steam and crunching with his ponderous weight through the iron litter of the den as though it were an august stubble. And this was not all. Being so dark as I have said, presently that iron monster, inspirited with the soul of a fury, found it more and more difficult to follow us, and went reeling and bellowing through the steamy blackness ever more at random. Thereon he stopped a spell and seemed to listen, and though we could only tell his whereabouts by the great fiery nebulae of his glowing sides, we could plainly hear his thousand steel teeth champing, and the gush of the boiling force flying within him. We held our breath, and then we heard something change in the machinery, some pin or rivet fail, and the next minute Faulkener's baby was off again with a scream like a lost spirit and possessed of a cursed brand new idea. I have said the chains wherewith he had been held to the forge were fastened to great revolving bars upon his side. When he burst free he had torn these from the solid masonry and wound them up upon the spinning axles, whereto, by some misguided cunning, Faulkener had welded them, and now that devil was ramping round to find us in the void, and had unwound those hideous flails, and with infernal patience was beating down one wall and up the other. Oh, it was sickly to hear the screech of those steel whips sweeping unseen through the startled air, to hear them thud upon the trembling ground and cut deep furrows in it at every savage lash, now here, now there, flogging the frightened shadows and scourging the trembling rocks, and whistling overhead like 1,000 winged snakes, and all for us, while that great babe of my master's hunted slowly round about our narrow prison, and thundered and howled and rattled like a tempest in a mountain pass, and as though he were some great monster in a deep-sea cave, shot out and drew in those humming tentacles, and tried each nook and corner, and squirted steam and fire into every crevice, and plied his cruel whips madly about in that darkness, till 'twas all like pandemonium. Well, I will say no more, or you may think I wrap sober fact in that mantle of fancy which the gods have lent me. We had dodged and ducked at this game for many minutes, when Faulkener's mind gave way. I chanced upon him in the middle space, laughing and screaming and taking off his cloak and vest. He saw me stalk from the shadows, and, with a frightful grin and caper, shouted that he knew what was the matter. His pretty firstling needed a bloody sacrifice, and who could provide it better than himself? Just then the engine turned and came looming through the mist towards us, and the old enthusiast made ready to cast himself under those mighty wheels. "Come back," I shouted, "come back!" But Faulkener yelled, "Touch me at your peril, the sweet one must not be baulked," and made towards it. I seized him by the arm and dragged him to one side, whereat, without further parley, like a furious wildcat, he turned and in a twinkling had me by the throat, with those old talons of his deep buried in my gullet, and his long lean legs twirled round mine like thongs of leather, and his mad eyes flashing, his white face lit up with maniac passion. And so we heaved and struggled, then down upon our knees and over upon the floor, the old man striving all he knew to kill me, while I, for my part, heaved and wrenched, all my splendid strength cramped up in the wild grip of that sinewy old recluse, and over us, as we fought upon the earth, was glimmering in a minute the red copper glow, the towering form, and the cruel shrieking flails of that exulting demon we had invented. We rolled and plunged in the dust, just where that circle of red light fell on it, while guttural sobs and sighs came from us as, forgetful of all else, now one was on top in that ruddy arena, and then the other. The veins were big upon my forehead. I felt faint and sick. I could not loosen Faulkener's iron fingers, deep bedded in my neck, and did not care. And that grim old fellow had no desire now but to watch me die. I saw the glowing haze wherein we fought, and dimly understood it. I heard, faintly and more faintly, the rattle of the chains and the thunderous black laughter of our plaything, and then, just as that glowing fury seemed drawing itself together for one final effort which should crush us both from all form and shape, that very effort put something out of gear. The tangled wheels fell into the deadlock all on a sudden. The heavy chains jerked wildly in their swing and twisted together. The mighty rods and pistons went all a-splay like a handful of broken straws. The great beast trembled and reeled and shook, and then split open from end to end, and, with a thunderous roar that shook our cellar to its deepest foundations, amid a wild gust of flame and steam, blew up. I rose unhurt from the dust and ashes, and unwinding Faulkener's lifeless limbs from about me, found a hammer by the forge, and, scrambling over the now pulseless remnants of the giant, burst open the door, and a few minutes later laid the great inventor's body down upon a bench in the peaceful moonlit courtyard. End of chapter 22.